लग गया, अरे अगले महीने खंभा था, अब इस पर ब्रिज भी बन गया, अरे मेट्रो चलने लगी, और बच्चों को लेकर बैठते भी है तो उनको तो मालूम ही है, मगर आज आपका ज्ञानवर्धन जरूर होगा।
येदुरप्पा का अभी आपने नाम लिया, येदुरप्पा जी के बारे में कहा जा रहा है कि आपने उनको साइडलाइन कर दिया है। उनको साइडलाइन करके क्या आप चुनाव जीत पाएंगे?
देखिए, कांग्रेस में रिटायरमेंट का कंसेप्ट ही नहीं है, और कांग्रेस का व्याख्या है कि राजनीति में सक्रियता का मतलब चुनाव लड़ना और सत्ता प्राप्त करना। मेरी पार्टी का ये नहीं है। येदुरप्पा जी आज भी हमारे नेता है, सेंट्रल पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड के सक्रिय सदस्य है। उन्होंने स्वयं उम्र होने के कारण दूसरे को मौका देने का जेस्चर बताया है, और आज भी मुझसे भी ज्यादा ऊर्जा के साथ अगर कोई कर्नाटक में भाजपा की सरकार बनाने के लिए मेहनत और प्रयास कर रहा है तो वो श्री येदुरप्पा जी कर रहे हैं।
क्या ये कहना सही?
मगर राजनीति के अंदर सक्रियता की व्याख्या सिर्फ चुनाव लड़ना, ये मेरी पार्टी में नहीं है। ढेर सारे कार्यकर्ता बूथ से लेकर राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर ऐसे हैं जो शायद कभी चुनाव नहीं लड़ेंगे, परंतु मेरी आइडियोलॉजी के लिए, देश के विकास के लिए और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जिताने के लिए वो इतना ही परिश्रम करते हैं जितना मोदी जी करते हैं।
ये कहना सही होगा कि आपने उनको कर्नाटक के मार्गदर्शन मंडली में डाल दिया है?
देखिए, मुझे मालूम नहीं है सुधीर भाई, आप जैसे जर्नलिस्ट राजनीति के अंदर सत्ता के बाहर भी पॉलिटिक्स में बाहर रहकर भी पॉलिटिक्स में एक्टिव रहने की बात को अच्छा मानते हैं या बुरा मानते हैं। ये मार्गदर्शक, ये व्यंग्यात्मक शब्द जो है, मैं मानता हूं दूसरी पार्टियों ने इसको सीखना चाहिए। राजनीति के अंदर सिर्फ सत्ता के लिए काम करना है क्या? पार्टी की आइडियोलॉजी कोई चीज नहीं होती है, पार्टी का संगठन कोई चीज नहीं होता है। किस प्रकार की राजनीति हम देश में बनाना चाहते हैं? स्वयं के लिए काम करना हमारी पार्टी की राजनीति नहीं है। हमारी पार्टी में ढेर सारे नेता हैं जो हंसते हंसते पार्टी के लिए और देश के लिए सालों तक काम करते हैं, जबकि उनको कुछ नहीं मिलता है। और मैं जानता हूं ऐसे लोगों को, बड़ी फौज है ऐसे लोगों की, और मैं एक्नॉलेज करता हूं इस मंच पर से कि आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी 2 सीट से लेकर 304 सीट पर पहुंची है, तो वो तपस्वी कार्यकर्ताओं के कारण ही पहुंची है, इनके कारण।
हम जहां बैठे हैं इसे गेटवे ऑफ साउथ इंडिया कहा जाता है। आपके लिए भी ये दक्षिण भारत का एक गेटवे की तरह है। और कर्नाटक में अगर दक्षिण भारत के राज्यों में मैं जो आंकड़े लेकर आया हूं, लोकसभा की कुल मिलाकर 129 सीटें हैं, जिसमें से आपने 29 जीती थी। और इस बार अगर आपको दोबारा से जो आपने लक्ष्य रखा है अपना, अगर आपको 300 के ऊपर जाना है तो आपको दक्षिण भारत की सीटों में अपनी संख्या ज़रूर बढ़ानी पड़ेगी। लेकिन यहाँ अगर आप देखेंगे अमित जी, तो कर्नाटक में आपकी 25 थी और तेलंगाना में 4 थी, बाकी जगह सब जगह शून्य है। तो आपको ऐसा लगता है कि कर्नाटक में इस बार जो आप परफॉर्म करेंगे उससे आपको बाकी के साउथ इंडिया के राज्यों में भी आपके लिए नए दरवाजे खुलेंगे?
निश्चित रूप से मैं कर्नाटक भर के भारतीय जनता पार्टी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के विचारधारा और श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के समर्थकों को करबद्ध निवेदन करने आया हूं। कर्नाटक का चुनाव बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है और हम भी मानते हैं कि कर्नाटक भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए दक्षिण का प्रवेश द्वार है। कृपया हमारा समर्थन करिए। कर्नाटक और तेलंगाना दोनों जगह पूर्ण बहुमत की भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार इस बार बनने वाली है और यहीं से हम दक्षिण के अंदर एंटर करेंगे।
अगर मैं वोट शेयर की बात करूं, जो आप बता रहे हैं, कर्नाटक में अगर आप देखें तो सब कुछ ऐसा लगता है जैसे स्टेटस को है। आपका भी वोट शेयर लगभग 36%, 35%, 34% ऐसे रहता है विधानसभा में, और कांग्रेस का भी कंसोलिडेटेड है, 35%, 36% इसके आसपास रहता है। ये सब करने के बाद भी आप कांग्रेस के वोट शेयर को तोड़ क्यों नहीं पाए? अभी भी लगातार कंसिस्टेंटली कंसोलिडेटेड है।
नहीं, आप सिर्फ विधानसभा के चुनाव देख रहे हैं। लोकसभा के चुनाव में हमने 50% को छू लिया है।
हाँ, बिल्कुल। आपने
लोकसभा मेरी बात सुनिए ना
जी।
अब यहां पर डबल इंजन की सरकार के सुफल कर्नाटक की जनता ने देखे भी है, चखे भी है। मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि इस चुनाव में हम लोकसभा चुनाव और विधानसभा के चुनाव के हमारे वार्ड शेयर के बीच में जो अंतर है उसको काफी हद तक पाट लेंगे और हमारा वार्ड शेयर निश्चित रूप से बढ़ेगा। एक बात मैं बताता हूं कि 5 चुनाव में से 4 बार और एक बार कह सकते हैं 5 बार कर्नाटक में भारतीय जनता पार्टी सबसे बड़ी पार्टी बनी और ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की उपलब्धि है, कर्नाटक की जनता की हमें स्वीकृति।
एक और खिलाड़ी है इस पूरे खेल में और उसका नाम है जेडीएस और वो लगातार उसका भी अपना एक
अरे भाई ये 2 खिलाड़ी ही नहीं है, एक ही है। कांग्रेस और जेडीएस में कोई अंतर नहीं है, आप समझ कर चलना। जेडीएस को वोट देने का मतलब है कांग्रेस को वोट देना, क्योंकि चुनाव के बाद सत्ता प्राप्ति के लिए अपने सारे एमएलए लेकर जेडीएस कांग्रेस के साथ बैठना तय है। गत चुनाव में आप देखिए कर्नाटक की जनता ने सबसे बड़ी पार्टी बनाया भारतीय जनता पार्टी को, दूसरे नंबर की पार्टी बनाया कांग्रेस को। जैसे ही चुनाव हुआ तीसरे नंबर की पार्टी सीधा कांग्रेस की गोदी में बैठी और मुख्यमंत्री बन गए।
इसे गोदी पार्टी कह सकते हैं,
गोदी पार्टी ही है, कह सकते हैं नहीं। ये दोनों में कोई अंतर नहीं है। कर्नाटक की जनता को कंफ्यूजन में नहीं रहना चाहिए। जेडीएस को वोट मतलब कांग्रेस को वोट, कोई कंफ्यूजन में मत रहिए। ये दोनों सत्ता के लिए एक ही होंगे और आपका वोट जाया जाएगा। बेहतर है कि आप सीधा भारतीय जनता पार्टी को वोट दीजिए, मोदी जी को मजबूत करिए और कर्नाटक के अंदर डबल इंजन सरकार बनाइए।
अब कल्पना कीजिए कि आपको सिंपल मेजोरिटी नहीं मिलती, जो कि आज तक आपको कभी नहीं मिली।
कोई सवाल ही नहीं है। हम इस बार हम पूर्ण, आप मेरी बात लिख कर रखिएगा, कई बार इसी चैनल पर मैं कहकर गया हूं, चैनल गलत साबित हुई है। इस बार पात्र बदला, हर बार राहुल होते थे, इस बार आप हो। मगर
इस बार मैं लिख लेता हूं।
मैं आपको कहता हूं कि यहां पर पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार हमें मिलने वाली है और हाफे मार्क से 15 से 20 सीट हम ज्यादा जीतेंगे।
पर फिर भी
मुझे कहने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, तो आप पकड़ोगे ही काउंटिंग के बाद। अमित भाई आप कहते थे क्या हुआ, देख लेना, हाफे मार्क से 15 से 20 सीट हम ज्यादा जीतेंगे और पूर्ण बहुमत की भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार।
आपका ये बाइट हम रिकॉर्ड करके रख लेते हैं, फिर उस दिन चलाएंगे।
पक्का रखिए।
लेकिन तो भी मैं आपसे ये जानना चाहता हूं,
मगर जीतने के बाद भी चलाइएगा।
तब भी मैं एक बार दर्शकों के लिए और वोटर के लिए जानना चाहता हूं कि मान लीजिए अगर आपको कम पड़ा कुछ सीटें, तो क्या आप जेडीएस की मदद लेंगे?
देखिए भैया, मैं जर्नलिस्ट नहीं हूं, मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी का नेता हूं। आत्मविश्वास से भरा हुआ मेरा नीचे फील्ड का एक्सपीरियंस है। निश्चित रूप से भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ चलते, कोई इफ एंड बट्स का सवाल नहीं है।
तो आप ये कह रहे हैं कि इस बार कर्नाटक में हंग असेंबली का कोई चांस नहीं?
कोई सवाल नहीं है।
अब मैं थोड़ा दिल्ली के बारे में आपसे एक सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं, और इस समय क्योंकि मैं तो दिल्ली से ही आया हूं कल और समय अब हमारा निकल रहा है और ये सवाल तो पूछना बहुत ही आवश्यक है। सतपाल मलिक जो हैं, उनको कल सीबीआई का बुलावा आया है, सम्मन आया है, और आपने देखा होगा सतपाल मलिक काफ़ी समय से आपकी सरकार की आलोचना कर रहे हैं, बता रहे हैं अलग अलग किस्से कहानियाँ, प्रधानमंत्री से क्या बात हुई, आपसे क्या बात हुई। हम ये देख रहे हैं कि जैसे ही कोई आलोचना आपकी शुरू करता है, तुरंत उसके 1 हफ्ते 10 दिन में उसको कहीं ना कहीं से बुलावा
ऐसा नहीं है। ये मेरी जो जानकारी है इसके हिसाब से ये तीसरी बार बुलाया है उनको।
अच्छा,
ऐसा नहीं है, एक जांच चल रही है, इसमें उन्होंने जो कहा है इसके अलावे कोई साक्ष्य सबूत या चीजें आई होगी तो बुलाया है। तीसरी बार बुलाया है, इसलिए हमारे खिलाफ बोलने के कारण बुलाया, ये सत्य नहीं है। मगर मैं इतना कहना चाहता हूं, आपको ये भी पूछना चाहिए कि हमारे साथ से अलग होने के बाद ही क्यों ये सारी बातें याद आती हैं? ये आत्मा उस वक्त क्यों जागरूक नहीं होता है जब सत्ता में बैठे होते हैं? तो इसकी क्रेडिबिलिटी भी सोचनी चाहिए जनता ने और पत्रकारों ने। अगर ये सब कुछ सही है तो वो गवर्नर थे तब क्यों चुप रहे? सही है तो खैर, ये सब सार्वजनिक चर्चा के मुद्दे नहीं है। मैं इतना जरूर देश की जनता को कहना चाहता हूं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने ऐसा कुछ नहीं किया जिसको छिपाना पड़े। कोई अपने निहित राजनीतिक स्वार्थ के लिए हमसे अलग होकर कुछ कहता है तो उसका मूल्यांकन मीडिया ने भी करना चाहिए, जनता ने भी करना चाहिए।
आपको लगता है किसी की गोदी में जाकर बैठ गए हैं वो?
छोड़िए, इस तरह के शब्द प्रयोग मेरे लिए ठीक नहीं है, परंतु मैं इतना जरूर कहता हूं कि आप जब पावर में नहीं है, हमसे अलग हो गए हैं। और जब आप आरोप लगाते हैं तो वो आरोप की वैल्यू और वैल्यूएशन दोनों जानना चाहिए।
अच्छा, मैं थोड़ा सा और फ्लैशबैक का सवाल पूछता हूं। जब आपने उन्हें चुना इतने महत्वपूर्ण पद के लिए, चुनने के बाद कभी उस समय आपको ऐसा लगा कि आपने गलत व्यक्ति को चुन लिया है? क्योंकि आप मिलते हैं, आप समझते हैं, बातश्त करते हैं,
देखिए,
उसकी गहराई समझते हैं।
हमारी पार्टी में घने बड़े लंबे समय से काम करते हैं। मैं राष्ट्रीय राजनीति में आया उसके पहले ही वो श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी की अध्यक्षता में राष्ट्रीय उपाध्यक्ष थे, मेरी टीम में भी रहे और एक सिलेक्शन किया। अब ठीक है भाई, कई बार होता है राजनीति में ऐसा।
ये तो कहेंगे कि गलत आदमी को चुन लिया आपने।
मैं इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं कि वो काफ़ी लंबे अरसे से काम करते थे। अब समय समय पर कोई अपना रुख बदल सकता है, हम क्या कर सकते हैं।
गलत आदमी पर विश्वास कर लिया,
ये आप कह रहे हैं, मैं कहता हूं समय समय पर कोई आदमी रुख बदलता है तो उसको क्या कर सकते हैं, जनता ने उसको पहचान लेना चाहिए।
अगर राजनीति की भी बात करें अमित जी, और मैं प्योरली राजनीति की बात कर रहा हूं, इस समय जितने भी विरोधी हैं बीजेपी के, चाहे वो राहुल गांधी है, चाहे वो ममता बनर्जी है, या फिर अरविंद केजरीवाल हैं, उन सब की जो इस समय फिल्म चल रही है, उस सब की पृष्ठभूमि में अदालत ज़रूर दिखाई देती है। यानी सब अदालती मामलों से, ईडी से, सीबीआई से, एजेंसी से, तो एक नई एंट्री हम देख रहे हैं कि भारत की राजनीति में अभी हुई है, और ये उसका पूरा राजनीतिक प्रयोग इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं। देखिए, हर आदमी विक्टिम कार्ड खेल रहा है इस समय। केजरीवाल जी भी खेल रहे हैं, राहुल गांधी भी खेल रहे हैं। जब मैं आज आपसे बात कर रहा हूँ, राहुल गांधी आज अपना मकान खाली करने वाले हैं, और उन्होंने ये तय किया है कि वो जब चाबी देंगे वापस सरकार को, तो उसमें फोटो वोटो खिंचवाएंगे, वीडियो बनाएंगे।
प्लीज प्लीज, वो तो आप चलाइए, आपकी टीआरपी के लिए हमें कोई इसमें आपत्ति नहीं है। परंतु हमने नहीं कहा है राहुल गांधी को कि ओबीसी का अपमान करिए, वो उनके एडवाइजर ने किया। सजा हम कर नहीं सकते, माफी न मांगने का फैसला हम नहीं कर सकते, वो राहुल गांधी जी ने करा। देश का कानून उनके समय में बना है। इसको मनमोहन सिंह जी बदलना चाहते थे, उन्होंने अपना ऑर्डिनेंस फाड़ डाला। अब जब उन पर गाज गिरती है तो इतना बेचारा नहीं बनना चाहिए। और मैं स्पष्ट कर देना चाहता हूं, किसी ने ऐसा नहीं मानना चाहिए कि इस देश में कानून के ऊपर कोई भी है। कोई परिवार कानून के ऊपर नहीं है, कानून सबके ऊपर है, सबको अप्लाई होता है।
यानी कानून पहले भी था, अभी भी है, हो सकता है आप उसका अलग तरह से प्रयोग कर रहे हैं।
देखिए, कांग्रेस ने कितना किया है उसमें मैं जाकर बात करना नहीं चाहता, क्योंकि इसका जस्टिस कांग्रेस ने जितनी बार भी प्रयोग किया, किसी को लॉजिकल एंड तक कोर्ट ने कंक्लूड नहीं कर पाई है। कांग्रेस के समय में यहां सजा हुई है, 2 कोर्टों ने कंफर्म कर दिया। हाई कोर्ट में जाए, अब इसमें इतनी हाई तौबा करने की क्या बात है, हजारों लोग जाते हैं हाई कोर्ट में।
आप देश के होम मिनिस्टर हैं, पूरे सिस्टम में आपको नंबर 2 कहकर पुकारा जाता है।
ये ठीक नहीं है।
पर आप जानते तो हैं कि नंबर 1 और नंबर 2 ऐसे कह के बात होती है।
नहीं, ये ठीक नहीं है, मैं इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं।
जी, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में सेम सेक्स मैरिज के ऊपर आजकल बहुत दिलचस्प चर्चा चल रही है। सरकार उसका विरोध कर रही है सुप्रीम कोर्ट में भी, लेकिन ऐसा लगता है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो बेंच है वो काफ़ी नए नए लॉजिक्स लेकर आ रहा है कि क्यों ये हमारे देश में होना चाहिए। इस पर आपकी क्या राय है देश के गृह मंत्री होने के नाते?
देखिए, सरकार ने अपना रुख शपथ पत्र के माध्यम से, एफिडेविट के माध्यम से सुप्रीम कोर्ट में हमने स्पष्टता से रख दिया है। हम ऐसा मानते हैं कि इस शपथ पत्र अपने आप में स्वयं स्पष्ट है। अभी सुप्रीम कोर्ट जब बहस कर रही हो तब देश की कैबिनेट के एक मंत्री नाते मेरा कोई टिप्पणी करने का औचित्य नहीं है। हमारे जो लॉ ऑफिसर है वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट में सरकार का जो पक्ष है रखेंगे, रखा भी है, सार्वजनिक है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट की टिप्पणियां भी सार्वजनिक है और मांग करने वाले की मांग भी सार्वजनिक है। लेट अस सी सुप्रीम कोर्ट क्या करता है, परंतु हमने हमारा शपथ पत्र के माध्यम से पक्ष रख दिया है कि हम इससे सहमत नहीं हैं।
आपका पक्ष ये भी है कि ये लोगों से जुड़ा हुआ मामला है, ये एक एलिटिस्ट जो है विचारधारा है कुछ मुट्ठी भर लोगों की, और इसका तय करने का अधिकार लोगों का या फिर लोगों द्वारा चुने गए प्रतिनिधि का होना चाहिए।
हमने ये भी कहा है इस पर व्यापक बहस, सामाजिक बहस भी होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि एक बहुत बड़ा बदलाव है। ये भी कहा है कि विधानमंडलों ने और संसद ने इस पर सोचना है। परंतु मेरी इस पर कोई टिप्पणी करना उचित नहीं होगा। हमारा शपथ पत्र जो है, हमारा जो एफिडेविट है, बड़ा स्पष्ट है और एफिडेविट सार्वजनिक है।
आप पिछले हफ्ते अरुणाचल प्रदेश गए, चीन को बड़ी आपत्ति हुई और उस समय चीन ने कुछ स्थानों के नाम भी बदल दिए थे उससे एक दो दिन पहले। पर जो बयान आपने अरुणाचल प्रदेश में रहते हुए चीन के लिए दिया, वो बहुत सख्त बयान था, जिसमें आपने कहा था कि 1 इंच ज़मीन भी हम किसी पर कब्जा होने नहीं देंगे। इस समय चीन के साथ हमारा जो संबंध है, खास तौर पर अरुणाचल प्रदेश को लेकर, और आप वहाँ पर जो गए, आपका क्या अनुभव है और क्या मंशा से आपने जो बात वहाँ कही थी वो हमारे साथ?
मैंने जो बयान दिया है पहली बार नहीं दिया है, मैंने देश की पार्लियामेंट में भी कहा है, मेरे पहले भी कई सारे नेताओं ने देश की पार्लियामेंट में कहा है। मैंने यही कहा है, भारत की 1 इंच जमीन हम किसी को लेने नहीं देंगे। अरे हमारी सरकार की फिलॉसफी है, देश के प्रधानमंत्री का दृढ़ निश्चय है कि इस देश की 1 इंच जमीन पर कोई कब्जा नहीं कर सकता है। देश के प्रधानमंत्री की फिलॉसफी है, मेरी सरकार की फिलॉसफी है, और मैंने इसको पार्लियामेंट में भी कहा है और देश के हर हिस्से में मैं कहूंगा, ये मेरा अधिकार है।
आपने दिल्ली में कहा है, बिल्कुल बात सही है, लेकिन इस बार आपने उस जगह पर जाकर कहा जिसे चीन अपनी भूमि मानता है।
मैं मानता हूं अरुणाचल भारत का हिस्सा है।
एक सवाल और आपसे ये जानना चाहते हैं, यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड की अमित जी बहुत चर्चा हो रही है अचानक से। क्या यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड पर सरकार कुछ नए सिरे से विचार कर रही है? बिल आएगा अगले लोकसभा सत्र में?
यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड होना चाहिए, ये संविधान सभा का मत है, संविधान का हिस्सा है। जब भी उचित समय आए, देश के विधानमंडल और देश की संसद ने यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड पर विचार करना चाहिए। डायरेक्टिव प्रिंसिपल्स में हमारी संविधान सभा में ये संविधान के अंदर लिखा है। बहुत समय से नहीं हो सकती थी, देश की कई हाई कोर्ट्स ने, देश की सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी देश के विधानमंडल और देश की संसद को कहा है कि इस पर विचार करना चाहिए। उत्तराखंड, गुजरात और उत्तर प्रदेश, 3 राज्यों ने इस पर कमेटी बनाने का फैसला किया है। कमेटी अपना काम कर रही है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी स्पष्ट रूप से मानती है, हमारा चुनावी एजेंडा भी है, घोषणा पत्र का हिस्सा हमेशा से रहा है, इस देश में कॉमन सिविल कोड होना चाहिए। परंतु हम चाहते हैं इस पर व्यापक बहस हो, व्यापक चर्चा होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि बहुत सारे लोगों का इसमें राय महत्वपूर्ण है। तो एक कमेटी सुप्रीम कोर्ट के निवर्तमान जज साहिबा की अध्यक्षता में बनी है, वो कमेटी अपनी रिपोर्ट देगी, उत्तराखंड सरकार इस पर चर्चा करेगी, या तो कानून बनाएगी, उसके बाद में जो बहस होगी उसके बाद में हम सोचेंगे आगे।
क्या अगले लोकसभा चुनाव से पहले?
देखिए, मैंने कहा ना, इस पर व्यापक बहस की जरूरत है। अभी 3 विधानमंडलों ने ये फैसला लिया है, 3 सरकारों ने लिया है, एक बार वहां पर होने दीजिए।
2 दिन पहले हमारे 5 जवान शहीद हुए जम्मू कश्मीर में, और अब हमें ये पता चल रहा है कि बिलावल भुट्टो भी G20 की बैठक, G20 में नहीं, माफ़ कीजिएगा, SCO समिट में शामिल होने के लिए भारत आ रहे हैं। ये दोनों अलग अलग चीज़ें हैं। एक तरफ वो हमला भी कर रहे हैं, दूसरी तरफ भारत में भी आ रहे हैं। तो उनका यहाँ आना, पाकिस्तान के विदेश मंत्री का भारत में आना, क्या आप मानते हैं नई शुरुआत है?
नहीं, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंच पर पहले भी आते रहे हैं। अभी SCO के डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट मंत्रियों की मीटिंग थी, मैं ही इसको चेयर कर रहा था, तो ऑनलाइन पाकिस्तान के मंत्री जुड़े ही थे। ये अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंच है, मानो UN की कोई मीटिंग होगी या G20 की मीटिंग होती है, सब उनका मिलना स्वाभाविक है। इस तरह से कोई अलग थलग रहकर दुनिया में नहीं रह सकता। परंतु भारत की सीमा के अंदर किसी भी हमले का मुंह तोड़ जवाब देना, ये हमारा अधिकार है और हम इसको मुंह तोड़ जवाब देंगे।
आपने देखा होगा अभी लंदन में जो हमारे हाई कमीशन पर जिस तरीके से हमला हुआ, और बाकी देशों में भी जो हो रहा है, इस बार खास तौर पर आपके मंत्रालय ने एक नया तरीका निकाला उससे निपटने का। आपने अपनी खुद की जांच बैठा दी, दिल्ली पुलिस ने FIR कर लिया, आपने उन देशों के साथ भी उसको बहुत उस तरीके से उठाया, आपने उनके PIO कार्ड्स जो है वो भी कैंसिल करने की बात कही। ये एक नया अप्रोच है आपके दिमाग में कि अब इस तरीके से आगे से जो भी कोई एंटी इंडिया एक्टिविटी होगी बाहर?
देखिए, एक बात समझ लीजिए, राजदूत का कार्यालय विश्व में कहीं पर भी हो, वो भारत की भूमि माना जाता है। भारत का सार्वभौमत्व इतना ही वहां अप्लाई है जितना भारत के हिस्से में है। मैं लीगल स्टेटस की बात करता हूं। भले हमारा राजदूत का कार्यालय, हाई कमिश्नर की ऑफिस लंदन में स्थित हो, मगर वो भारत का भूमि है, भारत का हिस्सा है। और एनआईए को हमने सक्षम बनाया है, विदेश में भी भारत के हितों के खिलाफ अगर कोई षड्यंत्र होता है, कोई गुनाह होता है, तो एनआईए इसकी जांच कर सकती है। दिल्ली पुलिस ने केस रजिस्टर किया था, प्रारंभिक जांच की, हाई कमिश्नर से रिपोर्ट भी आ गई और वो रिपोर्ट के आधार पर अब ये जांच हमने एनआईए को दी है, एनआईए इसको आगे ले जाएगी। भारत के राजदूतालय पर हमला नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार हल्के से नहीं ले सकती। हम इसको बहुत गंभीरता के साथ ले रहे हैं और देश के प्रस्तावित कानून के हिसाब से कठोर कार्यवाही।
आप तो जानते हैं ये हमला खालिस्तान के समर्थकों ने किया था। आप होम मिनिस्टर भी हैं। पंजाब में अचानक से हम ये एक लहर नहीं देख रहे हैं खालिस्तान की। अमृतपाल सिंह इतने दिन से
ऐसा है भाई, कोई लहर बहर नहीं है। कई बार कुछ लोग प्रयास करते हैं, सरकार अपना काम करती है। पंजाब सरकार ने अच्छा काम किया, भारत सरकार ने समर्थन किया है, कुछ नहीं है। ये इसको हम बड़ी बारीकी से देख रहे हैं और किसी को रियायत नहीं है कि देश की एकता और अखंडता के साथ खिलवाड़ कर पाए।
पर यह अजीब सी बात नहीं है कि अमृतपाल सिंह अभी तक पकड़ा ना जाए?
कई बार होता है, मगर जिस प्रकार से वो घूम रहे थे, आज वो अपनी गतिविधि नहीं कर सकते।
जी, अब क्योंकि समय हमारा समाप्त हो रहा है, एक सवाल मैं आपसे ये जानना चाहता हूं अमित जी, क्योंकि लोकसभा चुनाव में अब 1 साल के करीब समय लगा है। इस बार जो हम नई जो चीज़ देख रहे हैं वो ये है कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी पर अब निजी हमले होने शुरू हो गए हैं। इससे पहले निजी तौर पर हमले नहीं होते थे। 2 हमले बहुत हुए इस बार। एक भ्रष्टाचार को लेकर, अरविंद केजरीवाल तो सीधा नाम लेकर बोल रहे हैं, राहुल गांधी बोल रहे हैं, और दूसरा डिग्री को लेकर। ये जो निजी हमला हो रहा है, ये आपके पक्ष में जाएगा या ये आपको नुकसान करेगा?
देखिए, मोदी जी पर ये नई बात नहीं है निजी हमले करना। इसकी शुरुआत मौत के सौदागर कर श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी ने करी थी। तब से लेकर जब जब मोदी जी पर निजी हमले किए और एक स्तर के नीचे की भाषा में बात की, मोदी जी हमेशा और मजबूत होकर बाहर आए हैं। जनता ने उनका और समर्थन किया है। निजी हमले करने से कुछ नहीं होता। जनता बारीकी से हर चीजों को देखती है, सत्य क्या है वो भी जानती है। जनता के करोड़ों कान और करोड़ों आंख होते हैं, हर बात को सुनती है, हर बात को देखती है। हमारे बोलने से कुछ नहीं होता है। फैसला देश की जनता ने करना है। देश में लोकतंत्र है, हर एक व्यक्ति को अपना मत व्यक्त करना है और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है 24 में 300 से ज्यादा सीटों के साथ फिर एक बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी।
पर राजनीति में भी एक लक्ष्मण रेखा होती है अमित जी। आपको ऐसा महसूस हुआ कि हाल के दिनों में वो लक्ष्मण रेखा क्रॉस हुई है? दिल्ली विधानसभा में भी क्रॉस हुई है।
क्रॉस हुई है, मगर इसका फैसला भी जनता ने ही करना है। मैं मेरी पार्टी का जिम्मा ले सकता हूं। हमारे कोई नेता, हमारे कोई कार्यकर्ता अगर लक्ष्मण रेखा का उल्लंघन करते हैं तो हमें उनको रोकना चाहिए, आपे में रखना चाहिए, कंट्रोल में रखना चाहिए। और पार्टी के नेताओं को हम नहीं रख सकते हैं। कानून कानून का काम करेगा, जनता जनता का काम करेगी और हम चुन कर आकर हमारा काम फिर से करेंगे। देश को मजबूत, सुरक्षित और समृद्ध बनाने का इसका मुझे पूरा भरोसा है।
आखिरी सवाल मेरा ये है, अभी सिद्धारमैया जी यहाँ बैठे हुए थे तो लोग पूछ रहे थे, वो बता रहे थे कि वो डायबिटिक हैं और कैसे अब अपने सेहत का ध्यान रखते हैं। लेकिन मैंने भी ये नोट किया कि हर बार जब मैं आपका इंटरव्यू करता हूँ, हर बार आपका वजन 5 किलो 10 किलो और कम मुझे मिलता है।
नहीं, इतना ज़्यादा नहीं होता यार, ज़्यादा कम मत करो। परंतु मैं ध्यान जरूर रखता हूँ, इसका मुझे फायदा भी हुआ है और सबने रखना चाहिए।
कैंपेन जब आप करते हैं इस तरीके की, तो क्या आपका रूटीन, आपका शेड्यूल जो है वो बदल जाता है? क्योंकि आपने 2 हैट पहने हैं, एक आप कैंपेन भी कर रहे हैं एक नेता के तौर पर, और आप गृह मंत्री भी हैं।
नहीं, शेड्यूल तो नहीं बिखरने देते, थोड़ी तकलीफ जरूर होती है, आराम का समय कम होता है, मगर करना पड़ता है। कैंपेन भी करना पड़ता है, शरीर का ध्यान भी रखना पड़ता है।
तो एक दिन में कितने घंटे काम कर रहे हैं आजकल आप?
कोई ऐसा सार्वजनिक बात करके, मैंने कहा ना जनता सब देखती है, आप लोग भी देखते रहते हैं, हमारा जीवन में कुछ छुपा नहीं है, सिर्फ टॉयलेट छुपा है, बाकी सब सार्वजनिक है।
पर मैंने देखा
तो जनता देखती रहती।
आप अपने बारे में बात करना थोड़ा अवॉइड करते हैं, आप अपने निजी जीवन के बारे में, अपने इस बारे में आप थोड़ा छुपा कर रखना चाहते हैं।
जनता को सरोकार मेरे सार्वजनिक जीवन का है, मेरे विचारों का है, मेरी पार्टी की पॉलिसी का है, और मेरे व्यक्तिगत जीवन में सार्वजनिक जीवन की सूचिता को मैं न तोड़ूं, इससे है। मेरा निजी जीवन निजी है और बहुत अच्छा है।
नहीं, ये सवाल मैं आपसे कई बार इसलिए पूछता हूँ कि लोगों को ये लगे कि आप भी उनके जैसे ही हैं।
नहीं, वो तो दिखता ही हूँ मैं लोगों को कि वो हमारे जैसा आदमी है।
तो अमित जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप यहाँ आए, और मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि दक्षिण भारत का ये जो नया गेटवे है ये आपका इंतज़ार करेगा। शुभकामनाएं बहुत बहुत आपको चुनाव के लिए, और ये गेटवे जो दरवाज़ा है इसका आकार और आपके लिए पिछले बार के मुकाबले और ज़्यादा बड़ा हो, यही हम शुभकामनाएं
बहुत
देते हैं।
बहुत धन्यवाद सुधीर जी आपका।
Thank you, all of you, for joining us. That was Amit Shah, fiery, feisty Chanakya of the BJP. He was here, almost covered every angle for BJP's agenda for Karnataka elections this time. 2023 is going to be the biggest battle of the year. The BJP mighty prepared. I'd request all our guests here to remain seated. We're going to begin our next session with Captain Gopinath, the founder of Air Deccan, the man who's really made way for immense reforms within the aviation industry. He's also very politically vocal. We are awaiting to hear from him a lot more on his views for the country, for the aviation industry. Rahul Kaval will be our moderator for that. Do take a seat, all of you. In just about a few minutes, we're going to begin our session. I'd like to thank our sponsors once again. Our India Today Roundtable Karnataka is co-presented by Star Health Insurance, powered by Dollar, co-powered by Rapido, associate sponsor Britannia Good Day, Green Panel, Gajraj Jewelers, Verify. Thank you everyone for making time and joining us on this prestigious platform, India Today Roundtable Karnataka. We have all the esteemed panelists, the newsmakers truly for right ahead of Karnataka elections who are making the noise, the sound, and really coming up with the best election fight this time in Karnataka. All those newsmakers, headliners who are joining us on the stage at the Karnataka Roundtable, India Today. Do take a seat. We're going to just in a few minutes have a good chat with Captain Gopinath, the founder of Air Deccan, the man who's really disrupted the aviation industry to make way for new reforms. Today, owing to what he did back then, all of us are able to fly and how. The aviation industry's boom. Captain Gopinath to tell us a lot more on his next move, and the fact that he's also politically vocal will give us his view on the upcoming Karnataka elections. Do stay with us. Please stay seated. I request all of our guests to please take a seat. We have Captain Gopinath, the founder of Air Deccan, joining us on the stage. Our moderator, Rahul Kaval. I request our guests to please have a seat. A quick word, a shout out to our sponsors. India Today's Karnataka Roundtable today sponsored, co-presented by Star Health Insurance, powered by Dollar, co-powered by Rapido, associate sponsor Britannia Good Day, Green Panel, Gajraj Jewelers, Verify. I thank all our guests here and panelists who've joined us for this very prestigious stage, India Today Roundtable Karnataka. This is an agenda-setting event few weeks before the elections, barely 20 days before Karnataka hits polls, and it is a high-octane battle. We're looking at all major political parties in hectic campaigning mood, and we have all the newsmakers, the headliners who have joined us right from the start of the day, really setting the stage at the India Today platform for what Karnataka elections is going to be looking like. I request all our guests to please have a seat. We're going to have Captain Gopinath on stage and Rahul Kaval to moderate it. A big round of applause, please. And I request our guests to please have a seat. Captain Gopinath, Rahul Kaval, if you could take stage. Our guests, please do have a seat. A big round of applause, please.
Could I request everyone to please settle down and then we can start? Come, sir. At the India Today Karnataka Roundtable, we've had an opportunity so far to listen to the big guns of the Bharatiya Janata Party, the stalwarts of the Congress. But what do residents of the state of Karnataka really want from their politicians and from their government? To talk about this, we're joined by one of the corporate icons of Bengaluru, Captain Gopinath. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. It's fantastic to have you with us. You've always been known to speak your mind. Could you start by giving us a sense of what issues, according to you, should be uppermost in this election, and issues, especially those which you think aren't getting reflection in the way that they really should? Just pick up the mic. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Rahul. I noticed that in the list of speakers, I'm probably the only non-politician. I think almost 95% are politicians. Maybe it's in the fitness of things, or may not be, I do not know. But I think I represent, I'll speak both on behalf of entrepreneurs, because I think that's what your title that was given to me was to Bangalore Dust Our Dreams. And also on behalf of the farmers and dispossessed, which is, I think, is also one of the biggest crises of Bangalore. And since I've also been into farming for a very long time. First, I think I would also like to speak my mind. I won't say I'm going to be apolitical, but I will speak my mind in putting together. I've also written about it very openly. Emerson said, trade is a plant which always grows wherever there is peace, as soon as there is peace, and as long as there is peace. And I think the first and foremost for the country, and I think in particular for Karnataka, because Karnataka has been, in the last few years, repeatedly been having issues. Many of them are emotive, but not essential to development and social harmony. So I think that is the biggest challenge that we have. And the challenge is, how do you have communal harmony and social harmony? Because without peace, no development, no business, whether it's IT or BT or whatever you want to call it, that will prosper. And also Karnataka is now divided on both caste and religious lines. When I say caste, we have, of course, on the one hand, the Dalits, which is a shame of Hinduism. If we don't accept it, I don't think, we can be proud as Hindus. Recently, we found in North Karnataka, a Dalit boy was, I think, whipped and punished because he entered a temple. We also have, very ironically, the three major castes here, or rather two, which are pitted against each other, the Gaudas and the Lingayats. And as we know, the entire election has been revolving around the BJP being more pro-Lingayats, and there's a Lingayat leader, I think somebody referred to it with Amit Shah about Yediyurappa being the Lingayat leader, and then they want to somehow capture the Gauda votes. But I think the three big leaders of, or sages or saints of both the communities, the Basavanna, for example, the greatest of the modern day leaders, he said that Acharave Swarga, Anacharave Naraka. That means your conduct, your dharma, that is Swarga. And without that, it is Naraka. So he was the biggest reformer of removing caste. And Kuvempu, considered the Rashtrakavi of the Karnataka Poet Laureate, he said that Manuja Patha Vishwamanava, And he also said that Basavanna's philosophy is much wider than even Marx. We also have Siddaramaiah, who is from the Kuruba caste, because we are always talking about caste today, I think, even the television channels. Kanakadasa is one of their most famous sages. He said, Kula kula vendu hodadadadiri nimma kulada nelayenadru balirad. Kula kula vendu, you are always fighting on caste. Does anyone of you know what is the origin of your caste? So I think the third, of course, is the Hindu-Muslim divide that is more prominent in Karnataka. So we need to snuff out Islamic fundamentalism, and we also need to be ruthless on Hindu fundamentalism. In fact, in one of my last speeches, somebody said, can a Hindu be a terrorist? He said, a Hindu cannot be a terrorist. I said, if he's a terrorist, he's not a Hindu. So I think there is religious fundamentalism. There's a concept, of course, and normally religious fundamentalism of the majority, because it always raises its head, rears its head because of the minority appeasement politics. There is a majority and backlash all over the world. You're seeing it, and to that extent, I cannot spare the Congress party and the other parties who are not truly apolitical in that sense, because they're all the time appeasing the Muslims for the vote bank politics. This is appeasing the majority for the vote bank politics. So we had the hijab controversy. We need to have the Muslim parents, they should also allow their girls to be modern, instead of, putting a fatwa on them or ostracizing them. We have all these honor killings. So we have a lot of ills in our society, both amongst the Muslims and the Hindus. So we have to eliminate that. And coming back to this uniform civil code that was asked, I think both the parties are hypocrite. When I say both right now, Congress and BJP, when the uniform civil code was enacted, Congress was against it. which is the biggest injustice to women by being, against the Uniform Civil Code. And BJP said, we have to respect the Supreme Court. But in Kerala, when the Supreme Court gave an order that women should be allowed, menstrual women should be allowed into the Sabrimala, BJP flagrantly disregarded the Supreme Court order. And Congress, which doesn't know whether to please the Muslims or please the Hindus, it while opposed Uniform Civil Code in Delhi, it supported the Sabrimala people asking that Supreme Court order be not obeyed. Women should not be allowed. So, Congress said women should not be allowed into the temple. So there's a lot of hypocrisy between both the parties. And I think we need the people to rise above our caste and religious differences and measure the politician purely on based on his delivery of the objectives. And I think the problem today for Karnataka is that we actually cannot make out, barring the rabid elements in the BJP, which you can see all the time, or in the Congress, you cannot make out what is the true color of the party, because there have been so much of movement between both the parties. People who are in Janata Dal are going to BJP, from BJP they're going to Congress, Congress to Janata Dal. So none of us can really make out what is the true color of the party, whether it is saffron or white or green.
I see you're very clearly very passionate about politics, which is fantastic as concerned citizens.
I contested 2 elections.
No, sure. But the fact that in the manner in which citizens in Bengaluru speak about politics, that somehow doesn't reflect in actual voter turnout. The apathy of the urban voter has been an oft-discussed subject. Do you think it's going to stay this way? Do you see that change at all?
No, I think that's what I used to tell the people in software, that you don't have to write your software, you have to script your future. And when you have, even I think last elections in Bangalore, only less than 50% voted, So in that sense, our people from the classes of the lower economic classes, as well as the Dalits, they are more politically aware than the indifferent, consuming middle class who are all the time in front of the TV and criticizing. They go away on a vacation during the, in fact, even when I contested in Bangalore from the South constituency, only about 48% voted. So it's a big shame. When you have a difficulty of choosing, both the parties are corrupt, which they are, because I think people know it. We can't make out which party is less corrupt now. And you can't make out which candidate you have to vote for. So then you have to vote for the lesser of the evil.
Who looks like the lesser of the evil for you in this election?
No, I think it all depends on, I'm not saying all politicians are corrupt, but there is huge corruption in politics, and there is definitely corruption in Karnataka. I mean, it's, you'll never hear a teachers association openly coming out and complaining there's corruption. It doesn't happen, because they're scared. Or the contractors association naming there is corruption. But the reason BJP was voted to power was because Congress was corrupt. It was known. I mean, Janata Dal was corrupt. But there are individually good leaders. I mean, there are 2 corrupt leaders or 2 communal leaders. You cannot be indifferent and sit at home. You have to vote for the one who is less corrupt or less communal.
Who's less corrupt?
I cannot say that, because when Congress was in power, there was no question there was corruption there. And when BJP is there, I do not think that I can give any clean sheet to them, because that's the reason I said you can't make out
who's the lesser evil?
I do not want to take that position. It is because I'm not come to campaign for any individual party. I have my own preferences. But the point I'm making is that people must not be carried away by the rhetoric or the political speeches of the parties. They must measure based on delivery on the ground. Look at Bangalore, for example. I know a friend of mine is not here. I can name him. Jairaj, he comes to you. He's a former commissioner of Bangalore Corporation. One day I asked him, what do you make out of this Bangalore? It's like a bombed city. Not just today, over the last, I don't think anybody can say that Bangalore is a city which is beautiful now, because the whole city is dug up, and it has been dug up in the last 35, 40 years. Somebody or the other is the cable guy, it could be Reliance, it could be Airtel, they'll come and dig it up. They don't finish it because there is corruption, because it's very easy to buy the corporator. So he said, Hale kallu hosa billu. I don't think there is not much of Kannada audience here near this one. Hale kallu is old stones, hosa billu is new bills. So the same stone is put back and the bills are presented, and you can see it. I mean, you don't, like Amit Shah said, you don't have to tell the people, they can make out. You walk through Bangalore, the biggest problem is garbage, the biggest problem is sewage and drainage, drinking water. Vishweshwaraya, built the KRS dam, the first power plant. But today, you don't get drinking water in your tap in any house. If you're
what's
rich,
the solution? You're saying the Congress was corrupt, the BJP is corrupt. You tried to fight an election yourself, didn't succeed. So where then lies redemption? What's the way out?
the way out is that we have to be engaged. We can't give up hope. We have to be optimistic. Cynicism is not the answer. Cynicism is slow suicide. You can't be, criticizing everybody. That is not the answer. Of course, you have to have the courage, but you don't have any businessman having courage to speak up. Whether in Bangalore or in Delhi, you see after the budget, every businessman only praises the finance minister. So we need to have courage to speak to people. Not just journalists have courage. Of course, journalists also have lacking courage now, but we need to have businessmen also to have courage to speak to the ministers in public forums, not just in his personal chamber. We have to speak the truth, but I'm drawing a distinction between speaking the truth and being skeptical and cynical. You can't be, you have to do what you can. All of us, there will be evil, there will be corruption, but you have to do what we can to reduce it. Purandaradasa, which I didn't quote, I quoted too, said 1,000 years ago, Satyavantarige edu kalavalla. This is not the age of honest people. So corruption has always been there. But for every citizen, every individual, we have to do, because there are always good people even in politics and in bureaucrats. Because in my own case, I did not bribe. Once it was a BJP minister, I didn't bribe. Once it was a Congress minister, I didn't bribe. Even in Karnataka, when they say Janata Dal is corrupt, I got my aviation land in Jakur when the Janata chief minister was in power. So we can't become disillusioned. That is not the answer. You have to do what you can.
Does the double engine provide an advantage when it comes to infrastructure, when it comes to development, because you've got help coming in additionally from the center?
Not necessarily, because if the center, there is an advantage in having states which are different from the center. Just like when Congress was in power, it was good to have people not belonging to Congress in other states, because there are authoritarian tendencies, whether it is in Congress, misusing the institutions. The caged parrot to the CBI came during Congress time. And of course, we all know that institutions, whether in the state level or in the center, are being, because unfortunately that is the thing. Today, for example, when we had some cases in Karnataka, when Gauri Lankesh was murdered, for example, there was another police officer who committed suicide. The biggest tragedy is today, we do not know which institution is going to be free of the political party. If it is, in fact, during the Gauri Lankesh's murder, the state government wanted the CBI to come in. State government wanted to investigate, but the family said no state government, because they thought that the state government will be loyal to the state government. And they thought if the CBI comes, it will be loyal to the central government. So we have, there is erosion of institutional integrity and institutional autonomy. I think these are some of the challenges. Therefore, there is always good to have opposition, a strong opposition, both to the center and the state. So I'm not all for, in all the states you can't have a double engine, then there will be
Are
only
you
one party
fearful
rule.
of a hung assembly? The fact that Karnataka has seen a lot of political uncertainty, volatility over the last several years.
Yeah, because as you know, the BJP, everything has not been hunky-dory. BJP was in power, Yediyurappa was removed, and there is another person was put in. The only consideration was if you are removing a Lingayat, you have to put another Lingayat. The discussion was not who is the most competent man to be in that job. So there is already, there is a sheen that has gone off BJP because of the way the government got changed. And there's nothing much to speak of between Janata Dal and Congress also, because I think there was a statement that was made that during the last 4 terms, if you vote for Janata, I think Mr. Amit Shah made that, if you vote for Janata, it means you vote for Congress. But in fact, the BJP was, I think, also in bed with Janata Dal. Am I right, Gopal? They had formed a BJP and Janata Dal formed a government together, and then the government fell. So right today, there are 3 parties. The predictions are that nothing may gain majority, but there are a lot of talk that the Congress, after the Bharat Jodo Yatra of Rahul Gandhi, may come back to power, but I'm not very certain because whether you agree with Amit Shah and Modi or not, you can't be a political leader if you are not resolved to win. Like in the army, the army, which is the army that wins? The army that is resolved to win. That means you're ready to die. So you don't find that vigor and rigor in Congress that, you want Rahul Gandhi to say, I'm going to win. And the Bharat Jodo Yatra was a fantastic call to unite the country and bring in communal harmony. But he missed the Gujarat elections. He missed the Himachal election. He should have planned and gone to Gujarat, I mean, how can you be a political leader not with a touch of madness and obsessed to win? Why will a party follow you? And he skipped Gujarat, where they already had a good talent.
I see Captain Gopinath is frustrated with both parties and frustrated immensely, which is
but
quite...
I'm not, I'm frustrated like all of us are, but you have to be involved in doing what you can,
How is Karnataka doing from a industry and manufacturing perspective? There are 2 takes on this. One is if you look at the FDI numbers, Karnataka investment is still very robust. The other is there are a lot of new greenfield projects are actually moving away to other states, including to Telangana, some to Gujarat, others to Tamil Nadu, and that Karnataka is losing out.
Yeah, I think, let me come to that topic. I think, see, the greatest thing about Bangalore is its cosmopolitan, free and enterprise outlook. There's a huge talent pool here, which started, thanks to Nehru actually, because all these institutions were set up during Nehru's time. And after that, successive governments, including the present government, Mr. Modi, though you may criticize him for many things, he pushed Digital India, for example. There's massive infrastructure going on at the national highway level. But Bangalore, our successive government, everybody is coming to Bangalore, whether it's Narayan Murthy or myself or Kiran. We are coming to Bangalore because, there is a dream, the dream that you can build a future here. You can see construction labor which is coming here, small entrepreneurs. You go to any nook and corner of Bangalore, the population is on east. You have the migrant population. You have a lot of people from Northeast, from Assam, from Bihar. In fact, in my own company, the cooks are from Bihar, the security guards from Assam. In every apartment, in every house, there's a huge, that is a sign of a vibrant economy, that migrants are moving here. The migrants come here because it is a state which is tolerant. And it's a state where in spite of everything, there is bonhomie and there is there is generosity of spirit, you know. The Kannadigas are not intolerant, violent people, because all our great Vachanakars and all our great sages were of that reformers. But I think what has happened now for Bangalore is that, in spite of all that, because the lack of talent in other cities, like Bombay was more, could say, against immigrants. You know, Bangalore, for example, they ruined it for some time when Shiv Sena was in power, though they are now in bed with BJP. And Karnataka has that ecosystem on the intellectual side, on the tolerance side. But I think of late, I think even Kerem Marzumdar wrote about it, there's huge, there is a communal pot that is constantly being stirred. You know, it could be all in this issue. I mean, how far can you go back in the past? If you say, on the one hand, they say all Muslims are Indians, our cousins, right? Our brothers and sisters who are converted. But how far will you go back in history, right? How far will you go back? Because every day we are having some communal violence in this. Then by the same token, can the Dalits now attack the Brahmins and the Kshatriyas? Because there was injustice of caste injustice. The worst caste injustice is against the Dalits, untouchability. Can they now go back and take revenge? The class of the Naxals, that is a class war, that's not a caste war, which is, can the Naxals now go back and kill all the rich people or the landed people? You can't go back. We have to live forward. And as Nelson Mandela said, that the funny thing is that if you drink poison, you think you're going to kill the enemy. You know, resentment is like drinking poison, thinking it will kill the enemy. So we have to rise above that. So I think Bangalore needs two things. Immediately, communal harmony. We had to get all the communities together, all the castes together. And you can see it, Bangalore is bursting and more people will come. Not only from other parts of Karnataka and the rest of the world, more people are coming here from the rest of Karnataka. If you see all the construction labor, they're from North Karnataka because there's a lot of drought there, a lot of poverty there. So more people are going to pour into Bangalore. And the city is bursting at the seams, so infrastructure has collapsed. So it is not just now, work is going on, but it's very slow. It's taken 20 years to build the metro. In every other country, of course, you say don't compare to China. Then you say don't compare to Germany. Why not? We should compare ourselves to China. If you are saying a chest-beating nationalism, we should see what is happening in China. Just yesterday I read that in China, they have already become the largest automobile consumers of the world, beating America. And they've stopped looking for foreign cars. In China now, more electric cars are bought by the Chinese, which are Chinese made. They're no longer looking at Tesla because they're building better cars, and they're also supplying the electrical components to the rest of the world. So we are going to create that kind of ambitions, and that cannot be possible if the Bangalore infrastructure continues to what it is, because I know it's become an oven now. The whole city is dug up. There's a garbage problem. There's a water problem. So it has been done on a war footing. Whichever party comes to power, they have to unite and be the chief minister for all communities and build infrastructure. You know, as they said, America did not build roads, the roads built America. So we need to do it and save Bangalore from choking in its own garbage and filth and debris.
I love your passion and the kind of energy that you're trying to bring as an active citizen in politics and in society. Thank you so much, Captain Gopinath, for joining us and sharing your views on what's wrong with the way our politics is being run and what potentially could be done to try and fix some of that. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Can we have a warm round of applause, please? Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Captain Gopinath, for that wonderful chat. We're going to be starting our next session on the reservation debate. Karnataka elections coming closer, and there's a lot of talk about which community gets how much reservation. Each one wants a slice, and the reservation debate really now is the background for this accelerated campaign in the state of Karnataka by all political parties. We're going to begin our discussion with our esteemed panelists, Basavarajendra Mrityunjaya Swami, who's a Lingayat seer. We also have K. Jayaprakash Hegde, Chairman, Karnataka Backward Class Commission, and also Arvind Bellad, MLA, BJP and Lingayat leader. Do stay with us just a few moments. We're going to have our panelists on stage. Again, I'd like to thank our sponsors, our India Today Karnataka Roundtable, co-presented by Star Health Insurance, powered by Dollar, co-powered by Rapido, associate sponsor Britannia Good Day, Green Panel, Gajraj Jewelers, Verify. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Really appreciate your time. This is Karnataka election period. I know a lot of our leaders, especially Arvind Bellad, busy campaigning for the BJP at this point. It is hard to find our panelists. It's also Eid today, so we believe that N.A. Harris was supposed to be joining us. He hasn't managed to arrive, but we're still going to start our talk on reservation with our panelists here. I'm Nabila Jamal myself, our deputy editor with India Today, and thank you all of you. This debate for reservation has been on. If I could introduce our panelists yet again. Today on the India Today Roundtable Karnataka stage, we have joining us Basavarajendra Mrityunjaya Swami. Thank you so much, sir. He's a Lingayat seer, someone who's really batted for his community, the Panchamashalis. We also have Jayaprakash Hegde, who is the chairperson of the Backward Class Commission. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. We have Arvind Bellad, MLA, and really a man who's been really fighting hard, campaigning hard for the BJP in the state. Thank you so much, Arvind Bellad, and also from the Lingayat community joining us here today. Let me start with Mrityunjaya Swami. Sir, you know, we know that the Panchamashalis were really fighting for separate reservation for the Panchamashalis. But it appears that the BJP now has rephrased the entire reservation debate by quashing 4% OBC reservations for the Muslim community and adding 2% to the Lingayat community. And now your reservation quota has not just the Panchamashalis, but also many other smaller castes and communities added to it. Does that take away from the Panchamashalis' right to reservation and your opportunities? So,
I welcome the decision of government, BJP government. We hope that 100% we will get the our divisions, which quota we will get the reservation from backward class commission. The government in that situation, we give that 2% reservation, new quota. In Karnataka history, the Lingayat community, there is no enter the backward class. But still the government, they decided 2D, new category. In this way, we are all Lingayats. Our registration only Lingayat Panchamsali 2A category. But government announced the 2D new group, all subcaste Lingayats. In this way, 100% we welcome the, whatever the government decision, we welcome the decision, and we hope that in future days, in our Muslim community, they live in brotherhood in Karnataka. In this way, we request the Muslim community people, you started the competition in education. Government decided separate EWS. The Muslim community, 2A, 2-1 and 2D. 3 category they join the benefit, they join and take the benefits. Government, they decided category 1, category 2, Muslims community, which Muslim community, the poorest and economically weak, and that community, there is no touch the category. 4% completely transfer the EWS. In this way, no disturbance the Muslim community.
so you're saying Muslim community has, I mean, there shouldn't be this illusion that the Muslim community does not have reservation. They have multiple opportunities in different categories. Now it's the right for Panchamashalis and Lingayats at large. The 2% added that's been given to you, it's your due right that's now been granted.
Yes, 100%.
So there's a lot of talk by the opposition that the Lingayats never wanted it, to snatch away the rights of another community and take it for their own. It was forced down them by the BJP. What would you say to them?
But in that, so 2.5 years we started the agitation. So many people misunderstand. There is no give the benefit from BJP government. But so government is decided 2A category, 1 and 2 communities. In this way, in 2A category, when the Panchamsali Lingayat involve the 2A category, 1 or 2 categories completely disturbance. In this way, 2D new group, this situation, all Lingayat community, first time we get the rights from constitutional rights, most backward. First to third B, we are also third B. It is only economical backward. The government decided we give our justice from Lingayat community, economical backward to, from economical backward to most backward, right. Socially and educational backward. It is the first victory we get the 2D position.
So you're saying this was due, it's finally come to you. Right. Sir Jaiprakash Hegde, you're the one who's, produced or presented the survey report before the government, of which the government quickly framed this new reservation policy. But now that reservation policy has gone to the Supreme Court does not seem too happy, calls it haphazard, and said not due research was done into formulating this new reservation policy, which has now become almost a debate and a poll plank for the BJP ahead of elections.
We have given only interim report, not
Yes.
the entire report as such, not even the survey report. So it is the decision of the government now.
So are you saying the government was hasty in formulating it based on an interim report?
I cannot comment on that because it's the decision of the government.
Your interim report says that Muslims are not backward classes. Does
I'm supposed to give the report to the government, not give it in the public, because it's their right. The government can accept it or reject it. It's for them. I leave it to them.
So in that case, then let me phrase this way. The government says that Muslims are not backward, at least from the fact that they have moved them from or cancelled the OBC reservation for Muslims of 4%, moved them to EWS quota, saying the fact that there was reservation under minority category was wrong, but the fact that Muslims are backward classes is something that the debate has settled on that, isn't it? Several reports right from the center and the state who have declared Muslims as backward classes and who deserve reservation. The government calls that reservation itself that was done years ago by the Deve Gowda government as illegal.
Since the matter is before Supreme Court, we are also party in that. It becomes sub judice for me to give detailed report on that. But what I can say is, it is the EWS totally comes under government. Even there, it comes under center, and here it comes under state government. It is for the state government to take decision. So far as the other party is concerned, I don't want to comment on that because it's before the court. I will have to give a reply to the petitioner's detailed statement. So, whatever I have given, the commission has given the report. The only one part I can make submission here, not the other part. About the report and other things, probably government will have to give the details about that. We have given only so far as the interim suggestions,
Right.
rather than report.
Maybe I can ask the government of today, a few more weeks for elections. Arvind Bellad, you're the sitting MLA there. Your government had quashed reservations for Muslims, 4%, given it to the Lingaites and Vokkaligas. It appears that a lot of the communities, though, we saw the Lambanis protesting. They were not very happy. It seems like there was a lot of misinformation that was spread. Would you clarify for us what exactly did the government try to do based on an interim report? Because who you tried to please, even those communities were out on the streets protesting.
Actually, BJP government in Karnataka tried to correct the historic mistake what Congress has done. Congress had done a typical case of minority appeasement by giving a reservation to Muslims under OBC. The reservation itself per se is because of the inequalities caused due to the Varna system in amongst the Hindus. The Abrahamic religions, Islam, Christianity, Judaism, they all talk about egalitarianism. They don't believe in the differentiation amongst
basically
people.
caste system.
Yeah, the caste system is very typical of Hindu system. So when our constitution was being accepted, there is a huge debate whether the reservation should be based on the caste or whether it should be based on the religion. So finally, the forefathers, under the leadership of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, they accepted that this should be based on the socially backwardness and educational backwardness and the inequality which is existing because of the Varna system. So this system was brought in order to correct the inequalities created by the Varna system. In spite of knowing that, Congress introduced the minority, the very typical of Congress, they introduced the Muslims amongst the OBCs. See, if they are economically backward, they had to be given some other benefit. So we, BJP government, created that historic blunder which Congress had done. So we removed the Muslims from the OBC and distributed it to rightfully to the Lingaites, the Vokkaligas and Marathas. And the Muslims, we added them into the economically weaker section, where they actually belong. So that in that way, like we have done justice to Lingaites, justice to Vokkaligas, justice to Marathas, and we have done the rightful justice to Muslims also.
If that was the case, then you could have given 4% reserved in EWS for Muslims, if that was true justice. Would you
No,
believe?
we have given 10% to them. Amongst the 10%, EWS.
Wait,
is
along with multiple other communities, so the slice is really small.
Not really much. Like if you see the Karnataka, in Karnataka, there are very few communities which come under EWS. There are like Vaishyas, then Brahmins and Muslims. Very few communities under in EWS. It's a bigger chunk, in fact.
You have Brahmins also in the EWS?
Yeah, of course we have Brahmins in EWS.
So it's basically economically backward. Then the debate comes down to whether Muslims are socially backward or not. So many commissions and their reports in the past, it seems like this move by the BJP government in Karnataka now has trampled upon all those reports that call Muslims socially backward. Would you refuse to accept them?
Yeah, like see, there are various commissions by Karnataka, like starting from Havnur Commission. Havnur Commission said like they categorically said Muslims are not socially backward. Then came the Venkat Swamy. Then came the Chinnappa Reddy. All these three commissions have not categorized Muslims as socially backward. So even the Mandal Commission, it very clearly says, I can even read it out for you what is said in the Mandal Commission. They proclaim, they means the Abrahamic religions, Muslim, Islam and Christianity, they proclaim absolute equality of all their co-religionists, and any social differentiation based on the caste is anathema to them. In view of this, caste cannot be the basis for identifying socially and educationally backward classes among the non-Hindu communities. This is part of the Mandal Commission report. So even same is the case in Havnur, same is the case in Chinnappa Reddy, same is the case in Venkat. So Muslim, the Congress government, very typical of them, they introduced this during the Devraj Arsu's time, though it was not part of the Havnur Commission report.
Devi Gowda, we believe, had granted it back in...
No, initially it started with Devraj Arsu, then subsequently Devi Gowda's time and Veerappa Moili's time, things were, so many other things were added to these things.
You know, today, Mr. Jayaprakash Hegde, today the Congress and the JDS says that this is injustice as per constitution. You know, what's been done by scrapping OBCs for Muslims is injustice as part of the constitution, and if they come to power, they will ensure that reservation is given back. And they claim, almost claim that Panchamashalis, the Lingayats, the Vokkaligas did not even need it. They did not want to snatch away from someone else, but it was forced upon them. Those kind of comments ahead of elections.
I would not like to answer the political questions, but what I would tell my friend Arvind Bellad is, right from Naganagowda report, again Havnur report, Justice Chinnappa, every report has said that Muslims are socially and economically backward.
Socially and economically.
Educationally backward.
Okay, so that's countering what Arvind Bellad just said.
Being the chairman of a commission, I would not like to let down the previous commission's report.
Right, that's pretty much countering what Arvind Bellad just said. Commission reports, all of them say socially and economically backward.
I would like to add here, Havnur Commission, it says, Muslims in toto cannot be considered to be socially backward in the conventional sense known to Hindu society. Their evidence before the commission is also to the same effect. They blame their representatives on the Constituent Assembly for ineffective role what they have played in uplifting the Muslims. So this is part of the Havnur Commission report, what I am reading here. This is the part of the submission by the Karnataka government also in the Supreme Court.
Mr. Hegde, would you want to comment?
Yeah, I would like to comment on that. One part, they say there was no representation from Muslims because they are socially and educationally backward. But in Chinnappa Reddy Commission report, they say their condition is pathetic.
So that,
next to scheduled caste and scheduled tribe.
Yeah, that's why economically weaker section facilities to them.
What does condition is pathetic mean? Does that categorize them as socially or economically backward? Both. In your view, both.
I'm defending the previous reports. Other than that, nothing more. It's for the government to take the decision.
So as per Jayaprakash Hegde, he says socially and economically backward. Multiple commissions have categorized Muslims as that, but BJP believes otherwise. And this is also your poll pitch. This time you say that injustice has been, reversed. Justice has been given.
Yeah, it is very true of BJP style of functioning. We always try to correct the injustices, the minority appeasement, the appeasement politics, what Congress has done. We have corrected that in our in Karnataka too. And the very fact that DK Shivkumar is again making claims that they are going to reverse reservation given to Lingayats and Vakaligas. I'm sure that these communities are not going to take it lying down, because it's a very big, very big opportunity created by BJP government after a long time for Lingayats and Vakaligas. Taking away our rightful rights, I'm sure people are not going to like it, and Congress is going to face it big time in the coming elections.
You know, it's the same Congress's Rahul Gandhi who very recently on a stage in Karnataka spoke about why the BJP government is not releasing the caste census. The data is not released. How much percent each caste, so that there could be better policy when you come up with framing reservation policies, you could have a better understanding. Why do you think that's happened? Why, would you want to respond to Rahul Gandhi on the caste census and data not being released thus far?
I pity Mr. Rahul Gandhi, because he needs to be more educated on all these things. Like, you know, it is this report has not come during BJP time. This has come during the Siddaramaia's time. Well, he has to ask his own party leader, why did he sit on that for such a long time? He has to better ask him, better ask DK Shivkumar, better he himself ask himself, because he was the president of Congress then. Why didn't they release that data? Why were they sitting on it?
Is the BJP looking to release it in the days to come? 2024, it's a big battle.
See, we will see what is rightfully to be done at that time. BJP will do it at that time. We will take the decision as and when it is necessary.
We won't expect it before Karnataka elections, I'm sure.
Certainly, before Karnataka election, it may not happen, because now we cannot take any decision. Whatever decision has to be taken, it will have to be post elections.
But look at it, Mr. Bellet. Again, since you're in the government and Mr. Jayaprakash Hegde wouldn't want to speak on that, I'm really asking you this question. 50% to 56%, the reservation quota has increased here in Karnataka. And now with the EWS 10%, it goes up to 66%. Your maximum itself, which you're allowed for every state, is 60%. What led to this overshoot? Was it poor judgment? The Supreme Court has noted it, and now by the time you rephrase it or reframe it, none of the communities, including the Lingayats or the Vakaligas, who ideally believe they've benefited from your new policy, will benefit from it anywhere in the near future. It takes years now for it to be implemented.
Need not be, like, it depends. I'm sure our judiciary is sensitive to the needs of the people, needs of the condition of the people in Karnataka. I'm sure they'll take a quick decision on this. So I'm sure very soon people of Karnataka will be able to enjoy the benefits offered by the BJP government.
Okay. You know, this just brings me down to, and all of us, I'm sure, wonder, maybe we're seated here today in an AC hall. For us, we are in a position to ask questions like this. A lot of them would not agree with me here. But in the 21st century, in a day like ours, is reservation really needed at all? And I know that BJP is a party that would want to treat everyone equally. In fact, you all have been to a certain level anti-reservation. So today, Karnataka's whole political scenario is surrounded by this reservation debate.
Yeah, of course, the reservation is very much required in our country. Like, we are in a situation, like as you rightly mentioned, we are in a AC hall.
Yeah.
There are lakhs and lakhs of millions of people who cannot afford, who have not experienced a AC hall in their lifetime. You know, they live in slums, they live in very, very poor areas, they live in very interior areas. Those people are not given the same opportunity as you and me are given. So those, so naturally, like a boy who has grown up in slum and whose parents are completely busy meeting their daily needs, they will not have enough time or enough exposure to give the required exposure and required push to the kid. So that boy cannot be compared with my kid or anybody else's kid who are having these kind of benefits. So till this kind of issues exist in the country, reservation is required.
You know, but the sad part is that usually or seldom you see the true affected communities benefiting from the reservation or the quota system. It's usually people generations after generations benefiting from it. Even if they're doing well, because they belong to a certain caste and community, they benefit from it. How do you stop that?
So that's one more rightful step what BJP government has taken, the internal reservation amongst SCs. So amongst the SCs, there are certain SCs who are taking the maximum benefit.
Yes.
So Karnataka, for the first time in the country probably, has taken a step where there is a reservation within reservation. The backwards amongst the social SCs are given a separate reservation. In that way, we are trying to address that issue also.
Yeah, well, that was really a masterstroke according to the BJP, but we saw the Banjaras, the Lambanis coming out in hordes to protest, many of them attacking B.S. Yadurappa's residence. It was shocking. I'd like to ask Mrityunjaya Swamiji, what would you say, sir? We saw the Banjaras, the Lambanis protesting, very unhappy with this reservation that was internal reservation within the ST. Would you have a view on that?
First time in Karnataka history, the government has decided re-engine the reservations. It is the, we told that it is the one first time, it is the revelation for reservation. Because when the Lingayat community started the agitation, that time government completely, in which community agitation for reservation, completely they decided SC/ST and Lingayat, Wakkaliga. So many community, they hope that they welcome the reservation. Lambani and Bovi community, some misunderstand that reservation. In this way, we request the government, you convince that community, Banjara and Bovi, another communities. In this way, we thought that once the government, we convince the all SC and SC community in internal reservation and how to give the separate reservation, how to give the increase of reservation. And that situation is very important. The government convince the another communities.
Mr. Jayaprakash, would you be able to tell us this whole caste system and reservation, policy making itself is so complicated. You make one community happy, you're always disappointing the other.
We don't have authenticated
data
survey report. So that is required now. That's one part. And other thing is bring in creamy layer policy to all the categories. So that the family which has got the benefit of reservation should not get again and again from this policy. Maybe one other suggestion, that's my personal view, not Commission's view. Every family, the family which has not got the benefit of reservation should be given first preference.
Right.
Our category 1 and 2, last preference. I don't say they should not get, but give preference to the family which has not got the benefit of reservation at all first, so that every family will get the benefit of reservation.
Isn't this a no-brainer? Why do you think no government has come up with this
They should
setup?
think about it.
We all think about it on a regular
basis. It is for the
basis.
government to answer. I cannot answer that.
We think of it on a regular basis. The families who have benefited from reservation, their next in kin should not, because they're already in a certain position. Maybe those who haven't benefited from it should be more deserving. Mr. Bellid, would that be a pitch for you if the BJP comes to power here in Karnataka?
See, any system, there are no perfect systems. Systems need continuous improvement. These kind of debates should happen. And typically, like the upper echo of these SCs and SCs, they should come forward with these suggestions. They should come forward with the steps towards this, because they are the ones who resist this kind of changes, because they have benefited, their children are benefited, they want their grandchildren also to be benefited from this system. I think we need more open discussion on this, more debate on this, and I'm sure they will also get convinced, and so I'm sure the system will go through reforms again.
Okay. Now a few political questions as we're coming towards the fag end of this. Mrityunjaya Swamiji, there is a narrative that's now been unleashed that first it was Congress that was anti-Lingayat. Now the talk is that BJP is anti-Lingayat. You're really the face of the Lingayat community. Why don't you tell us, I don't know if you can show us your allegiance to which party today, but do tell us this whole political narrative around the Lingayat community and whichever side it sways.
Lingayat community, when the government, in the Karnataka government established the after constitution, Lingayat community, we supported the first Congress in easing up the leadership. After we supported the Ramakrishna Gade, after we supported the S.R. Bommai, and when the Congress party, we neglected in our Lingayat community leader Virendra Patil. That time Lingayat community supported J.H. Patil. After J.H. Patil, there is no leadership. In this way, when the disturbance in the coalition government JDS and BJP, that time we supported the leadership of Yediyurappa. Still today, I am very happy. First time the national party we discussed the choosing the Lingayat CM. It is very happy. After the election, whatever they take the decision. But debates started in Karnataka. Congress also started the Lingayat favorable comments. BJP yesterday in Yediyurappa House they decided that our future go after in future election after election we choose the Lingayat CM. I am also happy. Whatever the decision after election, but Congress and BJP already allotted the Lingayat CM post, Jagdish Shettar, Bommai and Yediyurappa. In this way, Congress government, we request the Congress party, we announce the Lingayat CM in future days.
So the Lingayats want a Lingayat CM, Vokkaligas want a Vokkaliga CM. The BJP and the Congress scrambling to please two dominant castes in Karnataka. It's very interesting. Elections are just around the corner and we're waiting to see what happens and which community eventually finds themselves on top. Right? With the Lingayat CM face, of course, the Lingayat community feels also powerful. And I think that's just the beauty of India and a curse. Both, on both ends you could look at it. But Mr. Bellard, Jagdish Shettar, a strong Lingayat leader leaving your party. B.S. Yediyurappa, who's claimed to be sidelined. You have now Ishwarappa also, who stepped aside. A lot of leaders within the Lingayat community who typically supports the BJP are now away and slamming the party for ignoring them. Do you think this will hurt your primary core vote bank?
No, absolutely not, because the Lingayats know where their interest lies. If you see last 50 years history, from 1970 till today, only during 9 months period, there has been a Lingayat Chief Minister under Congress. That's when they announced Mr. Virendra Patil as the next Chief Minister. The whole of the Lingayat community supported Congress, and Congress got 173 seats out of 224. That is a historic highest number for Congress. Then within 9 months, the Congress government under leadership of Rajiv Gandhi removed Mr. Virendra Patil. Then Congress lost very pathetically. So barring those 9 months, there has never been a Congress Chief Minister under in Congress. There has never been a Lingayat Chief Minister under Congress. So whereas BJP has made several Lingayats as chief central ministers,
so
several chief ministers. So the
are
next
you announcing
chief minister
a Lingayat face this time? Is
no,
it
already our state president has already come on record and said that the next chief minister will be Lingayat.
Is it Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai itself?
No, our president has said next chief minister will be
or is
Lingayat.
it you?
It can be Mr. Bommai.
Or you?
No, that is up to the High Command.
All right. I see the time's up, but I'd like to take a last question from Jaiprakash Hegde. Sir, to fix this system, which is so rotten from inside, what do you think the first step as a society that we could adopt and, of course, as a government that could, that could formulate?
I think the people should decide now.
Yeah.
whether every community should ask for reservation. If they are forward, they should themselves come forward and say that we don't want reservation because there are people who are more backward than, most backward than us. Otherwise, the decisions will be taken at political level. The problem will not be solved. If the people come forward and give some suggestions, I would like to, the people who are sitting here, they should also give suggestions. It's not, to the commission also. We would like to write a report on that.
Where do we give these suggestions? You know, there's such a disconnect between the government, policy making and people.
There is a commission for policy making on reservation. Give it to us, we'll write.
And you'll give your interim report and then something else is formulated?
No. So that's for the it's my duty to write the report, and it's a government who takes the decision.
Right. All right. Mr. Bellet, now the reservations, the new policy is now with the Supreme Court. They're viewing it. They've asked you to recheck it and then come back with a better formula, saying that this was not done right. A quick word as I wrap here on what would you like to say? Are you coming back with a more rethought, planned, researched reservation quota system this time for Karnataka?
I think what Karnataka government has decided now, it is the best solution as of now. I don't think that there is any need for any relook at it.
No need for relook?
I don't think there's any need for relook at it as of now. Maybe after a couple of years it may be different, but as of now government is certainly not going to relook at it.
But Supreme Court has asked for it.
Supreme Court, we are going to convince, we are going to give much more facts and much more submission our state will do, and I'm sure Supreme government will get convinced.
Great. Love the conviction. Sir, you want to say something?
Yeah. We have not yet given the final report. When we give the final report, we would like to give more information about the reservation policy.
All right,
we'll
we got the point. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Arvind Bellar, Jayaprakash Hegde, and Mrityunjaya Swami. A big round of applause. All honest opinions, great conviction. This is what Karnataka is all about. People here and opinions, they stand strong and true to their word. Karnataka elections about 2 weeks' time, and wishing all of them best of luck. Thank you. Thank you very much, our panelists, for joining us. It was a nice, fiery debate. I'd like to welcome our next panelist, K. Annamalai. We're just setting our stage. Just a few minutes, we'll have Tamil Nadu BJP President and co-in-charge for Karnataka BJP for the election season. K. Annamalai, really the man who has been in the news in Tamil Nadu as well as in Karnataka, taking the BJP's agenda forward, the flag bearer. He is now in Karnataka helping the BJP campaign and making much noise. He will really be speaking extensively of BJP's war in the southern part of India. Karnataka is the first state that the BJP has come to power in the southern state. Annamalai there will give us a little insight into what the BJP's prospects look like in various different southern states. In just a few minutes, please have your seat. Hi, I request our guests to please be seated. We're going to have Annamalai on stage. This is going to be certainly a very interesting session. We have Nagarjun Dwarkanath, who is going to be moderating the session here with Annamalai. A big round of applause.
If you can ask the audience to be seated, please. Mr. Annamalai, thank you for attending the India Today Roundtable. At the start of this session, I want to ask you about, you have been in the news in the last 4 days for the DMK files. You also tweeted that you have received 1,400 crore defamation cases till now that the suit has been filed against you. What is that you're targeting about? The DMK feels that these numbers are not credible. What is the evidence behind such exaggerated numbers?
In fact, this is only part one of what we have released, sir. I think the numbers are pretty high. 1,34,000 crore for about 11 people in DMK who are in the party for about 30-40 years. In government right from 1967. And we didn't just randomly put any numbers out there. So we have disclosed about approximately 190 companies owned by them, different shell corporations across the world, and the money laundering things that it happens. And each one we have valued professionally, and we have put it on the website also. I think more than the numbers, 1,34,000 crore, what we are more interested to talk among the Tamil population over a point of time, we want to bring corruption as the central narrative of Tamil Nadu politics. But unfortunately, corruption is taken as how things are, and nobody wants to talk about it. And we want to bring corruption as the center of narrative, and more importantly, to bring it to the public forum, how a state with 7,20,000 crore debt, all is not rosy in Tamil Nadu. When anybody from outside look at it, we are a state with 7,20,000 crore debt. And servicing this loan will take next 40-45 years. And all of this money are siphoned off. And big corporations, shell companies, again it comes back as white money back into Tamil Nadu. So you want to put this as a center of narrative. And naturally for DMK as a party, it's a very well organized party. And if you look at it, their legal system is so strong. I call DMK as a Chakravyu party. If you look at the Arjuna Abhimanyu's Chakravyu, DMK has got layers like an onion. It's very, very, very important we understand it. So the first family is the core of that onion. They're surrounded by intellectuals, then the Dravidian ideologues, then they have the media which supports it, then they have companies which supports it, then they have the Dravidian so-called intellectuals which build a narrative outside it. So like an onion, you keep peeling, the final inside is the first family. So they have managed it over the last 70 years. It's not very easy to take them on, but here we believe time is right. This is the time. If not now, you can't do it anytime in the future.
You also tweeted the audio clip of the finance minister of the Tamil Nadu government, PTR, that 30,000 crores is what the number that it speaks about Mr. Udayanidhi Stalin and Sabarishan would have made in the last few years since the government has been formed.
Sir, again here more than the numbers, the Mr. PTR, who is our finance minister, well-educated US returned finance minister, he makes a statement somewhere in a room or with some conversation where he says, these people started with 10 crore, 20 crore, 30 crore, right now they've gone up to 30,000 crore. That's the way he speaks. But more important is, he says, the CM's son and CM's son-in-law, they're making money in a month that is more than what their grandfather made in a lifetime. This is more important. Grandfather is nothing but Kalaignar Karnanidhi. So what lifetime is made of money, the grandsons are making in a month. And of course the number 30,000 crore to it, which substantiate what we are trying to speak with respect to the DMK file. Till now, they have sent defamation notices, they want us to go to the court and everything. Till now, they haven't even said, even one company we have listed there, which is a shell company in which they are a director or something. Till now, they haven't said, even about 8 years later, this is not our company, we don't have a shareholding in this company, they're yet to say. The only thing they're saying is valuation is a problem and how can you value this and all those things. So PTRG's, that alleged audio conversation which got leaked outside, it is adding a lot of credence to our allegation, which we made on April 14, that DMK as a party, as a government, they're making tons of money. And more than that, it is running like a criminal syndicate. Money laundering companies like Westpac and St. George's Bank, in which son-in-law has got some stake along with a friend. Then Nobel Steel, which the CM signed an agreement for 1,000 crore, in which the CM's son is a director in that company at different points of time. So this is more important for us, and more than that, we are also taking a case to the CBI when the Chennai Metro got built in 2010-11, the French giant Alstom, which came into building. And we are making a very direct, specific allegation through a middleman. The DMK government then has taken 200 crore to award this contract to Alstom, which Alstom later in America, it paid a fine of $772 million for bribing countries like India, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and all those places. So we believe time is right now, and we hope and pray the agencies would take a hard look at it. Of course, we are not speaking in the air. We have got papers to prove, evidence to share, and probably...
You're confident that this case would be taken to a logical conclusion by the agencies?
I'm very confident, sir. The reason is, this case is an open and shut case. When Alstom did the Delhi Metro also, just before Chennai Metro, there also the same problem happened. There is a CBI case, there is a corruption case happening, the same company is involved, the same middlemen from Hong Kong and Singapore are involved, the same thing happened in Tamil Nadu, like cut, copy, paste. But right now we have the documents to put in the public forum to say, Chennai Metro tender is also fixed because right before the 2011 elections they made money. And we are very confident once CBI takes over, looking at these papers, evidences, probably people who made the mistake will go to jail.
Is this a conscious call for making the corruption the center of politics for Tamil Nadu from the BJP side? Because are you somewhere not able to raise or keep up with the Dravidian politics, the whole Dravidian ideology? Is this why BJP is looking at bringing corruption as the talking point?
Tamil Nadu, we have many political parties, sir. Of course, there are two preeminent political parties, Dravidian parties, but you have at least 6 political parties which has got a vote share of 2% and above, which is not there in any state in India. And there are caste-based parties, there are regional parties which take regionalism to an extreme end, and there are parties which even now asking for a separate Tamil Nadu. And there are parties which thrived on separate Tamil Nadu in the early 60s. Right now, they do a soft secession. So BJP is the only party there among this clutter of political parties there which offers something different. Of course, we value the regional sentiment with a nationalist spirit, and we want Tamil Nadu to do well as a party, as a Tamilian myself, but with a national outlook and national spirit. And unfortunately, Tamil Nadu, what happens, everything you do, it becomes a north versus south, it becomes Hindi versus Tamil, it becomes Aryan versus Dravidian, they spin it out from Jallikattu to NEET exam to everything. So what is happening, all of us are getting fed up by this narrative. Over a point of time, you just can't take it. This is too much for anybody in the plate. It's like too much. Entrance examination, you want to politicize Aryan Dravidian. You want to politicize a simple dahi curd, Tayir, Aryan Dravidian. You want to politicize the allocation of coal block as Aryan Dravidian. The younger generation is suffering from lack of jobs.
But this dahi, you wrote the letter to the department saying, please remove the word dahi. And they did remove it finally also, because the same sentiments were in across southern India, even Karnataka, Telangana as well, that the local language should be used.
The Honorable Prime Minister, a couple of months back when he visited Tamil Nadu, one thing was very clear to us. He said, look, treat me as a Karyakarta more than a Prime Minister. And if you think there is something wrong, something not okay, something has to be brought to our attention, we are just a phone call away. You just have to call somebody because mistakes happen. There are bureaucratic people everywhere. It's a clerk who will type a wrong thing. It keeps happening. It is not that it comes to our knowledge or a minister's knowledge. So we have taken the Honorable Prime Minister's word to our heart. Moment we see something is not right, not okay, and I can give you instances in the last 3-4 months only, I'm not going back 1 year before. In case of dahi curd, we got it changed in 24 hours. Whereas what our CM did is immediately he started a hashtag called Stop Hindi Imposition. He wanted to do a black flag protest and everything. All it wanted was a phone call and a letter. In 24 hours, we got it right. Again, when the hydrocarbon project and also the coal block allocation was happening in Tanjavur, again we got it out in 48 hours. The reason we are doing this is, we believe our Prime Minister at heart Narendra Modi ji, is a person who gives lot of impetus to regional sentiments. Because he comes from Gujarat. He speaks a language that is not Hindi as the mother tongue. So he understands for India to do well, all regional aspirations to be met. Even for the CAPF exam, Central Armed Police Force exam, we went and met Amit Shah ji, we requested Amit Shah ji that it can be given in Tamil also. Great of him, kind of him, 24 hours he said, all regional language, first time in India's history, the CAPF exam you can write in all regional languages. Even a person born in Tamil Nadu, some corner of Tamil Nadu, without knowing Hindi, he can get into CAPF. Maybe if the state requires you to learn Hindi, please learn Hindi. But Hindi is not a condition for you to pass an exam. So we are doing it. Now DMK is also seeing it. Now DMK is like, hurry yaar, this is our bread and butter. Till now we have only done it. Why is BJP doing it now? BJP is not doing it for political reasons. We are doing it because we believe we are a national party with regional aspirations built inside. So we are not against anybody, any race, any creed, anything.
Also want to ask you about when you go to Delhi to meet your national leaders, of course they don't understand Tamil. What's your mode of communication? Do you also speak Hindi? Are you comfortable speaking? Have you learnt the language?
Every time we happen to meet our senior leaders, we happen to meet our Prime Minister in our national executive meetings. After becoming a state president, I must have met our Honorable PM 3-4 times in NEM. Every time I start with Tamil, whenever I get the opportunity to speak on behalf of Tamil Nadu, I start with the Tirukural. I say Vanakkam to Prime Minister. I speak in Tamil for 2 minutes, then I switch to English. Because PM wants this, because you are naturally good in your mother tongue. You go to a big forum, because that is where your heart is. Last time I remember when Telangana Chief Bandi Sanjay ji was there, he was trying to speak in Hindi. PM took the mic and told Bandi Sanjay, don't worry, speak in Telugu. Even if people don't understand what you are speaking, doesn't matter. You speak in Telugu, people will understand the spirit behind your Telugu. He spoke in Telugu for 7-8 minutes in a meeting where hardly 10 people know Telugu. So that is how Prime Minister is. But unfortunately what is happening, the regional parties for too long, they have thrived on this Hindi, North, South and everything. They're trying to mask. It is our duty as Karyakartas of BJP to take this really to the masses, to Tamil Makkal, to Telugu people, to Kannadigas, to say, this is a party with a national party. But we are no means inferior to a regional party. If there is anything to protect a regional sentiment or a spirit, our party will be the first in the line to do it, not necessarily a regional party that has got its founding in the soil.
Sir, but your party is still seen as the Hindi heartland party. You have not made inroads in Kerala. Now you have 4 MLAs in Tamil Nadu, 25 MPs in Karnataka. Apart from the state that we are in right now, there's not been much inroads for the party in the last 8 years, since 2014, almost 9 years now. So what's the road for you to get into this southern part of the India? Like, what's your roadmap?
For that, I have to take a little bit of time to just go back when the Janasangh got founded. And in Tamil Nadu, at least for my state when I talk, it was not very rooted there. Like in other parts of India, how Janasangh was rooted. It was there, leaders were there, they're trying to their best to convince everybody. The same time, the Dravidian movement, 1917, the All India backward classes movement started. 41, the Dravidian Kalagam came. 49, the Dravidian Munnetra Kalagam, DMK came. 57, DMK contested the first election. 67, they came to power. So they were at least 35-40 years ahead of the Janasangh when it entered. In fact, the first president of Janasangh in Tamil Nadu was a Christian, Dr. John. John was our first president. The Goa struggle, all those things were happening where Tamilians went and participated there. I'm just bringing this history on the table. When BJP got founded, 1980, then the first MLA in BJP was in 1996. 1996 we got 1 MLA. So you can understand the trajectory of BJP where we are coming. So there was a huge gap even before BJP was able to establish roots, where DMK was in power multiple times. ADMK was in power multiple times. Very charismatic ministers. You had Dr. MGR, you had Jayalalitha then, you had Annadurai, you had Kalaignar Karunanidhi, people lifelike big figures. So BJP, the two main growth we have seen is Atal Bihari Vajpayee era, 98, 99 to 2004, then the Narendra Modi ji era from 2014. Of course, the regional parties have a head start, there is no doubt about that, but we are catching up. And we all want to do democracy the way we want it. These regional parties have become Parivarvad parties. If you look at it, Tamil Nadu, Chief Minister, son is a minister, son-in-law controls, Chief Minister's sister is an MP. If you look at the Chief Minister's family, directly, indirectly, 4-5 people, they hold a constitutional position. 14 families in Tamil Nadu, they are in the 3rd generation now. Either the son is a minister or an MP. The same thing is in TRS in Telangana. But what BJP we intend to do is, we want to build our party in a democratic spirit. It might take some time. We don't want to take shortcuts, but we are there, we will reach there. It's a matter of time.
In fact, I'm quoting the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, Mr. M.K. Stalin, saying the BJP should not think every state votes like Gujarat, the whole country is not Gujarat. So they'll find it very difficult to win even a single seat in Tamil Nadu.
No, this is not first time it is being said by Mr. M.K. Stalin. His father, Kalaignar Karunanidhi, about 30 years back, he made a statement. Where is BJP? I see one person here, I see one person there, I see one person there. Exact Tamil, the English translation is at it. This is when BJP had about 2 MPs in the parliament. He made a statement, BJP can never make a mark in India. That point of time, he was the chief minister also. Now from 2, we have gone to 303. From a few states, we are 18, either by ourselves or with an alliance partner. The same thing will happen in Tamil Nadu also. It's a matter of time. The moment MK Stalin ji is speaking about it, it means that he has taken us seriously. In the assembly day before yesterday also, he said, if BJP is opposing it, it will be good for DMK, I'm doing it. So, a party like DMK, which never uses the word called BJP in their lexicon, is using the word called BJP daily, criticizing, arresting our karyakartas, putting them in jail for a social media post, criticizing us. That itself means BJP is on the growth path.
Wouldn't it be difficult for the BJP to take on all the regional parties if DMK, BRS, JDS, all of them come together? It would be regional versus the national party. Would it be difficult for the BJP to even get into the Lok Sabha seats there where regional party sentiments are much stronger?
So the way I would answer this question is I would take a roundabout way to answer it. I would say you got to invest in leadership, sir. For national parties, for a long time, what has happened is the state leaders were more like managers. Just before, I think Amit Shah ji in the morning session, he was talking how Virendra Patel ji was removed in a state here when Congress was in power. For Rajiv Gandhi was here, and the airport they asked him, do you want to change Virendra Patel ji? He was on the flight, even before the flight landed in Delhi, Patel ji got changed. That is how most national parties treated their leaders in India. 356, changing, not allowing anybody to settle, because the Parivarwad in Congress was more powerful. But if you look at BJP, we are investing in leaders now. Because in our party there is a system, nobody can hold a term for more than 3 years. If you look at Kalaignar Karunanidhi, 38 years he was DMK president. Now Stalin ji has taken over a couple of years back. Next 20 years is good to go. If you look at all the leaders, they run it for 30, 40, 45 years at least. Jayalalitha Amma more than 20 years president of a party. But in national parties, what happens? 3 years you have a president, then again 3 years next guy, again 3 years next guy. This, right or wrong, is a problem in southern part of India because you are taking on big leaders. For example, you imagine my plight. I am coming in as a state president, I have to take on and give a statement. When they make a wrong, I have to criticize a leader who's 35 years above my age, who's multiple time chief minister, who's 25 years in the power, and they have all their MLAs who are third time, fourth time, fifth time. We have hardly 2-3 MLAs who have third time or second time. So the reason I am trying to tell you is it will take time. So BJP, we are investing in leadership. We are giving them a long arm. We want them to settle down, get established in the roots. Only then they can take them on. So BJP will never make the mistake of Congress. Congress had leaders as more like a China cup. You change them, you change them, you change them. But Tamil Nadu, it's a long investment we are making, right from district presidents to the mandal president. You will see, it's a 5 to 10 year journey. Tomorrow morning, nothing is going to happen. We want them to be fighters, be in the ground, take on issues, echo the Tamil sentiments. If we do the process right, 5-10 years we are there.
You spoke about the future of the party in Tamil Nadu and in southern India as well. If that is the case, what about the alliances? When would you look that BJP would be ready to fight elections on its own in Tamil Nadu, on its own in Andhra, on its own in Telangana? When do you see that time? Especially you're from Tamil Nadu, so because in 1 year the Lok Sabha polls goes. Do you see in the 1 year or you need another 5 years for the party karyakartas, the grassroots level infrastructure to be right, to come out of an alliance, stand alone and fight?
Sir, the BJP's alliance, generally if you look at it, it is not an electoral alliance where we just stitch something before an election, we contest election, we win a couple of seats. In fact, if you look at ADMK for a pretty long time after 2017, they were supporting many of the important decisions the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji did, be it the Farm Act. When many parties were opposing for the sake of opposing, ADMK supported us, there's no doubt about that. At the same time, we also understand being in an alliance, BJP can have its own character. In fact, being in an alliance, it is not necessary you have to speak the alliance language always. But we are okay with it. ADMK is okay with it, we are okay with it.
So there's healthy competition.
There is healthy competition because if you look at it in our alliance, NDA, the Patali Makkal Kachi, Dr. Anbumani Ramadas, the former union minister, he says 2026 PMK has to come to power. BJP, we say 2026 we have to come to power. ADMK says 2026 again they have to come back to power. I see nothing wrong. Let there be a healthy competition because we have joined together on certain principles to protect our country, to take the country's progress forward. When the time comes, when the decision is made, it is for the people to decide which party should come to power. That doesn't mean we are hurting the alliance interest, we are trying to go behind their back, we are trying to spoil their chances.
Wouldn't it create confusion that your alliance voters, who do they look at and vote? Do they have to vote for BJP, PMK or the AIDMK? Because all the three parties are saying we want to come to power with full majority.
Sir, when 2024, let us imagine all of you are combining together for the Lok Sabha election because it is for our national president and the parliamentary board to take a call. Once they do, as Karyakartas, we follow it. Then you have candidates, candidate has got an individual strength, the party has got an individual strength, then in an alliance you are coming together to take on a behemoth like DMK and its alliance partners. I don't think people have got that confusion to see, oh, you got to be together for 20 years for me to make a very calculated choice of to elect you or not to elect. I think Tamil voters are more intelligent than that, they are more aware of that, they see through it, they know exactly what election, how to vote. And I am very clear 2024 is Modi ji's election. It is not anybody's election. It is like 10 years we are in power. We have to go to the public and account us for 10 years what we have done, asking for another 5 more term. It is our election. So it is NDA's election. So the regional parties who are within the NDA also, they completely understand it.
So this is a conscious decision that you have made as a party, because you have represented Mr. Ilaraja in the Rajya Sabha, PT Usha has been given post, and you have Kashi Tamil Sangam that the event has been started. What has been the response for this? Have people started accepting BJP in their own native culture, that Dravidian model that you look at? Have people started to welcome you there?
Maybe now whatever I say, people might see this with a tinted glass of Delhi is trying to take over Tamil Nadu and Delhi is trying to do this for electoral benefit. I will just give you 2 examples. 2010-11, when Narendra Modi ji was the Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat then, 2 important speeches I would like to quote here. 11, when he came to Madurai to meet the Saurashtrian Tamil community in Madurai, he said, look, Tamil Nadu and Gujarat, we have a long connection. Tamil Nadu, we give you cotton from Gujarat, and Tamil Nadu, you make thread from it. So we are bounded like a cotton and a thread. So all of us are one, and that is the spirit. In fact, from Tamil Nadu, Saurashtrian community, 1000 years back, Muhammad Ghazni, then Alauddin Khilji, 2 different invasions, they came, they settled there, about 21 lakh in Tamil Nadu. Within Tamil Nadu, they are there. When the Elam war was happening, the fag end of the UPA government, when DMK was in alliance with them, lakhs of people are getting killed in the northern province of Sri Lanka. The Honorable Chief Minister then, Narendra Modi ji, said, what is happening in Sri Lanka? My Tamil brothers and sisters are getting killed. What is the UPA government doing? So that was the spirit. Even when he was in other state, he was echoing the Tamil sentiment. That is what we are doing now. Nothing new. Revival of a 1000-year-old heritage, where people from Tamil Nadu, that point of time, used to walk all the way to Kashi, have a darshan of Vishwanath, again come back. In fact, many of our cities in Tamil Nadu, Tenkasi, we have a district in Tamil Nadu, which is called Southern Kasi. We have Siva Kasi, again the name comes from Kasi. But what happened? The Dravidian movement has nullified all of this. The history is gone. They have done as if North is separate, South is separate. In fact, you come to many of our villages, it has all got many North Indian names also. So PMS, Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi is trying to link back this 2 great culture, Kasi Tamil Sangam. As we speak now, Saurashtra Tamil Sangam is happening. There are about 4,500 Tamil Saurashtrians. As we speak now, they are in Somnath, they are in different parts of Gujarat. The Honorable Prime Minister is in Somnath on 26 as a guest of the Saurashtra Tamil Sangam. So we don't do it politically because we think it will give us some MLAs and MPs. No. Unless we recreate the bond that is essentially the spirit of India and spirit of Bharat, once we do that, electoral success will come later. Every time you need not look behind your back to see, I do this, what votes you will get. This might give you benefits after 5 years, after 10 years, but you got to do it to make sure that we are one. We are Bharatiyas. There is nothing that has divided us. That is the main intention behind all of this program.
It wouldn't be fair if I don't ask you about Karnataka. You are the Karnataka co-in-charge for the election. Mr. Shettar from the BJP has gone to the Congress. In one of the press conferences, he spoke of you, saying that I am the Chief Minister, Annamalai was one of the district SPs. Now, he sits in the first row, dictate terms to us. How can this happen? That's why I moved out, because I have not been respected within the party. Annamalai, who has not even won an election, sits and decides the election strategy.
Shettar sir is a great person, is a very good human being, very humble. And one of our senior leader was instrumental in building the party in the Hubli Dharwad area, our former Chief Minister also. Of course, sometimes, people have different thought process. They think their ego is hurt, they want to move on, it's fine, I wish them the very best. But I know my place. Shettarji is such a big man, I'm somewhere last in the queue, I'm a very normal Karyakarta. And the national leadership has felt I can contribute something here as a group. In BJP, we don't have this theory. When we sit in the table, we don't have the owner of the table. That is, in the Congress, they have a owner. So here it is, we are all equals. Even when I sit in Tamil Nadu, there are senior leaders who are 40 years senior to me, somebody who had built the party with blood and sweat. I don't differentiate that I am the state president, I am one level more than you. So it is always a collaborative approach. So I wish the very best to Shettarji. And he's such a great person. I've really learned so much from him when I was a cop also here for 9.5 years.
And anything I say now, defending my action or this and that, it might not send a good message. So I wish Chatterjee the very best.
But did you, as a party, try to make sure that he remains in the party and not move to the Congress?
Sir, of course, you must have seen in the press meet, Yediyurappa ji spoke, where Amit Shah ji spoke to him, then Dharmendra Pradhan ji went and visited him in his home. But one thing I'm learning in BJP, sir, over the last 2.5 years, it is not necessary to recognize a great leader, you got to fight elections. Not necessary. We have 3 Tamil Nadu governors now. As we speak, we have 3 Tamilians as governors of different parts of India. And if you ask me, out of that 3, how many people won an election multiple times? No, but they've won, they've become MPs, they've become MLAs. But more important is, they had that service attitude. The Rashtrapati felt they should come and serve. So in our party, everybody gets opportunity. If you're not MLA, you will contest MP. If not MP, you'll be a Rajya Sabha person. Then you have chance to serve everywhere. So not necessarily an MLA ticket is the gateway to success. I really feel sad when great leaders, they chose to see this MLA ticket as a ticket to success. In fact, I still remember when I contested the first election in Tamil Nadu, the party asked me, where do you want to contest? I said, you give me any ticket, I'll contest. And the constituency where I contested, and the party BJP was somewhere around 1,000 votes, somewhere around 2,000 votes. It has never crossed 3,500 votes. So I contested, we got about 70,000 votes. Not because of me, because of Karyakarta. So I am very confident in my mind. I've taken one step for the party. Next time, 2026, somebody will contest there, he will win that constituency for us. That's how we think as Karyakartas. If as a person I don't say, oh no, I'm an ex-IPS officer, I resigned and came, you give me this ticket which is good for the party, party will kick me out. That is not the spirit of being a BJPian. I think the faster we learn, we survive in this party well. So you got to be a humble Karyakarta first. Be in the queue, just keep doing what the party is asking you. Your time will come. And Chatterjee's time came. Lakshman Savdiji, since you are not, I'm just preempting your question. 2018, lost the election. MLC, Deputy Chief Minister, one among the 3, such a great respect. And again a ticket, he's an MLC, 5.5-year term is there. And Constitution doesn't differentiate between an MLA and MLC. Being an MLC, you can be a minister. We have MLCs who are part of the Karnataka cabinet now, including MTB Nagaraj ji. And when somebody says, not giving me a ticket, you have insulted me, I think no, that is not the spirit of a BJPian. And though I am very, very junior to them, with due respect to Savdiji, due respect to Chatterjee, I hold them in a lot of respect. They're good friends and good colleagues and good senior mentors. But moment you put that, it's sending a wrong message to the junior Karyakartas. People slog it out. People have never contested Panchayat elections in their lifetime. We have crores of Karyakartas in India. They keep slogging to bring BJP to power. But what is the message you're giving to them? Oh, I don't get a ticket, I'm going out. So if you don't also get a ticket, that what differentiates us from Congress? The spirit of being a BJP. So that I felt in Karnataka election this time. Some of the senior leaders, the kind of statements they made in the press, and emotionally what they spoke, that was not in spirit of what the party is all about, sir.
The Congress ran a campaign called Pay CM, Kivi Mele Huwa here. You are in charge, so I'm asking you this. Do you feel somewhere that the party should have aggressively turned the narrative or fought back the Congress campaigns of Pay CM and other campaigns the Congress took up?
I answered this to a friend, sir, a journalist friend, a couple of months back when he asked me the same question. I said, we were busy governing when Congress was setting fake narratives. Because this state, 2018, the mandate was for BJP. Clear mandate was for BJP. But the number 2 and the number 3 party chose to join together and come to power for 1.5 years. The moment BJP took over, Yediyurappa ji as CM, COVID, you managed the COVID, you came out, you had 2 major floods in Karnataka, you are fighting it out. COVID revenue got low, then the floods was taking a lot of your revenue out. The government hardly had time to settle. I would say the government hardly had about 1.5 years to settle down. It was going at a blistering pace to complete all the infra projects, doing everything. And the previous session also we spoke about reservation and many other things. The Congress did not have a narrative. And Congress has to understand, they were in power in Karnataka, God knows for how many years, then BJP, which had fracture mandates, 50-50 Sarkara, then you had an alliance Sarkara, then you had this Sarkara. So BJP never had a majority of its own. So Congress was busy saying Paytm, okay, fine, 40% Sarkara. Who said it? A contractor said it. One person in a press meet. What happened to that guy? The court arrested him in another case. He went to jail. Again he came out. The person who made this allegation itself went to jail and came out. And simply putting a poster or something, people will not believe, sir. People see development as we speak now. Especially if you go to rural parts. I was in Raichur day before yesterday. A gentleman was telling me, sir, I got water in tap to my house for the first time. This was a dream for my father, dream for my grandfather, dream for my great-grandfather. Yes, 2019 when the scheme came, Jal Jeevan Mission. Karnataka what, sir? 19% of Karnataka had pipe water connection. We are at 64% now. 54 lakh farmers not only have 6,000 as PM Kisan Samman Nidhi, they have 4,000 extra. No other Indian state, no other government gives 10,000 to a farmer. Only Karnataka gives that Yediyurappa ji gave. So all these are the narrative points, sir. Congress might do a Twitter campaign or a Facebook campaign, but elections are not won on Twitter. It is in the ground. So I am very confident. This time people have decided, look, we don't want Kichdi Sarkar again. We don't want 3 people fighting for 1 kursi. In Congress, it is like already multiple people fighting for 1 kursi. Let me give majority to one party. Let that party govern me well. The question among the 3, which is a better party? It is BJP. So come May 13, we are confident that we should cross 130 on our own, like Amit Shah ji said in the morning. We are very confident. We have taken a lot of risk. Candidates, we have given better candidates. 62 people new, lot of changes, youngsters, experience, lot of combination. Whereas Congress have a 92-year-old candidate. Do you believe in a democracy, sir? I don't have a problem. You can have a 100-year as candidate. You are like, literally, what are you doing? You are torturing him. You bring a 92-year-old candidate in this heat. In April, May, you ask him to campaign. You are torturing him, 92-year-old candidate. They never changed a single sitting MLA. You look at our candidates. We have as young as 24, as young as 28, as old as 73, 74, experience and youth. Congress, without taking any risk, democracy is all about change, sir. It's all about parivartan. It's all about fresh blood. We have done it. Amit Shah ji said in the morning, it is the spirit of BJP who have done it. You don't do any change. You keep a 92-year-old gentleman in Davangere as a candidate. You come and address the press. You say, oh, ours, everything is fine. Everything will be fine when you take a risk. When you take a risk, something will not be okay. But people are appreciating, oh, BJP has taken a risk. BJP has given fresh candidates. Let me appreciate it. This message is in the public mind in Karnataka, sir.
The time's up, sir, but I have to ask you this question. It's IPL season. Are you a CSK supporter or a RCB supporter?
Oh. I would say, sir, maybe I think we are divided by IPL teams, but united as Indian. So I am a CSK hardcore supporter. But because Dhoni is our asset, and probably this is the last season for Tala. And all of us are looking forward that the rest of the matches that he plays, he should play with a lot of spirit and a lot of enjoyment, and Tamil soil has given him a lot of love. So more than a CSK supporter, I'm very emotional also at this point of time, because he has given a lot of joy to us over the last 13, 14 years. A lot of joy he has given to across the world and to Tamilian as a club. So I'm a hardcore CSK for the next few matches, because we want Dhoni ji to do well, enjoy, have a great life post this cricketing career also.
Well, I'll disagree with you on that. I hope RCB wins the cup this time. That's a long pending demand for our Bengaloreans, sir.
keep dreaming, sir. No doubt.
We'll see this finals. Mr. Annamalai, thank you so much for attending the India Today Roundtable. Ladies and gentlemen, Annamalai.
That was Annamalai, is always so witty and sharp. Thank you very much for joining us. And thank you, our audience, for staying seated. I'm going to have you to take your seat. I request you to please take your seat. We're going to come back in just a few minutes on our next session here. Before that, let me thank our sponsors. India Today Karnataka Roundtable today is sponsored, co-presented by Star Health Insurance, powered by Dollar, co-powered by Rapido, associate partner Britannia Good Day, Green Panel, Gajraj Jewelers, and Verify. All right, in just a few moments, we have Justice B.S. Patil, Lokayukta, Karnataka. Our moderator, Rajdeep Sardesai, India Today's consulting editor. If I could have you take stage, and the rest, please take your seat. Justice B.S. Patil of the Lokayukta. Karnataka's Lokayukta has earned a reputation of being stern. It's cracked a whip on corruption. It's been at the forefront to ensure fair play within the government and our netas. Thank you very much, Justice B.S. Patil, for joining us here at the India Today Roundtable Karnataka. Rajdeep Sardesai to take it away.
May I ask the audience to please settle down? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, welcome to the Karnataka Roundtable. The one narrative right through this roundtable you will find, particularly when you interview politicians, is that of corruption. We are told that one government is 10% commission, the other is called 40% commission. Either way, the truth of Karnataka is corruption has been an unfortunate reality in the politics of the state, which is why we thought that who better than Justice B.S. Patil, the Lokayukt of Karnataka, the anti-corruption watchdog, to tell us what the reality on the ground is. Appreciate your joining us, Justice Patil, here on the India Today Roundtable.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let me start with that. You know, there is a general sense among citizens that corruption has eaten into the system in states like Karnataka, this commission Raj. As the Lokayukta, do you agree, do you share the concern, the anger, the frustration, the desperation of the citizens of Karnataka when it comes to growing corruption in the state, irrespective of which party is in power?
Certainly, the corruption as a menace in the society has enormously pervaded different parts of the fabric of the society, the polity, the administration, the governance. That is largely that is one of the reasons why the developments as expected have not happened, and there is indeed a retardation of the developmental activities because of the large-scale corruption.
So the Karnataka Lokayukta is accepting that there is large-scale corruption.
There is absolutely no doubt about it. It is not Karnataka only. It is all over the country, and it is recognized and lamented by the Honorable Supreme Court in a number of cases that corruption has corroded like a cancer of lymph nodes of the nerves of the polity, of the society. It has eaten into the efficiency of the administration. It has disheartened the honest officers. It is not as if all officers are corrupt. All administrative machinery is corrupt. There are honest officers. But the corrupt officers have demoralized the whole system. Therefore, it is essential that corruption is fought at an institutional level, at different levels, right from the top till the end.
Those are very strong words, and you're saying that corruption is a cancer. I just want to understand, is it the officials or is it the political masters who are at the top of this corruption pyramid? Where does it start? Who is responsible? How do you break this sort of, to sort of find a cure? Is it first to tackle political corruption or bureaucratic corruption, or both?
No, under the provisions of the Act, both Karnataka Lokayukta Act and the Prevention of Corruption Act, wherever the corruption takes place, whenever the complaint comes, whoever may be the person indulging in corrupt activities, unhesitatingly, the institution should march ahead, take action. Even if it is the topmost person in the state, there shall not be any hesitation in taking action. So that is the mantra. And it can happen only then you can really fight truthfully, honestly, the corruption as a menace, as a cancer.
Suo motu action or on a citizen's complaint?
Yeah, so far as the Act makes a slight distinction here. So far as the elected representatives are concerned, there is no power to take suo motu action. But insofar as officials are concerned, other government officials and public servants are concerned, there is provision to take suo motu action. And we have indeed initiated in number of cases suo motu actions.
The reason I'm asking you this, sir, is because only last month, the Karnataka Lokayukta was making the headlines. You raided the office first of a BJP MLA, Madal Virupakshapa, his son. Crores of rupees were found there. Then you raided the residence of the MLA. And eventually both of them were arrested, but Mr. Virupakshappa is now out on bail. Are we to believe that what happened with Mr. Virupakshappa and his son with the crores of rupees that were found in their residence cum office are an exception or a rule? You acted presumably there on a complaint, but is it an exception or a rule that such large quantities of cash are available in the houses and offices of our MLAs in Karnataka? What is your sense?
No, I can't make a general statement like that, because only when a complaint comes, only when preliminary facts are placed before us, only when prima facie case is made out, our machinery is set in motion. 2 complainants came, they gave complaint, we deliberated on it couple of days and asked them to provide proper material, the foundational material. Then we decided to raid and search. And we registered a case under the Prevention of Corruption Act, and that is the only power under the Act, Prevention of Corruption Act, we can arrest. Under the Lokayukta Act, we can search and seize, but not arrest. But that was a case under the Prevention of Corruption Act, and we raided and we arrested. As regards whether it is all pervasive, whether all representatives, elected representatives, regardless of political affiliations are like that, I cannot make a statement like that. It will not be fair to make a statement like that, because in every field there are honest people. In every field there are dedicated, committed people. And same time in every field, the cancer is spreading, unfortunately.
But Mr. Virupakshappa, as I said, is now out on bail. He in fact was hoping for a ticket, was denied it, went back to his constituency where he was given a hero's welcome. I mean, what's the, when you see those images, here is someone who's been caught with large amounts of cash in his house, goes back and gets a hero's welcome, had actually gone in hiding for a few days. I come back to it. You believe this is the exception or the rule?
No, this is where you have posed a very right question, the perception of the people and their attitude towards corruption and corrupt people. It should pain us. It should shock us to such an extent that we should rebel against it. Instead, if you want to celebrate that, if you want to give a hero's welcome to people like that, then it will send a very wrong message to the common man that even when a person is guilty of corruption, is caught with so much of money, you will, for his bail, you will celebrate it, you will give him a hero's welcome. So that is a very, very bad trend, and that should not have been done. That should not be done.
Because when you say rebel, Justice Patil, I want to understand, there are a number of citizens, and I know Bengaluru in particular is full of very conscientious citizens who are always lamenting about corruption, whether it is the quality of the roads, whether it's potholes, that your BBMP in particular is highly corrupt. Are you telling them, when you say rebel, come out, give specific complaints, and the Karnataka Lokayukta will act on them?
Definitely. That is my invitation. I have been doing that. I am telling the Bangaloreans, I am telling the Kannadigas, Karnataka citizens, not only about these kinds of corruption, other maladministration. We have powers under the Karnataka Lokayukta Act. Any maladministration. What is maladministration? Maladministration is any negligent act on the part of the official concerned, public servant. Any unreasonable delay on his part in attending to the work which he is assigned, any nepotism, favoritism, any substandard work in discharge of his work as an engineer or any other officer. Hospitals, we have raided, we have inspected about 40 hospitals in Bangalore, government hospitals, and most of them, I have myself inspected Victoria Hospital, and our registrar, our additional registrars, judicial officers along with police have inspected different hospitals and found a very lamenting situation there. Either doctors are not present or required infrastructure is not provided, medicine distribution there is problem. So we have recommended to the government, we have made the secretaries as parties, and some of them have been addressed in such a way. I will tell one example. In Bagalkot district, Honugund and Ilkal, I inspected government hospitals. One hospital was a 30-bedded maternity hospital, exclusively maternity cases, 30-bedded maternity hospital. For the last 1 year, from the date I inspected, preceding year, not even one delivery had taken place there. Poor people gathered there. When I was there, they came, they shouted, and they cried, saying that, how can we take pregnant women from our families to government, other hospitals? 50,000 minimum we have to spend for delivery. And if it is a case of cesarean, then maybe 1 lakh. And what is this government hospital meant for? I found that not one gynecologist was not there. Not even one person who can conduct surgery. So for the last 1 year, it was not even one delivery had taken place. I registered the case. I made the health secretary as a party, the district surgeon as a party, and now in Bagalkot district, I visited Bagalkot. This was the first thing on my agenda. In Bagalkot districts, many primary health centers, hospitals, government hospitals, they are now well equipped. There are doctors and patients are happy. And a report is, to that extent, I have received a report. So this is one example I am giving. And 43 sub-registrars offices in Bangalore. There are 43 sub-registrars in Bangalore, urban and rural. Single day, with all our might, we made a surprise visit and we found so many deficiencies. The third parties, middlemen, having their chair and sitting there as if they are public servants. They are the persons who take the papers and get it registered. A handicapped person was sitting there since morning and her case was not attended. Her registration was not taking place. Whereas the middleman who is bringing dozens of documents, his case is over in 10 minutes, 20 minutes. So our officers found it, caught them, and we have registered cases, given recommendations. Government has come up with government orders that third parties should not enter there. So reforms are taking place. Our intervention is making all the difference. So
that's good to hear, because you've got a lot of, as I said, conscientious Bangalore citizens, the Bangalore task force members, all of whom want to have a better city. I mean, are you telling each one of them that if they have specific complaints, please come to my office? Or will you be overwhelmed with such complaints?
Let me get overwhelmed with those complaints. We have our staff crunch, serious crunch, everything is there. But we are prepared to work. We are prepared to work day in, day out. I am working till 9 o'clock. I work up to 6 o'clock in my office. I go home, my staff will come there. 2-3 hours I work again. There again 50-60 files I clear. Here about 150-200 files I clear. And
so nobody, you're not short of officers.
I am short of officers. We have 1,668 sanctioned strength. But we are about 600 short. And after the abolition of ACB, about 330 staff have been given to us. That is half of what the ACB had.
But you are still 660 short.
We are still 660 short, and I have constituted a committee, depending on the inflow of the complaints, which has enormously increased now. We have constituted a committee to come up with fixation of strength in each section.
Because, as I said, this image has gone up of Karnataka, rather negative image, particularly of its politics of Commission Raj. November 2021, contractors body wrote to Prime Minister Modi, complained of corruption. April 12, 2022, contractor Santosh Patil, who accused Minister Ishwarappa, was found dead. April 2022, Contractors Association alleged 40% commission sought for tenders. April 2022, Lingayat Seer alleged must pay 30% commission to get grants. August 2022, School Management Association alleged corruption, wrote again to Prime Minister Modi. January 2023, contractor Manjunath alleged he paid 90 lakh bribe to a BJP MLA, Thippa Reddy. You know, the general impression is in Karnataka only cash works and commission works. Therefore, you know, how do you, that's why I asked you, is it an exception or a rule? What you did with Virupakshapa, is it an exception or a rule? All these contractors, shouldn't they be coming to you?
Certainly they should come to us. They should not stop at giving a statement in the press. They should not stop at making some noise elsewhere or just write to the Prime Minister and keep quiet. They should come to a body like Lokayukta, make a complaint in proper form with specific details. Otherwise what happens? Somebody has read the news and a third party, without knowing any facts, he writes one letter to us saying, investigate this. The contractor who is affected is not coming. The contractor's representative is not coming. He is not producing the tender notifications, work orders. Who is that person who demanded? How much was paid or refused? All that particular details, unless these details are there, even if I start an investigation, it will not have any direction. It will not end up in any concrete result.
You're saying, please give me specific instances. If, for example, because every time I come to Bengaluru, they complain about civic infrastructure crumbling. If in a specific road, street, area, you know that someone has perhaps manipulated a tender, done substandard work as a result, you're saying, please provide me the bare details with some specifics, and then we will take it from there. Am I correct?
Please, please, please. Please, this is what I have been asserting. This is the statement I have been repeatedly making. And whichever district, I have visited 23 districts so far. Our Upalokayukta, Honorable Justice Panindra, has visited 9 districts. We have decided cases in districts also. First thing we do is have the officers meeting, convey to them the demand of the institution, what I demand from them, what the Act demands, what the Act provides for, how I will be in a position to take action if they don't follow the provisions of the Act. Then I have surveyed the city, waste discharge, complaints regarding waste discharge, road, drainage. Cases have been registered so moto. Even if people do not come forward, I have registered cases. Drinking water problem. The other day, just 2 days back, I have registered one case where in Sandur village, Sandur town, Bellary district, a stream passes and it passes through villages covering about 50,000 people, and the drainage water in the Sandur town is joining this stream, and the stream provides drinking water to the villagers. Hundreds of people fall sick. They did not know why earlier. And our officers, we have made a 26-point program, a circular after I became Lokayukta. I have issued a consolidated circular assigning duties and functions of each officer, mandatory duties and functions, out of which one of them is to visit the talukas, giving 5 days notice in advance, publication in 3 daily newspapers, and then go visit, secure complaints from people. Tatkal, if the complaint can be addressed, call the Tahsildar, call the PDO, call the executive officer and attend to it. If it cannot be, register the case online, send it to the head office. One such complaint was with regard to this drinking water. When our officers investigated, hundreds of people in different villages suffered from loose motion, diarrhea and this vomiting and all. The root cause was contamination of the water. And that water was tested. The report came 2 days back. I have issued an order. I have implemented the secretaries of different departments because it is they who have to fix up the responsibility and attend to this problem. So therefore, not necessary that you need to come with a problem. Even if you highlight the problems in a detailed way, as a public oriented citizen, we can receive it and start a suo motu proceeding. But details must be there. It should not be vague. Take action against corruption in the tender process against the Karnataka government. What action can be taken? When, how, where? Because it is a matter where under the Prevention of Corruption Act, an offense, ingredients of offense have to be made out. Otherwise, High Court will quash it.
No, the reason I'm asking you this, because in the early 2000s, one of your predecessors, Santosh Hegde, earned a huge reputation because he took on the mining lobbies. Eventually resulted in the fall of a government, of Mr. Yediyurappa's government at the time, of the Reddy brothers being exposed at the time. Has the time come now to scale it up? Don't catch some low-level official. Time to put some ministers and some top politicians behind bars. Only then will people be convinced that you are actually going to act. I know that it's not within your powers to arrest them, but you can do enough to perhaps at least scare them, put the fear of law or fear of the Lok Ayuk like Justice Hegde did.
No, that the example that you have given is that is a kind of legacy that the Karnataka Lok Ayukta has got, and people are proud of such functionaries, and it is possible with the cooperation of the people to fight this at a higher level. Even at higher levels, people can experience this, the scare in their approach, desist from entering into any corrupt practice, whether he's a chief minister, MLA. Question of sparing anybody doesn't arise. Everybody is equal in the eye of law. And if complaint comes like that, and if there are grounds, ingredients are made out, why not proceed against them? Whoever he is.
You're saying the Lok Ayukta can put the fear into a chief minister or minister that they could be caught one day, that they could also become the next Virupakshapa?
No,
are you saying that?
Not put the fear in their mind. Put the straight facts in their mind that even if he is a very high functionary like chief minister or a minister, if he indulges in corrupt activities, law will not spare, and the institution, the Lokayukta institution, will not spare any one of them.
Those are good, fine words. I hope that those are actually implemented. They will restore a lot of confidence in the system. But my colleague Sagai Raj had a question for you, sir. Go ahead.
Sir, as we speak now, Karnataka High Court has granted bail to Prashant Virupaksha, a conditional bail today, sir. So he'll be coming out. How do you see, despite catching him red-handed in his office, accepting the bribe, don't you think that there are very less stringent law in the country to tackle these kind of cases?
No, everyone is required to discharge his part of the duty. As prosecutors, investigators, they will discharge their part of the duty. As judges, the Honorable High Court will discharge its functions and duties. They are balancing liberty of the citizen with the social need. We are proceeding on, as I said, cancerous growth of this, and we are proceeding on the pain and shock that we experience. But the courts not only have to absorb the pain and shock, they have to also balance it with liberty, the need, and a given set of facts and circumstances. So it is for the court in its discretion. And the courts will not normally allow a person to languish in jail for months together, years together. If investigation is completed, then court will perhaps persuade itself to enlarge him in jail on enlarge him on bail on certain conditions. I do not want to comment on what has happened in this case. But how the court was convinced about it, it is not my province. We have to give deference to the verdict of the courts. We believe in rule of law. We do our job. The courts will do their job.
But you know, while you say that you all are serious about a crackdown on corruption, which you admit to being a cancer, how confident are you that your institution itself is not riddled with corruption? A previous Lok Ayukta found himself in a very difficult situation. His son was found taking a bribe. Therefore, there are fears that can the Lok Ayukta actually take on the big fish? Is it really an institution of integrity itself? Can you guarantee that these officers who work under you will not be bribed by some group or the other?
Yeah, very realistic question. Every day I am confronted with this question. Every day we receive complaints also about our own officers working in different districts. Some of them are found to be false. Some of them cannot be found to be true or false. And some of them may be true. But what we have done, what honest efforts we have done in insulating this institution from the very menace that we are required to fight is, when we are taking police officers, we have made a committee. They have to give a checklist of their service, past service, the medals that they have won, the exceptional service that they have rendered, no disciplinary inquiry pending against them, not at least a corruption charge. So all these things are scanned, and his reputation is otherwise checked, and he is taken. That is one. Second is, this is followed up by our constant effort to elevate their performance, to ensure integrity, insulate them from the past inheritance that they have in there. Because they are also force, they all come from a different original source is same. Therefore, they are wedded to a principle of integrity and honesty, and how they have to be different, because if I am a watchdog against somebody, I must be a different person. I must elevate myself.
So, it almost seems as if the cancer, sir, is spreading so rapidly that checking it is going to become more and more difficult with time.
True. We have to fight it. And only because it is a cancer, you can't give it up.
Because I think there was a fellow judge who said recently that he was scared, admitted in court that he was under pressure, not to take action.
That's what I'm saying. What we are doing to insulate our institution from the otherwise ills that the administration is being afflicted with is the training programs, ensuring that the family of Lok Ayukta holds together, works for the betterment of the society. We come clean in our endeavors, in our exercise. So therefore, the other day we had a training program. A very eminent person from London and some persons from Ahmedabad and all, they joined together, and I selected about 23 officers, top officers. That is really a leadership program, a program where you make a difference in connecting with your people, listening, conversation, enrolling people. So this elevates our thinking.
Sure. Because, you had a deputy commissioner arrested in a bribery case, an ADGP rank officer held in a police recruitment scam, a high court judge, Justice H.P. Sandesh, claiming threats while hearing corruption cases. In conclusion, I want you to, to tell us, how do you reconcile this? The Prime Minister says, na khaunga, na khane dunga. Every chief minister says the moment they come to power, I am going to crack down on corruption. The truth, sir, is people khate hain, and many people allow this khane dunga also to take place. You agree?
Yeah.
You're smiling, which means you agree.
No, that's right. See, what has to be agreed has to be agreed. What has to be disagreed has to be disagreed. The general perception is, and when I opened my conversation, it is growing like cancer. And there are people who are eating, there are people who are fasting. People who fast and work for the nation. People who eat and get into indigestion and get into so many complications. So therefore, you can't deny both facets are there.
so as we end, I just want to ask you, are you hopeful or are you cynical? You know, we can be cynical and say that, you know, now that it's a cancer, this is a cancer without cure, or we can be hopeful and say, look, if we have fine officers and strong institutions and strong anti-corruption watchdogs, then we can actually get the system to change. Because in the past, we've seen governments in Karnataka in particular have undermined at times the authority of the Lokayukta, not given it the independence. Have you been ever rung up by chief ministers or ministers saying, Justice Patil, please don't act against this person, wo mera aadmi hai?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Not one
Nobody
instance.
can dare to call us and don't do this, do this. Absolutely not. If we are talking, if anybody has spoken to me, I don't think anybody has spoken to me. I have only spoken to the chief secretary, the secretaries. My registrar has spoken. I have also not spoken. I have called them and had a meeting. When infrastructure is not provided, we want this infrastructure. This has to be legitimately given to us. You give it to us.
You've
This
never
is
been
what-
threatened.
Absolutely not. Where is the
Nobody
question,
has
sir?
threatened you.
No, not at all. Not at all. If at all anybody can threaten, only you can threaten perhaps.
You meaning the media.
You. Yeah, because public opinion, that is what I'm saying.
Right. So
Public opinion can be a threat to anybody. Not a threat for insecurity purpose, but for the good of the nation. Public should threaten the institutions that we are after you, we are watching you, we are watching your performance. And you should also stand behind those people who are working for the betterment of the society.
So
Even in adversarials, during adversary.
So you're essentially calling out from the stage of this Karnataka Roundtable to the citizens of Karnataka to wake up, in a way, rebel, as you use the word, and take, you know, be active citizens who are ready to file complaints to the Karnataka Lokayukta. Simply hand-wringing won't work. You're calling for action, a call for action to all the citizens of Karnataka. Am I correct?
You are absolutely correct. I will just add one more sentence to it out of my experience. You file complaint. Even if you give all the details, tomorrow when we file charge sheet to the court, go and testify there. Don't go away. Don't go and say, no, he has not demanded anything from me. You will not, before the court, you will turn hostile. What he will do as a witness? No, he did not demand me. I myself gave some money because I owed some money to him. He will go and say that, then that results in his acquittal.
You will provide protection?
Definitely. See, one of the training facets of our training to the officers is, if a person gives money for getting a work done, and if he is trapped and his work is not done, first ensure that the work is done. You arrest him, ensure that the work is done, ensure that that witness is protected, is counseled, and whatever be the problem he faces, let him come to the concerned investigating officer, his higher officers, or even to the Lokayukta. We are there to give protection to him. So this is what is important, and that can help the witnesses to tell the truth before the court, and the court will then be armed with facts and circumstances to convict. Merely saying that only conviction is only 30%, less than 25%, whereas in America it is for 90%, 95%, will not help. Why the conviction rate is less? Not just because of the investigation flaws. There may be some technical flaws in the investigation which may also land up in a decreased rate of conviction. But the most of it, majority of it is because the person who sets the law in motion and the persons who support him back out. Back out because the same reasons for which that fellow is arrested many times. Or, as he said, because of threat.
Okay. Justice Patil, you've been very candid, and I think it's wonderful to have a Karnataka Lokayukta come on a platform like this and speak so openly. I think it restores some element of confidence that the citizenry should have and gives us some hope that things can change. I appreciate, therefore, you joining us, sir, and let's hope, as they say, fir subah hogi. There will be a new dawn in this wonderful state of Karnataka. So thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Thank you, Justice Patil. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Justice Patil. That was a lovely talk. Now we have our next session with Rapido co-founder. In fact, when one thinks of bike taxi, the only thing that really springs up is that the brand or the name of Rapido certainly made waves within the taxi industry and has fought its way through several top taxi aggregators. I'm going to just in fact, have our panelists on stage here. But if I could ask all our guests to please be seated. Those who have stepped out, please have a seat. Just in a few minutes, we're going to begin this session. All right, let me introduce Pawan Guntupalli, who's a co-founder of Rapido. If I could have you on stage, Pawan. A big round of applause, please. So Pawan, we believe, has had his luck with, not had his luck with multiple startups, and finally Rapido came and really changed the face of mobility in the country. I'm going to be your moderator, Pawan. I'm just coming up. Hi, pleasure to have you here with us at the India Today Roundtable. Pawan, tell us your story. I just heard that you have initiated multiple startups and finally came up with Rapido. And we believe that after multiple companies came up with ideas of bike taxis, all of them failed. You managed to keep Rapido not just to survive, but also thrive in this climate. Yeah. How do you do that?
So I'll just give a quick background of this story. One of the cornerstones for which I've started my entrepreneurial journey is to create impact. Like people start for fame, money, impact, and multiple reasons. My reason was impact. And my previous business, which was aggregating trucks, we were raking in great revenues, close to 6 crores annually. But we started seeing that we weren't touching a lot of lives. And for me, if there's something called legacy, it is impacting lives. I have been personally inspired by Dhirubhai Ambani, who said, I'll put a 500 rupees phone in every farmer's hand. And people called him crazy, but so he did. That is my base. So I wanted to do something that can impact hundreds, not just millions, but hundreds of millions of people. And then I started my hand with Rapido. The one thing different with which we have approached Rapido while all the other competitors didn't is, our base was, we wanted to make sure that this opportunity is accessible to anybody and everybody in the country who has a bike and time.
Right.
Whereas the rest of the people who wanted to take a shot at bike taxi, they just wanted to create a business. They just wanted to put some vehicles by themselves, either owned or whatever it is, and just run a business. However, for me, I realized the true impact of bike taxi is decentralization of jobs,
Right.
which is one of the major problems that this country is facing as of now. As of today, if anybody in a small tier town, now we are all sitting in Bangalore and Delhi's of the country and talking about the economy, the situation and everything. But think about something in Mysore, Hubli, or even Patiala. In these cities, the access to opportunity itself is not there. Forget competition, the access to opportunity itself is not there. Now, if these guys want a better life, they have no other chance but to migrate to big cities. I've heard Sri Amitji sort of telling, the metro line is going to grow from 7 to 65 to 100 kilometers. But when the migration from other cities is happening so rampantly, the infrastructure just can't keep up. And the way to deal with this situation is create jobs right at their hometown. We call it decentralization of jobs. Take jobs, not bring people to where the jobs are, but take jobs to them. And that is what we have done with Bike Taxi. As of today, we have created almost 60 lakh jobs over the course of 8 years. And every year, every month, we are creating 1.5 lakh new jobs.
You know, that's fantastic. So clearly you have a vision here. But Pawan, if you could tell us your challenges on streets. First of all, safety must be a huge concern.
Yes.
There are so many restrictions. In fact, there was a lot of fight against bike taxis itself, which you managed to push through.
Yeah.
So when it comes to safety, how are you instilling that kind of trust among people that Rapido is a safe option, and for women as well?
Yeah. So, couple of things. When we started, like I have said, we just didn't want to build a business. We want to create or establish this category. The funniest part is, India is the home to the largest two-wheelers in the entire world.
Yes.
Right? We are the largest exporter. We have almost
manufacturer
20 crore bikes for 140 crore population people. In a way, you can say that almost every family can have or already has a bike. But we are not using this infrastructure to create a transportation solution. That's funny. And why? Because this perception of bike is not safe.
Yeah.
It's usually not bike is not safe. It's the way you drive a vehicle that determines your safety. However, we did not want to sort of beat around the bush. We said, if people think bike taxi is not safe, I'll tackle it head on. What we started, this was even before any of these other established ride-sharing players came up with ride-sharing insurance. Rapido was the first one to come up with ride-sharing insurance.
Yeah.
If anything happens to you, in case anything happens to you during the ride, it can be a small scratch to whatever it is, the ride is insured. The ride is insured. And not just that, this is just the post-event measure. But precautionarily, what we do is, right from the way your captain, we call our drivers as captains, right from the way right from the way your captain drives to the way he takes a steep turn to the way he does a break, we track everything. We have a telematics team that is working on it. Every feedback that is being recorded, and any subjective feedback we take from our customer and we sort of immediately act on it.
You know, women's safety, I mean, or rather women trusting a brand like Rapido to sit on a bike. Are you going to be encouraging women riders as well? How does this work?
For me, it's not a matter of encouraging, it's one of my core principles. One of the proudest stories that I usually talk about is this woman called Silam.
Yeah.
She's from Guwahati. She's a single mother. And unfortunately, she lost her husband during COVID. And her kid studies overseas. With limited skills and no options, she has picked up driving and she turned to Rapido. Wow. Now, she is supporting her kid's studies by doing Rapido, and the kid is studying at Cambridge University. For me, these are not just stories. These are aspirations of small town people. And the way I see it, if India wants to become a superpower, I don't think it can just fight with maybe 7 or 10 Bangalores and Delhis of the country. We need people from these small towns. We need people from Coimbatore, Patiala, Salem, Siliguri, all these guys to aim high and then fight.
I mean, you're clocking 1 million rides a day, and that's a feat.
And the most interesting and the best part, 50% of the rides are not in the top 7 cities.
Wow. And where does it come from?
You name a... These actually come from where our roots come from. My father is from Guntur, and I guess my team's guys come from Haryana mein ek chota sa gaon. We are everywhere there. Right from the northeast corners of the country to the southwest corners of the country.
So, you know, then one would ask, you don't need skill at all. I mean, of course, you need to know how to ride a bike, but that's that.
That's that. Obviously, we have a background verification process, but that is the power of bike taxi that I see. With the penetration of internet in all these small towns, now literally all that guy can do or needs to do is just download the app, go through our background verification process, and he can earn. And the best part, I'll tell you, this is flexible. For me, the biggest constraint has been, which is very different in Western countries, is if a farmer's son wants to help his father in the morning and evening, he should be still able to get a job in the afternoon and night. Or if a mother wants to take care of her kids in the morning and evening, she should be able to have a source of income during the rest of her time. But there are limited opportunities like this in India, and they come with a lot of constraints. But with bike taxi, all you need to have is have a bike and a couple of hours, and you are on your way to financial independence.
So that's what great income for families, small income. Is there growth for a Rapido rider?
Small income. So this is the funny thing. Our captains, who are doing almost 4 to 5 hours a day, okay, part time, they earn around 10K. And the guys and the captains who pursue this as a job opportunity, who work around 10 hours a day, they earn up to 25K a month. 25K. And the minimum wage of the country is 12K. So we are not just creating jobs, we are literally improving their quality of life.
You know, Pawan, how are you contributing to the exchequer? I mean, you are creating jobs, you are creating income. What are you giving back to the government, the economy, from your words, in your words?
Yeah. So, I'll tell you, I'm sure a lot of people here know this interesting fact. Out of 140 crore population, which is one of the biggest in the world, India has only 8 crore taxpayers. And one of the reason, I believe, is verifiable income. Because we being an online platform, all the 60 lakh people that we have onboarded, we have automatically verified their source of income.
Wow.
Which is close to 10% of the taxpayer base already. And as a bike taxi industry altogether, it's much more than that. And these people, these captains, over the course of past 8 years, they have had earnings of close to 15,000 crores. And these guys are directly contributing to the society and to the tax and the development of the nation. And the platforms themselves, they have, over the course of past few years, they have contributed to 2,000 crores to the revenue of the states and the country.
That's excellent. You've really changed the face of transport in India. A final word from you. Yeah, go on. You wanted to say
No,
something.
I was just saying, I don't think we have yet changed the face. The thing is, this is still the tip of the iceberg. And I just need to look to my side, China and Indonesia, where the penetration of bike taxi is around 70-80%. We are currently not even under 10%. We are under 10%. So whatever numbers, whatever impact that we are looking at, it's just the tip of the iceberg.
You've really fought Uber, Ola, apps of such kind to make your way. Even auto rickshaw drivers, we believe, at this point are upset. Rapido is taking away our business. What would you like to tell them?
I guess that's a grave misconception. And the funny part is, now my left eye, if it is bike taxi, my right eye is auto. 50% of our Rapido's GMV comes from auto. But the thing is, see, I'll tell you simply, the moment the fellow Indians stop purchasing a vehicle because they have access to good transportation system.
Yeah.
Or the moment when you take an app or whichever mode and you are able to get a vehicle, I'll stop solving the transportation problem. But that is not the reality. The reality is the population, the economic activity is developing at such a rapid pace, the infrastructure is desperately trying to keep up. So here what we believe is, we are not stealing somebody's pie, we are just catering to the ever-increasing demands of the traveling population.
You're contributing to convenience.
Yes.
Right. A final word on the side hustle that many of the Rapido riders do. You know, sometimes you could run into troubled waters. What about that then?
Sorry? Yeah.
You know, a lot of Rapido riders, we believe, have side hustles, you know. Like,
yeah.
So
I mean, that is the beauty of our story, which is why we don't call them as drivers. They are captains. They have their own social life. They have their social image. I have met some of the most amazing individuals who are driving Rapido.
Right.
These can be software engineers who are working at companies like us, Snapdeal, or these can be people who are HR managers, or these can be ex-retired military personnel. And we, in Tamil Nadu, we have this initiative that we are already developing across the nation. People who are physically handicapped. This guy Govind, whose SME got wiped out during COVID. Now he is literally using the same vehicle that he used to take to work to make himself financially independent and self-reliant.
Wow.
I just am inspired by the way they go fight through life and fight for their own self-reliance and financial independence, and that gives me a lot of pride.
Fabulous. Thank you very much, Pawan. I think you've inspired us really with your grit and the way you've pursued this concept of a bike taxi. I think Rapido has flourished and the first one to in this space. So all of 31, Pawan there, the co-founder of Rapido, a big round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you
for
so
having
much,
me.
Pawan. Welcome back, all of you. We're just starting with our session with Ramya, former Member of Parliament, part of the Congress Party, then took a brief sabbatical. She's back today with us to talk about films herself, what's been her journey, what she's been up to in the last few years. Ramya joining us on stage in just a few moments. Shiv Arur is going to be the moderator. I'd request all our guests, we know many of them still munching away, if you can, try and quickly come back to the main hall. We're going to start our session in just about 2 minutes. Please do take your seats. We're starting in a few minutes. I'd like to thank our sponsors again, Karnataka Roundtable Conclave, India Today Conclave. The Roundtables co-presented by Star Health Insurance, powered by Dollar, co-powered by Rapido, associate sponsor Britannia Good Day, Green Panel, Gajraj Jewelers, and Verify. And I really appreciate all our guests here seated right from the start of the day. This is an agenda-setting event right ahead of elections in Karnataka. All the newsmakers joining us on this very platform to tell us, to make the headlines much needed right ahead of elections, basically setting the ball rolling for this heated battle. We have Ramya, actress and a politician, an actress turned politician, to join us on stage in just a few moments from now. Again, request your friends to come back and take seat. We're starting in just a few minutes, please. Hi everybody, please request our guests to be seated. We have our panelists here already in the room. Ramya, Divya Spandana, aka Ramya, actor par excellence. We've all watched her, loved her. She's a favorite of every household here in Karnataka. I bet I can safely say that. At least for my family adores Ramya. She turned to politics, had a successful stint there. But went missing briefly in the middle, is back here today on our stage to tell us a little more about her life, what's been going on, what's happening, what's for the future, and how does she envision Karnataka and its political status. Thank you very much, Ramya, for joining us. If I can invite you on stage, we have a house full here to watch you and listen to you. Shiv Arur, our executive editor, going to be moderating this panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and Divya, may I say, or Ramya, may I say, really good to see you after a long time. And I know that all your fans, because when we teased this session on social media, I had this huge flood of tweets saying the Queen is back and the Queen is bouncing back and things like that. So, first of all, a round of applause for Divya. I'd like to start, Divya, by congratulating you on your re-entry, it looks like, into politics after something of a hiatus. You've been named as a star campaigner for the Congress party in Karnataka. How did that happen? How did that happen? Who reached out to you? How did you agree to it? Because this is after a fair amount of a break.
KC Venugopalji and Surjewalaji reached out and they asked me if I would be willing to campaign, and I said yes. I may not be able to make it for all the events, but you know, wherever I can and whenever I'm available, I will. So that's how it happened.
So how did you make that decision? Because Divya, you'd taken a bit of a break from politics. I mean, from a very high-profile kind of role. You know, you exited politics, and a lot of people were wondering, hey, where's she gone?
Mm-hmm.
And now you're back. So you're going to be back in the spotlight once again, because this isn't a backroom operation. You're going to be a star campaigner, so you're going to be out there. So how did you take that decision?
I had decided to quit even before the general elections in 2019, and I had conveyed this to Rahulji, and I decided to quit solely on like health issues that I was going through at that point of time, and I needed a break. And he was, I mean, a little unwilling, but he said, well, you need it, so, you know. And I didn't like talk about it, so I think a lot of people, you know, were wondering and curious, and there were obviously a lot of other reports doing the rounds, and at that point of time, I didn't bother clarifying, but then I realized after a point that, you know, it was, everywhere I went, people would ask me about, you know, those rumors, and I was like, okay, I need to set it right, and then I spoke about it. But then I've always been supporting the Congress, and in fact, before these elections, the BJP also reached out to me because I think they also thought that there was something going on between me and the Congress, and I was like, very magnanimous of you, despite everything that I've said and criticized, you know, the BJP and its leaders, but no, that's not happening.
So you're saying the BJP also reached out to you as a possible star campaigner?
Yes.
Or as or to fight on a ticket?
Yes, to contest the elections, yeah. And they said, Naleni Nimna Minister Martivi, and I think because, you know, there are very few women in politics in Karnataka, and also the caste equation, as much as I don't like saying it, it is something that is considered. So I think from that angle, they sort of, yeah.
So who reached out to you? I mean, I know everything is in motion here in Karnataka.
From the top leadership too, yeah. They sent feelers and they also directly spoke with me, and I was like, you know, no, that's not happening and everything is fine. And more than that, I think ideologically I am more like a centrist, I'm more a liberal, so I don't hate the BJP. I just disagree with, you know, some of the things that they stand for.
No, this is actually incredible. From taking a complete break from politics to both the parties wooing you, that's definitely news. And the BJP also offering you
and the JDS too, when I met...
so the JDS also...
I met...
the three parties were fighting over Divya, basically.
I met Kumar Swamiji at a salon.
At the salon?
Yeah. And he was like, I don't know, Ramya avare hegidira, bahala varsha aitu, and neevenik bitri politics, ನೀವು ಬರಲೇಬೇಕು, and all of that. I was like, so, okay. Yeah, and he was just, talking to me about politics, and he said, you have so much potential, and you should come back to politics, and you should, sort of, don't leave politics, is what he was trying to tell me.
Just to close the circle on this topic, you had the three parties basically directly or indirectly asking you to come back and join them, but you decided to go with the Congress because that's where your heart is.
Yeah.
Were you hoping for a ticket from the Congress party?
Well, they did offer me like 6 constituencies for the MLA elections, saying that, these are your options and what would you like to do? And I said, I don't think I'm ready for it yet. So, yeah. But I'm happy. Like, you don't have to like really contest to sort of support a party. You don't have to be in electoral politics. Like, I did social media for them. And now I'm, sort of campaigning for them. I think every little thing that you do for the party in whatever little way you can is also matters.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And I'll come to the very interesting social media phase in just a moment. But Divya, when you say you weren't ready for it and you were offered 6 constituencies and to take your pick for the Congress party, was it for health reasons? Because you didn't feel physically or mentally ready for it?
Yes. I don't think I'm there yet, but I'm on the road to recovery and sort of, trying to get back. And I think politics needs that kind of commitment, that kind of time, and it's something you can't just do, like, you have to be on the ground, right? Electoral politics is about being with the people and being there, and that needs that kind of commitment and time, and I don't think that I have that right now. Yeah.
Between 2017 and 2019, Divya, you were a political celebrity. You know that, right? Apart from being a film star, you were a political celebrity. Everyone was talking about you. I was in the newsroom, and I remember that as well. All of everyone knows that you were the one who crafted that entire social media manner of the Congress party. In many ways, sort of raised it from the dead, as it were. And then there was that very abrupt end to that. There was a spring in its step, there was a great deal of aggression, and then suddenly you just unplugged. For health grounds, and I'm glad to see you doing well and back in it. But as you rightly said, it left room for a lot of rumors. And when I say rumors, I mean there was a large section that believed it was you who were frustrated with the Congress party, that there were people working against you within the party. There were people who were perhaps jealous of the access that you had with Rahul Gandhi and others. Was there an element of that as well, that you were burnt out by the work? Because you left before the election, not after the election.
Right, but I stayed through the elections, and but I put in my papers much before.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that happens, right? Because the political party, the structure itself is that, it's survival of the fittest, right? So everyone is trying to jostle for your space, for your position, and things like that, and they're very limited positions. So everybody is trying to, take away what you have. And that, of course, I dealt with on a daily basis. And also that, actresses and women are not necessarily taken seriously. So any suggestions and everything you put forward is just seen like, oh, okay, fine, whatever. So I think what helped was my work spoke for itself. So I think people did take me seriously, so I didn't face much resistance there. But I don't think I took that to heart. But yes, work was being made difficult. But then I think that's something you sort of work through, you learn to sort of maneuver your way and get stuff done.
Because Rahul Gandhi had practically handpicked you for that role. And he clearly saw something right, because what you brought to the table as far as the social media role was concerned was there for everyone to see. Are you saying that despite the fact that Rahul Gandhi's proverbial hand was behind you or on your head, there were still people who were trying to pull you down, interrupt your work?
All the more, right?
Yeah.
The minute they see that there's someone who has that proximity to him or who's able to sort of influence things, there will be, more people who'd want to bring you down. Yeah, and I think I wish I didn't have that, and things would have probably been easier. Nobody would have taken me seriously and just say, Acha chalo, she's just doing something. But yeah. But, I must thank him because when he asked me to do social media, I was like, really, like me? And he's like, no, I'm sure you can do it and I know you will do it. So actually, he had more faith in me than I had. And some of the, most viral things that we did were all ideas that he gave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And after you unplugged, at the time when you decided to get out of politics and take this break, did all these things that were happening within the Congress add to your mental strain, your emotional state? The reason why you decided your health comes first, the fact that you were working too hard and being sort of interrupted at every step?
I don't think it was the Congress as such. The BJP is equally very hardworking, right? So they really made me run. Like we had a lot of work to do. It was very stressful. There was so much misinformation out there, and there were like all these things, being said online. I literally ran it like a news corporation, and it was like 24/7. We didn't know when the BJP would tweet something or some incident would happen, and you have to be there. You can't let the ball drop. So I think that and I'm not used to that life, right? Like being an actress, you shoot 9 to 6, sometimes weekend you don't shoot. You have someone to hold your umbrella, you have someone to put your shoes on for you, and here you're literally doing everything yourself. So I enjoyed it, no complaints whatsoever. But yeah, I think whatever happened on its own. I don't think it's got to do so much with the job that I was doing.
Because you've been a Lok Sabha MP, you're not it's not like you were, randomly parachuted into the social media role. You've been an elected representative briefly in the Lok Sabha, and so you know what political life is like. So are you looking forward to a bigger role now? Are you seeing this as a first step towards a larger political role?
I think it really depends on one's capabilities and what you're able to do for the party. So I feel like if they think that I can win them a seat, then maybe electoral politics. If you think that I'm someone who's better at strategy or doing something, with the party communication or even like in charge of a state, I'm okay, really. I'm okay with anything.
Because just before you entered the the social media space of the Congress, Divya, and you know this perhaps better than anyone, it was a pretty sleepy kind of operation, mild-mannered and not edgy, that the word which we love using. And you brought that kind of spunk and edge to the Congress's messaging, especially on social media. Do you see that as your legacy? Because after that, that has been what the Congress's social media's tone and tenor has been. If you look at it now, it is like super edgy, very, very aggressive, on the button as far as every single topic is concerned. That's something that you brought in first. So do you still look at it and say, this is what I gave birth to and it's still going strong?
I'm really happy, and also because, a lot of the team that we put in together is still there, and they're still sort of taking this forward. So I'm still in touch with them. I chat with them, and yeah, they're still there. I think they're doing a really good job.
Do you think the Congress was late in realizing the worth of social media? Because at the time when you took it over, there was a sense of distance, not a great amount of importance paid to social media. Now it's completely the opposite. Now the Congress is completely on the front foot as far as social media is concerned.
Yeah, I think back in 2014, I don't think the Congress was using social media much, but it was also people just moving into the social media space, right? A lot of people didn't know of Twitter, but now you have a lot more users. Instagram, I think Facebook is pretty much, I don't know, passe. I don't know how many people use Facebook anymore, but yeah, but Instagram and Twitter, yeah.
During your hiatus from politics, Divya, have you stayed in touch with Rahul Gandhi? Has Rahul Gandhi stayed in touch with you?
Yeah, sort of, yeah.
Because in a couple of recent interviews, you've talked about how he was there for you in a difficult time. Tell us a little bit about that.
I lost my father in 2013 when I was filing for the nomination, on the day of filing the nomination, and I was very close to him. He's not my biological father, but he's someone, he's the father I never had. And I was very, very close to him, and I lost him on the day of filing my nomination. And I didn't know anything about politics. I didn't know what upper house, lower house, Vidhan Sabha, Lok Sabha, nothing. And I didn't know my constituency, Mandya, at all. And I think with that, I think it came as a shock to me, and it was a very, very low phase for me. And I didn't want to contest that election, but I did, and 10 days later I was in Parliament, and I didn't get any time to grieve. And I think it was through this period that I sort of, started to ask those kind of existential questions. And I think it was through my work that I actually found some kind of, probable answers. And it was after I lost the election that I met Rahulji, and we sort of exchanged contact with each other. And then I think he sort of, through that period, sort of, helped me through it. And he introduced me to Vipassana and Advaita Vedanta and Zen Buddhism and things like that. So I think that sort of really helped me. I lost complete hope of life, and I contemplated the extreme at times. And I think if not for him, I don't think I would be back here today doing what I'm doing. Yeah.
The Congress party and its the media cells, as it were, Divya, are often criticized of being almost completely dedicated to constantly repackaging and selling Rahul and recrafting him for public consumption. As someone who was entrusted in some ways with, with selling the idea of Rahul to voters, what is your assessment of the Bharat Jodo Yatra and the manner in which Rahul has now been projected to the people? He's called himself a tapasvi. He's taking during the Bharat Jodo Yatra. He said, he's a tapasvi. There is this the whole Adani issue has become a big thing that he's taken up as his big issue, like Rafale during 2018, 2019, which you're familiar with. What do you think of this image of Rahul that has now been painted?
I don't think there needs to be any repackaging or anything or trying to sell him. I think it's there for people to see. And I think, going by the circumstances, the environment in the country today, I think if there's one person who's really speaking the truth and not backing off, despite being stripped of his MP status and his house and everything, he's still speaking about it, Nobody else is, no one from the film industry, I'm sorry, but nobody in the media, nobody's talking about it, only he is. So I think that kind of courage, that kind of bravery, I don't think anyone else is displaying that. I think only he is. And I think that's there for people to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a small interjection. As far as India Today is concerned, we've been raising all of the issues. There are many others who don't, but the India Today group, no fear or favor. We ask all the questions from all sides, but I know who you're talking about. But on the issue of Rahul, he's begun his campaign here in Karnataka. There are going to be lots of rallies. I was here in 2018, and I remember it was like this mad war of rallies. Rahul, Modi, and all the big guns. Do you think there is a Rahul factor that matters in an election like Karnataka, where the issues are so staunchly local, and the Congress this time is trying desperately to keep them as local as possible?
I think you need someone of some stature who will come and speak to the people and people actually listen to them. But I think the issues to be spoken about would be local. Yeah. I think Kannada, the language, our culture, the corruption of the BJP, this 40% commission, whatever, all of those things, I think those things will matter.
Do you think, because the Congress party this time has, it's pretty apparent, even from far away in Delhi where we report this from, that they're picking and choosing the narrative and the issues that sort of hinge on Kannada pride, regional identity, Amul versus Nandini, and things like that. What is your assessment of that? You think that's a good thing?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Hindi imposition, Kannada pride, state-owned, entities versus trying to get national into, I think those definitely matter, for sure. Yeah. I think the narrative here is good, but there has to be more of a campaign. Like, I don't know what the slogan is. Do you know what it is?
We'll get to the slogans in just a moment, because I do have a couple of questions on slogans versus slogans. But the BJP, in some ways, is trying to make this a bigger than Karnataka election. National issues. The Congress, like I said, conversely, is trying to focus as hard as it can on keeping it as local as possible, because it feels it's a disadvantage if the issues get nationalized and it becomes like a Rahul versus Modi kind of thing. Do you think that's what it is?
I think it's a
The
disadvantage.
Congress is treading a path where they don't want it to become a personality clash between Rahul and Modi.
No. I think here the BJP is on the back foot because the local issues are so strong and they are disadvantaged there. Like I said, because of the corruption and things like that. So I don't think that, the Congress is trying to keep it more local and not national, and the BJP is trying to make it more, I mean, to each their own, right? I mean, to each their own. They're trying to take advantage of each other's weaknesses. But here I know the public really cares only about the issues, like local issues, like what really matters to them. I don't think that 2014 thing, I think Rajdeep wrote a book, na? I don't think that wave...
I was about to quote from it, actually.
I don't think that wave is there anymore. I don't think. I mean, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I want to talk about, the other hat you wear, which is the first hat, actually, which is as a film star, as a superstar, and no doubt that's part of what the Congress wants to draw on with you as a star campaigner.
I'm very disappointed you said that. I thought I was worth more than just that.
That was 100% compliment, believe me. Fully a compliment. I'm just saying, Divya, and this is not a loaded question, I'm genuinely asking because you've had a specific role in the Congress, you've been an MP before, they were raining MLA tickets on you and you said no. What do you think you're going to bring to the table this time? As a film star as well, I mean.
See, I've been there and I know that film stars don't really swing votes, and even if they do, it must be like very small margin. But I do think that, if you're going to a particular constituency, it's easier for the candidate to get people to come and sort of, listen to what they have to say. Otherwise, I think basically all parties just pay people to come to these events, And whereas with a star campaigner, it's much easier to get the crowds, because even though they're just coming to see the person, you're also in an advantage that they get to hear what you have to say about issues and whatever. So I think in that sense it helps, right? Because that's all politics is about. You need the crowds, you need people to listen to you and then make an informed decision and then sort of vote for the candidate.
Because, because the Congress made it something of a virtue of not, enlisting a bunch of film stars. The BJP has got Kicha Sudeep on its ranks as far as the star campaign is concerned, especially for the incumbent chief minister. What did you think of that?
Well, he and I were we're good friends. Yeah. So when he told me that, he's not sure, should he not? So I sort of, we were having a chat, and I think he did meet people from the Congress and the BJP as well, and then...
Was he also wooed by both?
Of course, wooed by the Congress? Yeah. And I think finally he decided to go with Bombay Mama, as he calls him, I think he knows him personally, and he just thought that, he would campaign for him. Yeah.
But did he tell you why he decided that?
He's just said for reasons. He didn't really, and I didn't probe. It's his personal decision. But I do think that, he should sort of get into politics at some point, because I think that he has potential and I think he can sort of make a difference.
Do you think, apart from, the crowds coming in, do you think that any party that enlists a lot of star power is signaling that it is on the back foot? Do you think the BJP is weak in Karnataka and that's why it needs star power?
No, because like I said, even they know that stars don't really swing votes for them. It's just a very, very small margin, it's not something. So I think it's just, like I said, like you bring in the crowds and you sort of, speak to them. I don't think that having or not having is really going to make a difference. That's my personal opinion. Yeah.
Speaking about, hung houses, which Karnataka is so used to. Saw it happen in 2018. It's happened a few times before that as well. As someone who's now going to jump right into the politics, and you will be expected to know everything that's going on. What do you think? Do you think, because most people think that the JDS is just rubbing its hands in glee on the sidelines, waiting to be kingmaker once again, or king, like the last time? Do you think that's a possibility?
I think it's too early because here elections is just the last 2 days, that's really like something that will tell you which way it's going to go. I think right now it's too early. But I do think that Congress has an edge, and I do think that Congress is in a better position than it was in 2018. And I do think that JDS is doing like an aggressive campaign because, like you said, they want to be the kingmaker again. But I feel really for the people of Karnataka, and I think they should really go out and vote like in majority, because we don't want another hung assembly and, then another Operation Kamala, I don't know, 12 point, I've forgotten whatever the number is, because then the people really suffer. So I really hope that they see what is happening and they really go and vote for whoever it is in majority. And I'm hoping it's the Congress, but yeah.
2022, Divya, was marked by, one polarizing issue after another here in Karnataka. And I'm sure you, looked at all of them. What did you think of that? There was the hijab issue, there was the halal issue, there was the azan issue, there was the, chapters in textbooks, Muslim traders. It was almost non-stop through 2022. It was a continuous narrative. What kind of message, in your view, does that send out to an electorate?
It means that the BJP has nothing else to talk about, right? If you have like a great economy and you have jobs and you have development, then I don't think you'll be bringing this whole Hindutva narrative. I think when they push that, that, okay, the BJP is trying to digress from the real issues. And that puts the rest of us in a very difficult position because, that's a very sensitive topic to maneuver for all the parties. But I think it's important to sort of keep the narrative strong on local issues, no matter how much they try and speak about things that actually don't really matter.
You were, in your role as someone who was in charge of the Congress's image at one point of time, and I just have a couple more political questions, and then let's talk about film. Do you think that the Congress is going the right way? The narrative, the things that they're talking about, many of them are echoes of what happened in 2018, 2019. Some believe that the Rafale issue then, and I'm not saying qualitatively, but the doggedness with which it's being followed is like the Adani issue now. There are differences within the opposition. As someone who used to be in charge of the image of the Congress party, is there anything you would change in terms of messaging, narrative? Not just for Karnataka, I mean even for 2024.
I think the Congress, at least as far as the communication of, let's say, Rahul ji and, the main leaders, is always to speak the truth, right? Whether it was Rafale or whether it is the Adani issue, I think truth has to be spoken, right? I mean, it has to be told. So I think in that sense, I think we should keep that going. But also at the same time, I think don't make it only about that, because there are other issues as well that we need to be talking about. It's like, for example, in Karnataka, I think they're getting it right when you're talking about things that matter to the people of Karnataka. If you bring in Rafale and if you bring in like other issues, I don't think people really resonate with that, because they're like my village, my roads, my light, and things like that. I think those are things that need to be like development and jobs. I think those are very important.
So are you saying, I'm not putting words in your mouth, but are you saying that that was one of the mistakes of 2018, 2019, that Rahul Gandhi and the leadership of the Congress took the Rafale issue into the countryside and the heartland, thinking that it would resonate when it wouldn't?
Actually, that's because in Karnataka we have HAL, right? And there were so many jobs lost, and actually we could have done what he gave the contract to Anil Ambani, right? I mean, he didn't have any experience in it, and the company just opened like 10 days before, and HAL had the capacity to do it, but the contract went to him. And I think that was important, imperative to be spoken in Karnataka, because we have HAL here, and there are so many jobs depending on it. Apart from that, I think that the Congress really needs the help of the media, right? You need someone who will carry your message. And I think today people consume information through the phone, through news, and I don't think we get that kind of space in the media. Like, for example, the Prime Minister speaks to Ishwarappa, and that's like headlines. You know what I'm saying? But then Rahul ji gets, stripped of his MP status because he says something in context to why are Modi's thieves in respect to Nirav Modi and who's the other one? Nirav Modi and Mehul Chokshi. No, not Mehul Chokshi. Lalit Modi, right? And for that, I mean, and there are people who are really corrupt and who are just roaming around freely, like people who've killed people, let's say in the whole farmers rally, right? They're still there, you know? But that's what I'm saying. We need the help of the media. Otherwise, you're always going to criticize the Congress and say they're not doing enough, they're not saying this, they're not saying that. Or when they say something, okay, this is not up to it, or whatever.
Believe me when I say, Divya, for every BJP story we cover at least 2 Congress stories. I don't think you're ever going to see an event in this country where you've got Amit Shah and then DK Shivakumar and then Mr. Siddaramaiah back to back at an event.
Yeah, I mean,
India Today is the only group that can do that, and it's because of the credibility of our leadership and our journalism as well. Again, I know who you're talking about, but it's not us. But
yeah, it's not
and
you.
And finally, to the last couple of, because we're almost out of time, and I do want to ask this. The film industry, I feel personally offended when people say South Indian film. Being from Karnataka myself, we are so diverse here in the South, so many different languages. There's no such thing as a South Indian film. But there is this big thing in Bollywood right now, films from the South versus Bollywood. You've sort of dipped your toes into the water of film production now. Yeah. How do you feel about that whole sort of dangle between the South and Bollywood, as it were, in terms of film?
I mean, as much as I don't like seeing South Indian films, I think for now we're in the spotlight and we just have to be really proud about it. Because it's always, like when you speak about films in India, it's always been Hindi films, right? Nobody really speaks of Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, and Malayalam makes great films, by the way. So I think
some of the best, yeah.
Yeah, so now I'm quite happy that, even if they're saying, okay, we're in competition with the South Indian film industry, somewhere it makes me a little happy. Like I'm proud that, they're talking about us.
Not just competition. I mean, the South Indian, the films from the South are,
Yeah, breaking box office records.
There's no comparison.
Yeah.
Bollywood's like lying battered in front of films from the South at this point.
Yeah, but Pathan did well. So, yeah. But the sad thing, though, is there are no OTT takers for Kannada films, like Netflix, for example. They buy Tamil and Telugu or even Malayalam, but they don't buy Kannada films at all. It's some policy that they have. So despite the fact that Kannada films are doing so well, whether it's Kantara or KGF2, there are no takers. So producing a Kannada film is still really difficult. You have Amazon who will only take a film only after it's released in the theaters. Sony is not buying, and you only have Voot and you have Z. So options are very limited. So if you make a film, and it does its theatrical run, and then even if the OTT wants to take it, it's a very nominal amount that they pay you. So still making films in Kannada is still not very easy.
I'm sure all of the OTT players have heard you say that right now.
I hope Netflix is listening.
I hope they are, and I know they are actually. But my final question to you, and this is actually from all of your fans, Divya, which is, what next for you? You've produced a film, when are we going to see you again, on TV, on screen? What are your plans next?
Me now? Are we not on TV right now?
Yeah, but this is non-fiction.
No, I think, okay, whatever. So I'm producing a film called Swati Muttina Malehaniye, and it's ready to be released. And then I'm making a comeback in a film called Uttarakanda. And then, of course, I'm going to be campaigning. So you'll see a lot of me.
Wish you the very best, Divya. And thank you so
Shiv.
much for being here and being so candid with us.
Thank you so much for having me. And thank you for being so nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ramya, for bearing it all, speaking your heart out. That was a lovely session. Ramya, actor turned politician who makes a comeback, this time as a Congress star campaigner at the Karnataka elections. You'll see her campaigning for the Congress party in a few weeks. All right, our next session that we're coming to is the youth of Karnataka. In fact, hungry and restless. This is what defines the youth of our state. Leaders as well as voters. The youth are energized and they have multiple issues based on which they want to vote this time. What are those real issues and how are netas really addressing them? We have some of the young netas who are going to be joining us on stage. I'm going to introduce them in just a few moments. All right, if I could request our audience to please have a seat. Let me introduce our panelists for our next session, the youth hungry and restless in Karnataka. If I could call on stage, please. Bhaskar Rao, former cop, now turned politician. He has been fielded by the BJP, will be contesting elections this time. Can we please have him on stage? A big round of applause, please. We also have Congress MLA, Samya Reddy, again viewed as a youth leader, a prominent face within the Congress party. Samya, thank you very much for joining us. Please take stage. We also have Tejaswini Gowda, BJP MLC, who's just about arriving. We're going to give her a few moments. She's just entering. All right, we have Ms. Tejaswi joining us, BJP MLC. Thank you very much, ma'am. Right, thank you, Tejaswini, for coming over. This is a platform. We're setting the agenda ahead of elections. India Today Roundtable Karnataka, having all the newsmakers, and all of you are in the news. You know, when I said youth leaders, someone said, how do you define youth today? At what age group is youth? 35, very few. 45, some more. 60 plus, you see a whole load. So, Bhaskar Rao, what according to you is the youth?
Anybody who feels like
Sir, your mic.
Anybody who feels youthful is a youth.
So, Bhaskar Rao is known as a youth leader today.
I'm honored to be on a youth panel.
Soumya?
I think 40 and below is youth, because I just turned 40.
40 and below is youth, okay. Ms. Tejaswini?
Yeah, this is the energy level and the dream level. And we can have the efficiency and commitment to implement.
Absolutely. I think it's all, first of all, very low representation of the youth in all parties. I don't know. Would you like to clarify?
No, but our party has been pushing a lot of youth over there. It's been creating space for youth and deliberately asking them to take up opportunities over there. A lot of them. We don't have very old guard and very, even if you take the senior, all the senior most positions over here in Karnataka, our oldest candidate and youngest candidate, we are the youngest compared to JDS as well as Congress.
Well, this time almost 52 fresh faces the the BJP has fielded. So I guess that could corroborate his statement. But somewhere in the
72.
Congress, there were
72 new faces.
72 new faces. Young faces? Can I say all are young?
Yeah, it's more than 50, 72 new faces.
Preferably young.
Well, but a lot of them are actually diners. What really happened to BJP is like, we're against diners. So almost about 30 of them are relatives of politicians. I mean, we have in fact introduced a lot of young people. My neighboring constituency, Bomnali, has a young person. In fact, I am young, so yeah, I mean, we do have a lot of young faces, youth, and of course, everyone.
You're also a product of dynasty.
Of course I am. But what I'm saying is, I'm just saying, you don't have to be a hypocrite, right? Talking about BJP is like, oh, we're against Parivarvad.
Well, Bhaskar Rao against Parivarvad, but somehow the Parivarvads, at least the...
My Parivar is the biggest Parivar. I have grown from grassroots level. Like Tejaswini also. We all come from the bottommost level, struggled, fought, faced closed doors, insults, humiliations, and then that is where we have come till now.
But the last panel discussion, you were in AAP, sir, suddenly.
Yeah, I was in AAP. I was in Aam Aadmi Party till about 3 months ago.
Suddenly, these kind of sudden activities happen. It's very normal in politics, isn't it?
No, that's what when my friends were asking, I said there are transfers and postings after retirement also.
Yes, the language of a former cop.
See, people like me believe in ideology, and no matter how much BJP tried to poach me, I refused to go.
Well,
did BJP poach you, madam?
Of course they did.
Madam,
you guys poached 17 MLAs, if you remember, 3.5 years ago. Do you forgot resort? And most of them are in fact like the old guards, unfortunately, be it Mr. Jagdish Shettar didn't get a seat, and all the people who you guys have taken have unfortunately, gotten a ticket. I don't know, it's very sad.
If I could jump in, this is precisely the mood of the youth today. Nobody is going to take anything lying down. You have opinionated youth, and it appears that somehow netas are lacking this connect and are unable to catch the pulse of the youth. Tejaswini, I'll start with you. Coming back to the debate here, do you think netas are disconnected from the youth, which is what explains the dip in new voters?
No way. Nobody can disconnect from the youths, because today 15 to 64 years age group is 70% of India is having such an age group. And youths are very well aware because of thanks to the revolution in technology. Today people are well connected, they were aware, they will judge, they will react, immediate reaction to their deeds and misdeeds. So they were well aware of it. And they would like to, I think they have their own priorities, education, the business, and they wanted to explore their talents in different fields. Maybe they may consider after some time in different levels. But as far as providing the opportunity and getting the opportunity for the youth from the national parties and regional parties, today I think we have to debate the reforms in the electoral reforms is must. So elections have become so much corrupt, money plays the first criteria to get the ticket, to consider the ticket and caste. How one can provide? One side we are preaching the ideology, one side we are preaching the ethics, other side they demand, you see, I asked my sister Soumya, when you are pricing, when you have even to consider the tickets, 2 lakhs rupees they have charged. It is unheard. You claim your party is the oldest party and party of the poorer, Dalit, OBCs and all. You are charging 2 lakh rupees to get the ticket. What kind of democracy it is?
Are you saying that BJP is completely clean of that kind of allegation?
Should I talk about
clean is comparable.
Mr. Should I talk about the 6 crore rupees that was found with Mr. Madal Virupakshappa recently? And this BJP government has got a wonderful title called as 40% Sarkara. And day after day, I mean, I don't think, I mean, it's kind of hypocrisy where you really say clean, but pretty much every other MLA has been accused of scams, be it the PSI scam, be it the egg scam. I mean, there is massive corruption. I mean, let's really get back to the topic of youths. At the end of the day, what do youths want? What is a first-time voter, when I have been campaigning, they say, Akka, we want good education, we want good facilities, we want development, we want jobs. We don't want all this polarization that's happening in our state. This is not our state. I'm sorry to say, your BJP state president says we don't care about development but love jihad. This is your own state president, sir. This really sums up the BJP's agenda in
All right,
a line.
Bhaskar Rao, that's your turn. But, just picking on the unemployment part, 4 out of 5 unemployed youth now are from Bangalore. So Karnataka really is, in terms of unemployment, is high.
I need an opportunity to
Absolutely, you do have.
Please
go right ahead.
Question. Yes, I agree with you, Samya. I won't support any corruption, corrupt politics. I will never support whichever party. Okay. The thing is, and Congress and corruption. Congress is speaking against corruption. How you lost in 2014, how you lost your government?
Ma'am, let's talk about...
It was struck by all kind of corruption in the center. UPL lost that election because of corruption. 2G corruption, what not corruptions. I don't want to waste my time here. Number one. And who weakened the Lokayukta in Karnataka? Karnataka Lokayukta was one of the priorest thing in country. And why you? To save your corrupt leaders from the scams, you weakened the Lokayukta and you have again started that ACB. You installed the ACB to give the clean chits, so it is not our culture, it is not our
effort.
Yes, Madalu caught with some incident. My party has not given him the ticket, and now investigation is going on.
Ma'am,
if he is found guilty, we
contractors,
will not support that.
a contractor...
And KPCC President, sorry Soumya, and KPCC President DK Shivkumarji is struggling every year and every minute. He's making all kind of melodrama. BJP will try to cut my ticket. BJP will try to reject my ticket. All agencies are dull. It is not. Shivkumarji is caught in the Delhi house. The same thing, disproportionate asset thing, and you don't have any morality to talk about corruption.
All right, can I just interrupt?
Let's talk about in the past 4.5 years, the achievements of BJP, which is corruption.
Let's try and get back to precisely what you said. What do the youth want? You said the youth wanted employment, the youth wanted development. What is it that your party is doing to contribute to the youth's upliftment? Could you tell us what's part of your manifesto for the youth this time? Yeah, you.
So I just want to very briefly respond to what Tejaswini ma'am said. BJP in the state over here, actually had a wonderful opportunity to serve the people of Karnataka, be it the youth, be it women, be it farmers. And unfortunately, in the past 4 years, approximately 7 lakh people, it's been a massive letdown.
Ma'am, please tell us about what Congress wants to do
Let
for
me,
youth.
1 minute.
Tutu Mema has become a little passe even for the youth today.
1 minute. So in 2014.
It's a little boring.
Nabila, it's a little...
Not about what you're saying.
Nabila, 1 minute.
We've gotten past that. Let's get back to the topic. I think we fought over things that are bygone.
Nabila, 1 sec. I'm the only person from Congress over here.
Absolutely.
And it's unfair to have two people.
We've taken 10
so
let
me talk. I mean, if this is the attitude of BJP that...
No, Samya, you've spoken a lot too.
You will not let women speak.
Setting aside all these negative things, I can only say what my party has done. My party has given extreme emphasis for the development of youth's personality and as well as opportunities. It has introduced something called a Fit India scheme, a Khelo India scheme, a startup scheme, several schemes, and it has the Agnipath scheme over there, so that the
PSI scam scheme.
PSI was going on from your time actually.
Sir, you were the police commissioner. Are you saying that you were also
going on before your time, madam?
What did you do as a police commissioner then? You were in service back then.
Police commissioner had no role as regards the recruitment is concerned.
You were saying that.
there are different
what did did you do as a police commissioner back then? How much corruption did you really talk about? When you were a police commissioner, you were a police commissioner.
You were above the police commissioner, you were a lawmaker, you had every right to come in over there. And moreover, let us talk about the subject, at what is it that our government is trying to do for the youth over there. And as regards your party,
whenever I have an opportunity to speak,
madam,
I gave you the opportunity, you didn't take it. I asked you clearly, what is the Congress doing for the youth? You could have taken it away.
For that.
All right, let me.
We have got several schemes, madam.
Sir, allow.
So many schemes for the youth.
Allow Soumya. Soumya, go right ahead.
Okay, no, you asked her the...
No, we want to hear about the Come on, let's get to...
Please tell us what your Congress government is doing for the youth. I can tell a huge number of things which we are doing for them.
This is a BJP attitude towards women. That is, you do not let us speak.
Oh my God, I thought I was silently watching you speak over
Let's get to the point.
This is now personalizing the whole...
When you will let me,
please speak,
let me speak.
Please speak, ma'am.
We are minority in every party. That way, we should be together. Whenever the women's issue comes, even in me, I think media is very fair. Media has really given great opportunities.
Tejaswini is speaking a lot. She has all the room. Soumya, so do you. Go
I'm
for it.
still waiting for an opportunity because, see, at the end of the day, the youth, we as a Congress party, we're also coming up with a manifesto. And we're also going to emphasize on jobs. We're not going to just do one inauguration after another. It is not going to be a photo op like, youth policy. We're going to do that. We're going to do this. We're not going to chase away companies to other states because we're going to have a safe place for all companies to come and bloom over here, which will enable them to give jobs for the youth of the state.
That's why so many companies left.
Please don't interrupt. Please don't interrupt. Please don't interrupt. So let me finish. I gave you. So, and also we're going to ensure that there is safety, not just for law and order.
Youth, what they are going to say.
Law and order is a huge.
Which they are doing for the youth.
Law and order is a huge issue in Bangalore and in our whole state as well. Youth is unfortunately getting involved in all kinds of illegal activities, including drugs, and including
what do you think has led to that rise in crime rate?
There is so much of communal violence. At the end of the day, we really need to go back to our good old...
We've heard you. Now, I have a question for the Congress, since you said that the freebie culture, you all are giving away freebies to the youth as well, the educated graduates who don't have a job. Instead of creating jobs, there's a 3,000 rupees stipend that the Congress is willing to give. So is that not pampering the freebie culture within the Congress is now...
You at least let Nabila speak, sir.
I want to know Madam, I want to know the schemes for the youth which they have. Please, I can mention.
One of the schemes is 3,000 rupees for graduates.
That is, they want to give. What have they done already?
Is that not pampering the youth? Are you not discouraging them from actually actively going forward to find a job?
I will answer your question. So previously, when the Congress government was here until 2018, when Mr. Siddaramaiah was a chief minister, I was also involved in a lot of job fairs. There was this department called as Kaushalya Abhivriddhi Nigama, be it skill development, and we ensure that there are job fairs and job opportunities across the state. And this was actively done. And in the past 5 years, unfortunately, and I'm an MLA representing, Bangalore, not one job fair was organized by the government. Not a single job fair. And unfortunately, it is the unemployment rate is at the highest.
Absolutely. That's something that I'd like to get.
I'll just finish my sentence.
She should
be more
prepared for this debate for statistics.
Mr. Bhaskar Rao,
the unemployment rate in Karnataka is the lowest in the country. It is only 2.1%. Thanks to not only Kannadigas getting jobs, people from all over the country are getting jobs in Karnataka, madam. I'm sure you appreciate the number of people from all over the world, and all over the people from the world are getting jobs in Karnataka, not just our own.
Sir, four out of 5 unemployed youth in the country today come from Karnataka.
Are you saying every youth in Karnataka has a job?
Every youth has an opportunity.
No.
The
I'm sorry.
unemployment rate in Karnataka is only 2.1%.
The government
National
jobs.
rate is 4.1%.
The BJP
Look at the
Government hasn't
opportunity.
filled the government jobs either. That's 2.5 jobs, government jobs, and 70 to 80 lakh rupees.
Madam, it's a very
scam
archaic and very old-fashioned
for
point
this-
of view to
for
say,
the
I
PS,
want a
for the
government job.
public.
A job has to be...
You know, sir, I'd like to correct you there. Unemployment rate in Karnataka is low, is high at this point. We've seen
2.1,
it.
it's
It's gone up to
2.1%.
4%.
It's gone up to
National rate is
4%.
4.1%. National rate is 4.1%.
Right,
2.1%
four
is
out of
Karnataka.
5 unemployed youth come from Karnataka. So, I mean, we're seeing
Madam, you
a
will
really
kindly
bad time when
appreciate
it comes to
that
unemployment.
people from all over the
in
country are
state.
getting employment in Karnataka.
Right.
How
Then
do you
What
say
about us
that?
Kannadigas?
Maybe
We
you could
And there
Kannadigas
are
need
so many
jobs.
job opportunities.
probably
We
there.
are
attribute
born
that
and
to
brought up
a
over
huge
here. We
number of
need
public
jobs.
More can be
Not
done.
just
I am not
people
saying
who
more
come
can
from
be done.
outside.
More can be done. But I'm saying that this unemployment is a huge issue, but Karnataka has
So,
done
but
very
in
well.
your
to
view,
counter
you're a former cop. As a former police, you've dealt with huge crimes involving the youth. What do you think, in your view, primarily leads to
I'll tell you,
this
madam,
kind of misbehavior by the youth?
poverty is the biggest cause of crimes. If you go to jail, I have been there number of times, as to see, not to be part of that one. I have seen people from the lowest communities or poor people are in jail. Very few rich people are in jail. The rich people who are supposed to be in jail have all been cultivated by the Congress government. At the
What
top
did
now
you
they are
do
being-
when you
who
were a
all fled
police
the country and
commissioner?
gone away now.
What did
So,
you do about
the
it when
reason
you were a
because
police
of
commissioner?
Poverty. If you deal with poverty, you create opportunities. Then less people take to crimes over there. As a police officer, I'm telling you,
What
the
did you
more
do?
number of, more amount of, 1 second, madam, 1 second. If now I'm seeing that at a microscopic level in my own Chamarajpet also over there. Last 30 years, one single party is in power over there. It's become a scum and a squalor of the whole city because so much of crime, so much of poverty.
You were
dirt,
also police
squalor.
commissioner, no?
Well, yes.
Then what
Is
did
it
you
my
do?
responsibility to create
So
employment,
you didn't
madam?
have any
My responsibility is to
responsibility.
maintain
You
law
didn't
and
have
order.
any- you
You
didn't
have to create jobs.
didn't
You are
have any
government. You are in
responsibility.
power.
1 minute, as a police commissioner, what did you do to reform the system
Madam,
within?
my job
Beat
is to maintain
corruption.
law and
You
order.
spoke about
As a part
poor
of outreach
students.
policing, I can create some
What
jobs here and
reform
there.
did you
I have
create?
maintained law and order to the best. You are yourself aware
So
of the kind of
you
work we have done over
you
there.
knew about it when you were a police commissioner. Just less than
You know
a
what,
few
Mr. Bhaskar,
a year
when
ago.
you were
What did
police
you do?
commissioner and the Congress was in power, how good
No,
was
no. When I was in the commissioner of police, the BJP was in power. But of course, I have worked under different capacities in the
Right.
Congress government also over there. See, solving unemployment problem, we can do a little bit of tweaking. What we call as reaching out to heart and minds over there.
Desperate
But
youth
it
are
is not-
waiting for
I don't
jobs.
have resources. My
This
department's
is a
job is
tweet
to
of
maintain
Mr.
law and
Bhaskar
order.
Rao in December 2022. Your own tweet. Desperate youth are waiting for jobs. Stop outsourcing. Conduct and fast-track results of government jobs. Conduct PSI exam without waiting for investigation. Please consider to enhance age for 30. To
You are
increase
absolutely
30.
right.
16th of October
You are 100%
2022.
right. I can always ask for more
When
jobs
you,
to be created.
this
Yeah,
is,
I can have,
and
I
you
can always
joined
ask
the
for more,
very
create
same
more
party
jobs.
which you were accusing
Madam,
of
I can
all of
always
these
say,
things.
create more
now
jobs.
all of the everything is magically vanished and whitewashed because you joined the party.
More jobs can be created.
Well,
That's
one
what I'm
minute.
asking.
Is
over
this
there.
your, so is this not your tweet?
Absolutely.
More jobs can be created.
Let's toss it to Tejaswini. Go on.
So please stop politicizing armed forces and police. The same police will serve whether Congress or
Ma'am,
whether
we have
BJP or
we are
whether
not
JDS in the
politicizing
power.
armed
Why are
forces.
you always haunting the soldiers who are doing their level best to, provide us the security?
Ma'am, we never
Don't do
used-
that job.
Congress
and
never
number
used-
one,
Congress
Soumya, it
never
is my
used
turn.
army
Soumya,
and
it is my
police
turn. In
and
1991, when PV Narasimha Raoji tenure, when globalization started, will you not agree with that? Today we
Ma'am,
have
let's
to...
talk about
India is
Karnataka right now.
India
Let's
is the
not-
digital
Congress,
master globally.
Indira Gandhi never
Today you
politicized
have to
the
accept
army.
the technology. Today's job, mass production. We can't do mass production. Today, unicorns, out of 100 unicorns, 19 unicorns we have in Bangalore. 4,000 crore we are spending. Out of...
Ma'am, which could be even more because of
don't
because
answer
of
like
be it
that.
potholes,
Don't take away my
be
time.
it polarization,
If you are answering me, I am capable
Please
of
tell
answering
your
you word to
colleague
word. That's not
Mr.
correct.
Bhaskar Rao
It is
not
my
to
turn.
interrupt.
All right.
Don't
Can
interrupt.
I
Don't
give this?
interrupt,
Can
okay?
I give this a new direction?
In 5 years, they attracted FDI, foreign direct investment in their tenure 13 to 18 is $20 billion. In our time, in one time, 21, 22, we attracted $21 billion. If there is no proper government, if there is no invest-friendly government, look at what is the global invest meet. 10 lakh crore rupee we attracted, and in which 3 lakh crore rupee things we have already addressed that issue. And look at the triple ITs, look at the IITs. Okay, today we have to empower the youth. Today's youth to the new challenges, new opportunities. Because of the digitalization today, an auto rickshaw driver, look at the flagship program of our Chief Minister, that is Vidya Nidhi. 2,500 to 11,000 rupees scholarships, 20 lakh farmers' children, fishermen children, auto rickshaw children were getting. Why you never even thought of it? 70 years problems, your curse, your backwardness, we are addressing in 7 years. After Modi ji came to power, 45,000 crore rupee came from center to here. In our old term, average is 2,353 crores. In our time, average is 5,000 crore. Look at the infrastructure. Just I'll quote because of time constraint.
Just two examples. Let's talk about Karnataka. Let's talk about Karnataka.
Allow her to complete. No, it is very unfair. You see, only I will quote 2 infrastructure projects. From Mysore to Bangalore, it is 8,150 crore rupee we spent. Earlier, 3 hours, we used to spend 3 hours. Today we can reach by 1 hour 50, 1.5 hours, okay? How much energy, how much fuel, how much time? Number one. Hyderabad.
What's the condition of that road, ma'am?
Allow her to complete. So that we can move on.
Hyderabad to Bangalore, it is 30,000 crore rupee we spent. We believe in infrastructure and
all right.
Technology.
But it is a fact that the BJP has carried out huge development and infrastructure, no doubt.
Don't you think this infrastructure, all this development will produce the jobs, direct jobs and indirect jobs?
But that still doesn't.
Due to apps, even children, because of new education policy, they can pursue their studies due to poverty earlier because this rural
but
children.
But ma'am, you're listing out so many policies that somehow doesn't look like the youth have really grasped
Karnataka is
what
going
you're
to
providing.
We are going to retain the power based on development, development.
Okay. All right. Just a quick.
May 13th, you will be here to celebrate with us.
A little turn to this debate since we're talking about the youth. And again, I'm going to stress that just like what we saw a dip of new voters in 2019, we're seeing the similar trend now for Karnataka's 2023 election as well. New voters are not motivated. They seem fully disconnected from the netas and the political narrative altogether. And there seems to be some kind of fear for the youth to speak out. Some of them say, I don't want to comment. I don't think I should say it. What do you think is resulting in this kind of hesitation for the youth to speak their mind? Or is there one at all? Is there something to worry at all or not? Are we imagining things?
Nabila,
I actually don't know who to ask. You're going to bounce. You're going to bounce on one another, so one of you pick.
Less than 10 years ago, even 10, 15 years ago, I as a young person, I was never scared to speak. Unfortunately, the youth of the country is scared to speak. You answered it yourself. Unfortunately, be it journalists, be it young people, unfortunately are being put in prison, because of fear. What are you going to wear, what you're going to eat, which God you're going to pray is unfortunately become, issue. At the end of the day, we are citizens. We are equal citizens according to the Constitution.
Okay, Mr. Bhaskar,
irrespective of which caste, religion or anything. Unfortunately, the youth of the country is scared. They want safety. They want jobs. They want education.
You're not letting a man speak. Come on.
They want
Imran Pratap Gari, who praises Atiq Ahmed, a mafia don, is the star campaigner for the Congress government. How can we expect from such people, under the Constitution, you cannot abuse the human rights. You cannot abuse the freedom of speech.
Please don't cook up stories.
Is going here, there and everywhere.
You cannot abuse the fellow Indians and the Prime Minister
Please don't cook up stories during elections, please.
He has not got selected.
Please don't cook up stories.
You have to respect the leadership.
All right, ma'am. Let's come back to the point. I'll take Bhaskar Rao on that. So freedom of speech, I haven't answered any question here as much as some of them may say that at the same time, we are having a debate so openly here. So where is the restriction at all?
Yeah.
Your idea and view, how would you look at this whole debate around freedom of speech, which the Congress has also set a narrative on that?
See, freedom of speech has already been over here, over there. And most important, what they've been mentioning about the communal issue, etc. over there. I only want to say that all these things of what we are seeing is a product of the Congress culture of isolating the minorities and taking them away over there. That is why all these speeches come over there. We want to bring them and closer and more inclusive over there to see that everybody.
How many tickets have you given to minorities? Please give me.
We don't
give
want
me
to
a
make
number.
them scapegoat. We don't want to make them scapegoat. In Ramnagar, a Muslim candidate got 69,000 seats. फिर भी आप लोग मदद नहीं करते.
1 minute, you're talking about minorities. Let's look at who is more inclusive. Let's look at who is more inclusive.
You are making them scapegoat.
Let's look at who is more inclusive. We have given tickets to each and every community, each and every religion. What about your party?
Have you? We have during Yediyurappa time.
Let's forget about Yediyurappa's time. I'm talking about right now. Ma'am, I'm talking about the current. I'm talking about 2023 elections, ma'am. Forget about 2014. Forget about Yediyurappa's first time. Forget about
at the end of it. You can't ensure their victory. Why are you making them scapegoats?
Okay, ma'am. Nabila wants a ticket. Will you give it to her tomorrow? I will challenge you.
Let her join my party. For now, and I'll ask Nabila to work for 10 years. When she got that confidence to convince her voters and winnable capacity, we will ensure. Let her join and work for the party first.
Absolutely. I think that's who should deserve the ticket. You work for the party and then you grow up the ranks. I don't think anyone should get it on a platter. Samya, did you get yours on a platter or did you work hard for it? Why did you tell us? I said none should get it on a platter. Your father was an MLA multiple times. Did you get it on a platter or did you work hard for it?
Absolutely not. Nabila, you've seen me almost since about 10 years. We've been on a lot of panel discussions. You were in TV9 back then.
Yeah.
I've grown up as an activist. I've, be it animal rights, environment, I'm an environmental engineer myself. I've worked as a researcher, as a scientist. And I've also spoken up against injustice. And be it women, be it any injustice, I think at the end of the day, I think that's exactly what my party did. That, whoever deserves the ticket, and that's. And I just want to add one more.
I think it should be a little more transparent today.
How many
of BV Srinivas do we see? Very few of them who've really worked their way ground up to reach where they are.
There are many people
of them
who
in the
have
BJP also who've really worked their way ground up. But
everybody has worked hard
otherwise, if a common youth wants to enter politics, there seems to be a shield.
There is a common youth. There is a common youth. For example, Umapati Gowda is a common youth who's gotten a ticket in a neighboring constituency.
My apologies.
And
time's up.
An ordinary, be it across.
If you take 20 seconds, I give you the time.
Absolutely.
All right.
Indira ji led this country as the Prime Minister 18 years. Sonia ji led the National Party, Indian National Congress for 21 years. Now Priyanka ji is saying, I am Na-Nayaki. Why? Forget about other parties. Why you failed to ensure more seats, 33% seats to women? Tell me. You are in the helm of
Ma'am, BJP has been in power. Why is that they haven't passed a women's reservation bill in the past 8 years?
Right.
You have majority. Ma'am, you're a woman. You have to agree. My party has unconditionally supported. We will support it.
I think women in this country have all the room to speak. I love the fact that two women took away a chunk of the time. Bhaskar Rao clearly felt slightly heckled here.
Endangered species. We deserve.
See, I need to figure out.
Thank you very much.
Nabila, I want to figure out why is it that we sat here and what is it that they heard over there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. But exactly like how our panelists are, that's how opinionated even the youth are. But somehow this disconnect needs to be bridged. And I really hope that political parties reach out to the aspirations of the youth, inspire them to take on real issues. And that's what we all want to see, a growth of the youth today, because they're the ones who actually constitute your large electoral vote bank. Forget caste and community. It's really the youth that every party needs to focus on. Thank you very much, ma'am. And sir. Thank you so much for that really fiery debate. Lovely chat with our three panelists there. Soumya Reddy, Congress MLA, Tejaswini Gowda, BJP MLC, and the new entrant into the BJP, Bhaskar Rao, former cop, now turned politician. He's contesting this assembly elections. Appreciate all of your time. Our next session, again, going to be with the faces of Karnataka. The two firebrand speakers, Tejaswi Surya, MP Lok Sabha of the BJP, joining us on stage in just a few moments. We also have, facing off, Dinesh Gundurao, MLA from the Congress party. They're going to be on stage. Rahul Kanwal going to be moderating this session. Just stay on. Please have a seat. Our guests coming on stage in just a few moments.
Tejaswi, come. The outcome of an election often is determined by what happens in the last few days of the campaign. And as the Karnataka political league enters its last phase, what could change in the last 2 weeks? To talk about this and more, we're joined at the India Today Karnataka Roundtable by two young firebrand leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress. Please join me in welcoming to Bengaluru Tejaswi Surya and Dinesh Gundurao. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us, and terrific to have you with us at this roundtable. I want to start by asking Tejaswi Surya about the state of play at this moment. Oftentimes, in elections in Assam, Tripura, Gujarat, the BJP team seemed very confident going into the last several days. They had a certain amount of momentum riding. If this was cricket, would you accept that the asking rate is now very high, and that while the BJP still thinks it has a chance, you're basically depending on your pinch hitter, impact player Narendra Modi to come in and do the work which the local Karnataka team so far has failed to do?
Good evening, Rahul. I don't know why you have not been able to see our confidence, because wherever I go, and I have completed traveling to almost 50% of the assembly constituencies in all important regions of Karnataka, I see a very palpable enthusiasm among our cadre, and especially among the general public and the voter. He has a very silent approach towards the election. It doesn't mean that the whole electioneering is not enthusiastic. The general public and the voter has already made his decision. He has made his choices, and he is just waiting for the 10th of May to only go and express it. So I think seen in that context, we are very confident of a victory. And to use your cricketing parlance, I would only say this: we have been performing very well, and in the last slog overs, we are waiting for the best batsman to come and hit the sixers.
Yeah, but you don't want it to become like a Rinku Singh like situation, right? Where poor Modi has to hit 5 sixes or 5 balls. But Mr. Gundu Rao, I want to ask you about the Congress's famous ability to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. Is that something that concerns you, that the match is well poised at this moment? It's tight with you arguably slightly in the lead, but Rinku Singh, the big hitter, is still coming, and that possibility that the BJP in the last overs could ram through the Congress's defenses.
Rahul, as far as the pinch hitter goes, he's already been active in this state. So he's been more or less the opening batsman, the middle order batsman, and also the pinch hitter. Because the situation in the state is that there's nothing for the people to really want this government to come back. There is no enthusiasm to say that let's get this government back. They have done a good job. This is a sector which they have performed very well on. They've given good governance. They have reduced corruption. There's no selling point. So they tried to make this election the usual BJP strategy of making it Hindu versus Muslim, take up issues which are really unconcerned with development. In fact, their party president also very clearly, openly said, why talk about development, talk about Savarkar, talk about hijab. So that was a game plan. Like what you said earlier, that we have the ability to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. I think if you look at the present situation, we have done tremendously well in our campaign. We have focused on the issues that really matter. Our ticket distribution has gone well. There's no rebellion. There's hardly any dissidents. And the entire cadre enthusiasm is so high that there's a huge energy within the party today. And there's a confidence that we're going to come back to power.
So we had the Home Minister
I think that this is going to be a very good election for the Congress.
Roundtable, and he made an important point, which is that it doesn't matter so much what you see at the surface. Much deeper in society, he says the BJP has been able to build up a formidable vote bank of the Labharthis. He said that it's not just about caste. Elections to some extent is moving beyond caste. The poor themselves are a caste. And we've given them houses, we've given them roads, we've given them so many different facilities that they will stay with us regardless of what you're seeing on the surface.
Then why did they lose Himachal Pradesh? Why did they lose Punjab? Why did they lose so many states I can talk about where BJP have been defeated very badly? So this is just a perception that they build, that we've built houses, we've built roads. This has been being built for the last 70 years. Nobody is going to say that there was no development before Modi came and everything is happening since then. But on the ground, if you look at the issues, what is the BJP trying to tell people today? That we have given a good government? Nobody is going to believe it. We reduce corruption? Nobody is going to believe it. Because you go anywhere today, the perception is, and that's reality also, that corruption went skyrocketing.
So Tejasvi, the difference between 2018 and now is that time Mr. Gundu Rao and his party were in government, and the BJP could say give double engine an opportunity and see the magic that we can do. Now people have seen whatever magic there was in the past 4.5 years, and the Congress says, has corruption come down or has it gone up? Have you actually benefited versus how things were under the Congress? So the lure of the double engine has now been tried out. Does that then diminish the prospects of the electoral dividend the double engine could yield?
Rahul, all across the state, whether it is infrastructure, whether it's public health, education, farmer welfare, you name the area of administration, there has been unprecedented achievements that this government has done over the last 3 years. And the people, and this is not a matter of perception, this is a matter of reality. I'll just give an example as a lay Bangalorean. When Siddaramaiah was the chief minister and the Prime Minister Narendra Modi was in the center in 2017, 18, 16 as well, the pace of metro construction was a paltry, was extremely slow. In 2014, the total metro connectivity in Bangalore was only 7 kilometers. Today, we are at 70 kilometers. By the end of next year, we would have crossed 100. This is not a matter of perception, it's reality. We see people traveling in metro today. 2019, the Prime Minister comes, lays the foundation stone for the Terminal 2 of the International Airport despite 2 years of COVID. 2022 year end, it's thrown open for public. It's reality. More than 50 lakh farmers in the state have got Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samman Nidhi, 10,000 rupees. 6,000 from the center, 4,000 from the government. In just my own Lok Sabha constituency, more than 13,000 houses under the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana have been built. So now are you trying to tell that the man or the family which has got a roof on their head for the very first time is living in a world of perception and not a world of reality?
Some of these big ticket projects like the Bengaluru-Mysuru highway, the metro that Tejasvi is talking about, are the big ticket achievements of the government, and the government can claim with some justification that having a favorable government in Delhi does speed up development in the state.
That itself is a wrong perception and a wrong way of talking, Rahul, because it should not matter which state is in power in Delhi or the state. Just because BJP is in power, if they're going to tell that if you don't elect BJP in Karnataka, we won't fund you, or we won't give you enough projects, that itself is anti-democratic. A central government should be equal to all states. And in fact, Karnataka has suffered a lot in terms of our devolution of funds. The recent Finance Commission report has reduced the devolution to Karnataka by 1%. And that 1% translates into tens of thousands of crores. And there's not a word mentioned by a single member of parliament to discuss the loss that Karnataka is suffering. When we give one rupee to Delhi, we receive about 40 paisa back, and that is reduced. So none of them even speak out because they are so scared to speak out and fight for the rights of Karnataka.
This idea that the double engine sarkar helps, he's saying that idea is fundamentally flawed. You can't discriminate.
It's a good thing that Dineshji brought this issue up, and the spin that he has tried to give, unfortunately, does not hold water. The reason is, it's not the central government that is trying to discriminate, but it's the state governments which show, of a different political complexion, which show a lack of interest in implementing the central government schemes. I want Mr. Dinesh Gundurao to answer as to why the same scheme, the Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samman Nidhi, had only a few hundred beneficiaries which were selected by the state government when Mr. Siddaramaiah was the chief minister. Why is it that under Yediyurappa and Bommai, the number grows to a few lakhs? Whose responsibility is it
to
identify
the house, because the Samman Yojana came in the last year of Mr. Siddaramaiah's government. In fact, in his last budget,
What is the case with Ayushman Bharat?
You are misleading the house. You are misleading the house.
I did not intervene. I did not interrupt.
No, but you don't mislead the house.
Sir, you are the one who are misleading.
The scheme wasn't even there when Mr. Siddaramaiah was there. So why are you telling that?
The scheme was launched.
Let me tell you
way
one thing.
Before.
I am sorry. I was a member of the assembly in the last budget.
Sir, if you, I heard you very well.
In the last,
take another scheme. Okay, what about Ayushman Bharat?
Let me talk
Why
about
were
this
the
scheme.
number of registrations so low when Siddaramaiah was the chief minister?
The good thing
Why
is,
has it
once
increased
again,
under the
can I just say something? Because for a long time, it looked like the Karnataka election was a bit thanda. At least now there is some heat in the election, which is good.
Also,
which is good. So bring it on.
I need to call out on his lie.
Yeah.
Because
please.
I'll
Also, the
tell you
second lie
why
that
he's
he mentioned.
lying. I'll tell you why he's misleading the house. In the last budget of Mr. Siddaramaiah, we came out with a similar scheme that we should pay directly to the farmers because this was first initiated in Telangana. That was the first state which started this scheme of giving directly to the farmer. We copied that scheme, and in the last budget we said we are going to come out with a similar scheme. Subsequently, our government went, and then next Mr. Modi came, and then it was announced, and then it was slowly implemented. So now why is he saying that why didn't we implement when it was not even announced? So these kind of, and he spoke about the metro. Metro has been going on. Dr. Manmohan Singh was the person who laid the foundation, and the work has been going on.
It went on and on.
I'm sorry.
On infrastructure, there is more purpose now.
I'm sorry. We built the Hosur flyover. We built the Yeshwantpur. You go into any roads which go out of Bangalore. You go into Yeshwantpur Road, it was built by Congress. Go on to Hosur Road, where part of his constituency, built by Congress. The one which goes towards the international airport is built by Congress. Everything has been built by Congress there. So you can't take one project and say that this is what we have done. And the BJP has got the ability. I'll appreciate them also. They have to market an issue very well. There have been so many good things done by every political party, including BJP. I'm not saying they've done nothing, but there's no real selling point in terms of governance. There's no, people are not happy with this government.
Okay, so respond to this sense that what is the USP of this government? Don't refer to Prime Minister Modi.
No,
in Karnataka, what is the USP because the Prime Minister is in Delhi? What have you done here?
We have solved legacy problems that was plaguing this state. Take irrigation for that matter. Why the double engine government matters. The Upper Bhadra project, it was pending from a few decades. Now it has got life, and the union budget has allocated 5,400 crores. The state government has started it on a mission mode. Irrigation projects like Mahadai, it has got a new lease of life thanks to this government. If you speak about the big infrastructure projects, just for Bangalore, from 40 years they have sat on the file of the suburban rail project. The Prime Minister comes to Bangalore and promises to complete the suburban rail for Bangalore in 40 months, which has been pending for past 40 years. In the same way, the STRR, another very big ticket infrastructure project for the city, has been pending from so many decades. They have sat on the file literally. Now just go outside of Devanhalli and you will see the STRR work in full swing. If whether you take all of these legacy issues, social justice, from almost a few decades, people belonging to the SC/ST community were demanding internal reservations in the state. And they did not touch it, they did not want to address that issue at all. Today, the party has ensured, the government has ensured social justice for the marginalized in terms of extending the umbrella of reservations to the weakest and the poorest. Whether it is social justice, whether it is solving legacy problems related to even agriculture or irrigation, and most importantly, delivery of governance. Today, in my own city of Bengaluru, Rahul, you will find 1 crore plus people who are directly or indirectly beneficiaries of one or the other Prime Minister schemes.
Again, you are speaking Prime Minister. What have you done? Every
Rahul,
example
you
you
think
given,
the
half
Prime
of them.
Minister schemes will be implemented in thin air? Does it get implemented in vacuum? It should be implemented with a proactive state government. So the Prime Minister's Pradhan Mantri's the street vendors loan program, the Swanidhi Yojana, who implements it? The state government implements it.
The fear, Mr. Gundu Rao, is that if
Rahul,
the Congress...
Let me complete this. What the Congress is dissatisfied is that the government has delivered. Other than their hit and run allegation that this is a 40% government, they have no allegation to make because they have not approached any court of law. They have not approached any agency. Okay. They do not have any document.
Mr. Rao, the fear is that if the Congress were to come to power at this
and dissatisfied, which they are trying to allege on us, they have nothing else to showcase to people. They are going with a very cynical campaign to the people while we are going with a very positive campaign to the people.
Your party is in power in Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan and Himachal. The fear is that if you win in a state as big as Karnataka, that this could become the cash cow of the Congress for 2024. You're not being able to generate funds elsewhere and therefore the level of political corruption could go up because this is where the money for the next elections will come from.
After the record of political corruption in this government, I don't think any state government can beat the BJP on corruption in any state in this country. He is talking about 40% commission being an allegation of the Congress party. I'm sorry, it's not an allegation of the Congress party. It is an allegation made by the contractors of Karnataka who wrote a letter to the Prime Minister and he didn't do anything about it. They went to the... don't disturb me. Don't disturb me.
What is the relationship
don't come in the way, Mr. Tejas. Let me finish. Let me finish. Then they went to the streets. That's an association. They went to the streets. There was no response. Contractors committed suicide, wrote suicide notes saying that extortion is so high. Nothing happened. Then you had one of the ministers, their own party people, Mr. Yatnal, Mr. Gulati Shekhar, so many other MLAs making allegations against their own government that this corruption has gone sky high in this government. Then you had Mr. Virupakshappa, his son caught red-handed with some 20, 25, 30 crores, I don't know what was the amount. You had so many instances of corruption and today it's a talk of the town. You know, nobody can deny that corruption has become an issue in this state. And not because of the Congress, it's because this government was formed on the genesis of corruption. They formed a government based on defections, based on buying out MLAs, spending crores, hundreds of crores of rupees. So they had to recoup, they had to make the money back. So this government fundamentally was based on corruption. The formation of the government was based on corruption.
All these multiple corruption charges, while you can deny them in individual bids, right? Would you accept that A, the general sense that there is no smoke unless there is some fire, and B,
Rahul,
as far as the
who is
mahal or the
making these
narrative is
corruptions?
concerned.
Who is making this corruption allegation?
Your own party people. Your own party people.
No, sir, please.
Your Mr. Yatnal, who is a candidate now, he's made allegations.
I allowed you to.
Your MT Binaraj's minister is saying.
The Congress party, whose both former national presidents are out on bail on corruption charges, they are making an allegation.
Your Mr. Yediyurappa, what is he doing? What is Mr. Yediyurappa on?
Please refer to the court judgment.
What is Mr. You please
refer to
let's
the
not get into those details.
Whereas,
As
of today, both Rahul Gandhi and both
and
Sonia
your Prime
Gandhi
Minister
are
is
out on bail
praising Mr.
on corruption
You are
charges.
praising Mr.
The
Yediyurappa,
state president,
who
Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, is out
responsible for
on
the death of your own political
bail on
party
corruption
worker.
charges, and they make allegations on corruption against the BJP. And when they were in power, what did they do?
You are in power now. Don't talk about our government.
Destroyed systematically and deliberately the anti-corruption body, which was the Lokayukta. It went to the Supreme Court and the High Court. The High Court said what the whole dismantling exercise of the ACB and Lokayukta.
Your government challenged that. Your government in the High Court.
Because it was an unconstitutional
Their government
exercise.
didn't do the Their government didn't take out the ACB. It was the court which took out the ACB. They can't take credit for this.
They created a false
They can't take credit for
unconstitutional
this.
agency just to
And
make
in
sure
Gujarat, there is no
the
Lokayukta, there is no
Lokayukta
ACB, there is
is
nothing
rendered
there.
toothless.
But your
So a
your
party-
argument in the High Court
so the
was that
party-
you were in agreement with what they were doing.
Absolutely not. Absolutely
That's the
not.
argument. You
No.
didn't want the Lokayuk to come back.
No,
we
no,
just
not
had the
at all.
Lokayuk Justice Patil this morning. He told me
Rahul,
that.
you're right.
Rahul,
They are not the reason why the
Rahul-
Lokayukta has come. The police has come back to the Lokayukta.
So if
It was a
anything good happens, it is
No,
because
but
of the
where-
court.
where-
Not your credit.
If anything good happen, bad
not to
happens,
your
then it is
credit.
because of the BJP.
No, but
If
no,
anything
Mr. Rao, Mr.
spectacular happens,
where the
it is
BJP
what
your
Congress did
credit.
during Rajiv Gandhi's
It's not
time.
your credit.
No, but
is
where the
You don't claim credit for that.
No, but where the BJP does get some credit is that they didn't challenge it in the Supreme Court. When the High Court order went against them, they could have challenged it in the Supreme
They could
Court.
have just passed an order, executive order, saying that we don't want ACB.
Okay, now
we
tell
want
me.
to give it back to Lokayukta. Why talk
now,
about
one
the
of
courts?
the other concerns from the Congress's perspective is that you've got DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah, who this morning when they came to the conclave were giving each other, this Congress symbol which they were putting on each other.
Or maybe a snooping device.
Or a snooping device, he says. Maybe DK put a snooping device.
That's what he hopes, that they split up. Unfortunately, that's not happening.
But behind the cameras, there is very clearly a tussle. No matter what happens in front of the cameras.
See, Rahul, they are two big leaders. And in politics, everybody has got aspirations.
Who's the bigger leader?
Both are good leaders. Both are tall leaders. Siddaramaiah has been a chief minister. In fact, one of our selling points to the people is the government which Mr. Siddaramaiah gave was a good government. It was a government which delivered a lot of programs for the people, and Karnataka saw development. Karnataka had good times during Siddaramaiah's
Who will
government.
be your chief minister if you win?
So that will be decided by our legislature party.
Who do you think more MLAs are likely to back?
See, no, I can't make those comments on public television, right? Let the results come.
So once we go in the
But
corner, you can tell us.
All I can tell you is...
Once we go out, you can tell us.
I can tell you. I'll definitely tell you. But all I can tell you is, people, for the last 1 year...
Well, you won't have that problem at all. Because they will anyway not come to government.
For the last 1 year...
Who is your chief minister candidate?
Rahul, for the last 1 year...
Who's your chief minister candidate?
We have Mr. Bommai who is our chief minister.
No, because...
He is our chief minister candidate?
I don't think so. No, but they've never even told this anywhere.
No, why do you have to
They haven't
say,
told this anywhere. In fact,
specifically
Mr.
something
Bommai has
that is
reduced
already
to a
out in open?
caricature. It was only Mr. Yediyurappa everywhere. Bommai was not even being called.
No, are you sure Mr. Bommai will be the chief minister if the BJP wins again?
100% he is our chief minister. He's our chief minister today.
You are
He will be our
confused.
chief
He's
minister
not.
tomorrow.
We are not confused. On what basis he is saying, I do not know, because till today, they have not said...
You don't
that
worry
Mr.
about our
Bommai-
party's chief minister.
I'm telling you what your leaders are saying in public. I'm telling you what your leader... And you, BJP has been trying to split our party by saying that Siddaramaiah versus DK. But anyone can become chief minister. It depends upon the support of the MLAs, and ultimately the leadership will take a stand. But we've got many potential CM candidates, and in BJP, I do not know who will be the chief minister.
Now, one of the other things from the
don't
Congress's
seem to be having
perspective,
any
Mr.
chief
Gundu
minister candidate as of
Rao,
today.
is that so far you've kept it as a localized campaign. But Rahul Gandhi, I'm told, is coming tomorrow, and he's coming again and again. You're also laughing. Why are you laughing? You are not allowed to laugh.
I know.
I can laugh.
I know
Why are
where
you
you're
laughing?
heading.
No,
I know where you're
you
heading.
can't laugh. No, my concern is...
I know where you're heading.
You also know, he also knows what the problem is, Rahul. Aise aapko nahi bolna chahiye, sir. You can't be allowed to say this. No, but the point is, as he comes in the campaign, and as he speaks and speaks every day, are you concerned that then he could give some opportunity like he did in the UK when he went and spoke about foreign interference in India's affairs, that he'll create something which will then become a problem in the slogovers?
See, Rahul Gandhi is our leader. He'll be coming for the campaign. Priyanka Gandhi will be coming. Kharge Saab will be coming. So many other leaders will be coming. They'll all be part of the campaign in Karnataka, and each one has got a role to play. And definitely they will enthuse our voters, our cadre, and I'm sure that that is going to add impetus to our campaign. I have no doubts about it.
One of the facts of this campaign is that the BJP so far seems to have been unable to seize the narrative. Everything that you've tried has, for some reason or the other, not fired the way you would have wanted. Even, for example, taking away 4% reservation, giving it 2% to Lingayats, 2% to Vokkaligas. Ordinarily, one would have thought that would have helped you in the election, but then the courts have kind of put a hold on it. Right? And then the whole Nandini issue happened, the Virupakshapa issue happened. It looks like the gods are conspiring against your party in this election. All the balls seem to be landing against you. And aapka jo chakka marne ki koshish hai, nothing, that ball's not connecting.
Rahul, the narrative is very simple. The last 3.5 years, the party-led government has delivered effective governance. People have realized the importance of having a double-engine government. It has made a positive impact in their lives. And this is not a matter of perception. People are seeing infrastructure projects being built and inaugurated. People
I'm talking about the narrative.
What is narrative?
Mahal.
What is narrative?
Mahal.
अरे माहौल तो TRP में TV channels में बनते हैं राहुल, but politics is decided at the booth. The person who has felt and who is a labharti of the government schemes, he decides it. You think people make a voting call just watching television channels? A person who has got 10,000 rupees in his bank account, as a poor farmer who is struggling to make his ends meet, do you think he will watch your TV channel debate and decide
this
who
is
will
another
vote?
big challenge. The fact
And
that
once
you're
again,
up
please hang
against...
on.
Yeah.
Not just that. You take any part of Karnataka. I was in Gulbarga recently, Kalburgi, which is one of the constituencies held by Mr. Kharge, who he was mentioning. The whole coverage of drinking water scheme from 1947 to 2019, in 60-70 years, was 16% of households. And 2019 to 2023, it is up to 63% of households. So you say you mean to say that the woman in whose household for the very first time there is a tap water connection, she is a beneficiary of that. For the very first time in 70 years, you think she is going to watch a TV debate and decide who she is going to vote for?
One of the big challenges from the Congress's perspective, Mr. Rao, is that you are up against the most formidable election machine modern India has seen. And the BJP's booth management, the micromanagement, getting into each seat, each region, those powers are far superior to the Congress, and therefore there really needs to be a massive wave against the current government for you to be able to cross the finishing line. Would you accept that in a tight election it's advantage BJP?
See, firstly, BJP in Karnataka for the state assembly elections, they have never won it. They've never got a majority till today. Today they are facing anti-incumbency. Our machinery in the state, across Karnataka, they are weak in many districts. We are strong in all districts, in all talukas. Our organization is there. Our preparation is far better. Our campaign has been far better than theirs. We are more focused. They are facing huge anti-incumbency. Like you said, corruption, recruitment scams, bad governance, and no leadership, actually speaking. The only leader they have, he is retired now. So they have a non-playing captain, actually. So we are focused. Our cadre is focused, our preparation is better, we have announced our schemes, we have announced our guarantee programs, which we've already reached to each and every household. And our communication has been far clearer, our social media has been very good. So maybe in some other elections in some other states, BJP may have done better than us, but in Karnataka, as of today, we are ahead of them in all aspects.
Now,
and
one of the realities is,
we are very confident on that issue.
This whole Congress guarantee that he spoke about, the electorate of Karnataka is a very aware electorate, an educated electorate. They are aware that the guarantees proposed by the Congress, they proposed something very similar in Rajasthan, not delivered. Something very similar in Himachal, not delivered yet. Punjab, not delivered in all the 5 years. Chhattisgarh, they didn't do anything. So the people, wherever I go and we speak about the Congress guarantee, people say very candidly, Congress vapas barodene guarantee illa. In Congress guarantee enu anta. Meaning, there is no guarantee that the Congress will come to power. Then what guarantee is it that, what guarantee is there for Congress's guarantee? So, you know, the proposition that the Congress is making to the people is not being taken very seriously by the people of Karnataka, because the Congress party has lost the very first essential trait that a political party needs, that is credibility. The Congress's credibility is zero, and because of that, anything that they say, whether it's an allegation of corruption, whether it is a promise of a delivery of governance, none of that is sticking because of their zero credibility.
In states like Uttar Pradesh and elsewhere, the Congress is a very weakened force organizationally. Mr. Rao makes the point that Karnataka is not Uttar Pradesh. Would you accept A, that they are much stronger here than they are elsewhere? And so far, they haven't scored too many self-goals, which again is very surprising for the Congress, but they haven't scored so many self-goals so far.
Well, I admit that, say, in comparison to states where in the, say, Uttar Pradesh or important states in the north of India, I do admit that the Congress party is organizationally in a better position in Karnataka. However, in Uttar Pradesh, they are in the ICU ward. Here they are in the emergency ward. So in relative comparison to what they are in Uttar Pradesh, they are a shade better in Karnataka, but that is not going to help them win the elections.
And what ward are you in?
We are not in the hospital at all. We are giving rather Ayushman Bharat cards to people because we are the most healthiest political party in government. In Rahul, we are coming back to power with a full majority.
He says you are in the emergency ward.
If you listen to Tejasvi Surya, then Congress shouldn't even be fighting this election. He says we have zero credibility, we are in the ICU, and then I don't know why they should call Modi so many times. Modi should be doing some other work, no? Or Amit Shah should be doing some other work. Why is he coming here every other day? So it shows the panic which they actually have inside.
No, but he campaigns everywhere. Even in municipal elections, he campaigns. At least they have a batsman who potentially can change the outcome of a match.
What I'm saying, Rahul, is that if he thinks that we are nowhere in the picture, then I think it should be a cakewalk for them, right? Man to man, the number one most popular leader in Karnataka today is Siddaramaiah. Our leaders are much, you take the comparison between Karnataka Congress leaders and BJP leaders. Half of them have either been retired, forced to retire, and I don't understand the logic. They're removing one fellow and giving their wife, removing one fellow and giving their son. And then some people who actually deserve, like someone Mr. Anand Kumar, whose wife actually deserves a seat, has been denied. So this whole perception of the high command controlling everything today in BJP, these people are voiceless. That's the problem with this double engine government. Our MPs don't talk. These people can't go and tell Mr. Amit Shah or Mr. Modi that Karnataka is suffering, because if the minute they open their mouths, they're told to shut up.
This perception
so,
that
the double engine actually is
one second.
No, let me finish.
The fact that
let me finish.
No, one second.
Double engine actually
amazing to hear a congressy
double engine actually
speak about high command culture.
Problem for us. Because they can't talk.
You know, if there's one party in the country which has,
I'll give an example.
which gets the credit for introducing this innovation of high command, it's the Congress party.
But Tejasvi, no, the fact
way Rajiv Gandhi removed Virendra Patil unceremoniously at the airport.
We have suffered for it.
That is high command
culture.
That's
a different issue.
The way Sitaram Kesri
today, the way you removed Mr. Yediyurappa,
but look at the number of times. But look at the number. Look at the number.
It's amazing.
We are more democratic than you.
No, but Tejasvi, look at the number of.
Congress is democratic, is what he's saying. It's amazing that he
believe in democracy. RSS doesn't believe in democracy.
Sir, look at the number of times.
This is why we fought against the emergency while you imposed the emergency.
That's why we never fought against the British. That's why we never fought for independence. That's why we never done all that.
But look at the number of times Mr. Yediyurappa, or after that Mr. Bommai, couldn't take a decision because they were waiting for Delhi to tell them whether it's a cabinet expansion. And they were on record saying that I'm talking to Delhi. So this perception that he's talking about, that Bengaluru is run from Delhi.
Including Mr. Surya, everybody knows whenever Karnataka has been denied by the centre on tax, funds, on special grants, on relief funds, for whatever purpose, there's not been a single MP going and raising a voice for Karnataka.
It's just incredible how the Congress party has
and
decided to run the whole of its campaign just based on lies.
They are voiceless.
And this is one very important lie that he has mentioned twice in this debate, and I need 30 seconds to bust it. This whole charge that the state governments tax devolution has reduced under the Prime Minister's leadership.
Not leadership. The Finance Commission has reduced our devolution of funds.
Sir, one second,
and we are losing out tens of thousands of crores.
In 24...
He's looking for some research, he can't find it. Give him some time, let him find it. Take a moment, find it.
And that's a fact. You can't deny the fact.
Mr. Gunraf, 2009 to 2014 when you were in power.
Don't give me numbers now.
Why?
Don't confuse with
so
data.
When you can say that devolution has come down, but when I want to give numbers, you say don't give numbers.
You have reduced the devolution.
So 2009, absolutely.
Do you agree or not?
2009
absolutely
to 2000, not. Absolutely not.
You want to take a bet?
100%. Bet right here.
Percentage of devolution to Karnataka has gone down.
2009 to 2014.
You have lost the bet,
the
Mr.
amount of. So you are the judge.
What
you
is
are
at
also
stake?
the jury. You are also
What is the bet?
2000.
Like one Nandini Lassi or something. I don't know. What's the bet?
They want to finish off Nandini also.
He can't have Nandini Lassi.
This is again another
no, he wants to have Nandini Lassi.
They want to take over Nandini. They want to take over the state resources.
No, but that was mischievous on your part.
Rahul,
no, one second.
You are not
they never
to
said
make this point. Please.
Yeah.
2009 to 2014 with UP at the center. The budget allocated for Karnataka's development was 94,000.
Talking about a percent, you're giving an actual number.
Please, 94,224 crore. Between 2014 and 2019, it is increased to 2,26,000 crore.
Every year,
2,26,000 crore. And here is Mr. Dinesh Gundurao, who is going on and on record, lying multiple times.
Then why you want to talk about 2013?
Where is
I would say, why do you talk about?
Where is 2,24,000 crores?
I would say, Mr.
The
Surya,
moment I say this, he says, don't bring numbers.
No. I would say, go back to 1951, Karnataka must have received 200 crores. See, there's an inflation, there's a rise in resources
Even
every
with
year.
respect to the recommendations of the Finance Commission, all states, irrespective of whether it is Karnataka or Tamil Nadu, every state has got more funds allocated under the Prime Minister.
Do you agree or not that Karnataka's allocation has gone down by 1% after the recent Finance Commission report or not? Do you agree or not?
No. All states have. Okay. Every state has got more funds.
It means you're sadly badly informed.
Every state across the country.
In the few minutes that we have left, I want to talk about how the Congress mischievously spun the Nandini issue to make it seem as if they were doing something wrong. Now the fact is that Nandini products sell at lower prices than Amul. Secondly, it's a free country. Amul decided to come here. It's not like the BJP decided to send Amul into Karnataka, and Amul came first under your government, Mr. Siddaramaiah, in 2017. Yet you somehow tried to whip this up into a matter of Kannada pride.
It was not us. It was the people of Karnataka. Don't blame the Congress for everything. It was the Kannada people, the cooperative sector, the cooperative movement which whipped it up. And we responded to that.
You fueled the fire.
It was started by Mr. Amit Shah. Because he was the one who come and said that Amul and Nandini should work together.
One more fake narrative manufactured.
This originated from there.
Just like this whole devolution.
And then suddenly they come and say that that we should introduce Amul products over here.
No, but this idea, ordinarily,
from there, right?
Cooperatives and farmers are a very touchy It's a very touchy electoral issue. Would you accept that instead of doing this on the 14th of April, even if this had to be done, I fully accept the fact that every cooperative should be allowed to go everywhere, including Nandini going to UP. So I'm philosophically opposed to what's being done. But timing is of prime importance. And your timing in this instance was wrong. Even if you had to do it, could have been done after the elections rather than allow for Amul, announce for Amul to come in.
It was allowed in 2017.
No, but they wanted to expand. No, but they made it into a big issue and put the BJP on the defensive.
They create issues, they manufacture issues. That's the Congress.
It was not done by us, Mr. Surya. It was done by
my point is, Mr.
Milk
Dinesh
Federation
Gundurao must
themselves.
answer.
The KMF was the one who took up the issue first, and we responded to that.
Siddaramaiah was the chief minister for full 5 years. The amount of profits that KMF made versus the profits that KMF is making today. KMF is much better financially. The product basket of KMF and Nandini is higher today. No. My charge rather is that the Congress party neglected Nandini when they were in power.
I'm sorry, you're just saying something for the sake of saying. KMF has been built up by the Congress governments previously.
Why is it that
without Congress there was no KMF also?
Why is it that the KMF is financially better during our government?
No, but
why weren't they doing well when you were government? Why was it the case? Why have they neglected?
KMF has been doing well even since then.
Numbers and
even
facts.
since then, KMF has been doing well.
If the BJP, if the Amul cooperative hadn't done anything wrong, then why has that decision been put on hold for the time being?
No, Rahul, 1 second.
If you hadn't done anything wrong and you're sticking to your conviction, you should have allowed them to come. Why is the decision been put on hold?
Rahul, it's the matter of decision of the cooperatives and KMF. My question is, just on the threshold of elections, the Congress party from nowhere decides to oppose Amul, but they don't have a problem with other milk brands from, say, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu and Kerala? You think people of Karnataka do not see through this double
No, and Nandini goes to Telangana, goes to Tamil Nadu. What you are doing is very wrong.
No, also,
you know, this whole idea. No, we had DK Shivkumar here, and he said, I will not have any other milk apart from Nandini. If everybody starts saying like this, then tomorrow K. Chandrasekhar Rao will say the same, Stalin will say the same.
We will not allow the Nandini cooperative movement, the KMF, to be weakened. You cannot
but
bring
they
in...
never strengthened it when they were in government.
We have strengthened
what's my point?
We've strengthened it. We have strengthened it always.
No, what if Stalin says I won't have Nandini milk, or K. Chandrasekhar Rao says he won't have, then?
Our corporate, see, as it is, the milk,
why do you hate the Nandini brand so much?
As it is, the milk cooperative is doing very well.
Why did you not
our
strengthen
government,
the Nandini
he is
brand?
just misleading the house as usual. KMF has been doing well since time
I bring
immemorial.
numbers, he says it's misleading.
What numbers?
Sir.
What numbers? Show me the numbers.
Okay, let me take a minute.
No, you
No,
don't bring everything on your
the
phone
moment
now.
I say numbers, you go back.
No, I'm just saying.
KMF did not make as much profits as it is making today.
Was it making a profit or not?
Absolutely, it was making, but the quantum of profit is more.
KMF is not a government
the quantum of profit is more today under our government. The basket of offerings is more under our government. The revenue has increased under our government.
So
why is it that you neglected the Nandini when you were in government?
KMF is not a government company. It's a cooperative movement. So if they're making more profit, good for them.
Rahul, it is not the love for Nandini. It is the hatred for Gujarat Samul.
You hate Gujarat because Amul comes from Gujarat.
Our brands to be protected.
This isn't love for Nandini.
And it was the whole Nandini
TRS
issue.
says the same thing, DMK says the same
The
thing.
whole Nandini issue
You're not
is
answering my
based
question.
on strengthening our own cooperative movement.
Amul is
That's it.
Nandini is finding
So don't
it
weaken
difficult
our
to make sales
cooperative
in
movement.
Kerala. And as Kerala's MP, will Rahul now disqualify
These are the two biggest
will
brands.
Rahul Gandhi
After
make
Amul,
intervention in
it's
Kerala on behalf of
Nandini.
Nandini if the Congress party loves Nandini so much?
Nandini goes all across India.
No, but what if they
Amul
also ban
goes
you?
all across India.
What if they
but
start
don't
pushing
merge
back?
don't merge these
as we
cooperatives.
speak, Rahul,
Don't
as we
merge these
speak,
cooperatives.
The Kerala Cooperative
Don't allow Amul to
Association
take
is
over Nandini.
Opposing the
Nandini,
entry
let
of
it remain
Nandini
Nandini
in
as it
Kerala,
is.
which
Let
was
KMF
not the
run
matter
as it
before
is.
they brought
So,
this, raked up this issue.
We are saying
It's a big
don't
problem for Nandini.
merge
Will
KMF
Rahul
into
Gandhi,
Amul.
the now disqualified MP
Let
from
them be
Kerala,
separate.
will he intervene in Kerala?
Is it not that Amul is not being sold in Karnataka? It is being sold in Karnataka.
Way for Nandini
Nobody
in
has
Kerala.
stopped Amul from being
Please show
sold.
your love for Nandini.
Nobody is stopping Amul being sold in Karnataka. Today also it's available.
Kerala.
Nandini can be sold in Kerala also.
People are opposing Nandini in Kerala.
See, that's for the...
It started after you started this issue. Ask Mr. Rahul Gandhi to intervene and show his love for Nandini in real action.
No, Nandini is being sold across the country. Why only Kerala? It's being sold across the country like Amul. But don't merge the cooperatives.
A lot of people who have come from
Amul
elsewhere
cooperative and the
were
Nandini
generally
cooperative.
saying that it doesn't feel like there's an election and only 2 weeks are to go. It wasn't really just picking up the campaign so far. What at least Mr. Gundu Rao and Tejasvi have done is they've kind of given us some fireworks, giving a sense that yes, there is a pitched battle and that polling day is actually near. May the best man and woman win. May the best cooperative win. And
Thank you, Rahul.
Thank you very much.
Wishes.
So he's taking congratulations.
That's the arrogance. That will be the 10th will show the correct
Confidence is
result.
misinterpreted as arrogance because if that's the only attitude that
He's
they are
used to
aware of.
winning, you are used to losing recently.
No, see, we are confident of winning. We will do well. And I think Karnataka will be a trendsetter for the next parliament election. And by winning Karnataka, I think there's going to be a lot of changes in the national political scenario because people are suffering under this regime. And people, ultimately in democracy, it's the people's voice which will count. And I think this election will express what people are feeling in the...
Would you at least concede, Tejasvi, that if the Congress wins, they'll be able to say Tiger Abhi Zinda, like the grand old party is still alive, it's not dead. Like there's no Congress Mukt Bharat happening if they win a big state in a pitched battle with the BJP.
13th May 2023, there will be a full majority BJP government in Karnataka, Rahul.
Okay.
That will be... Till now, they've never achieved it. And now with this huge anti-incumbency, I don't know with what confidence he thinks he can achieve it. But anti-incumbency, corruption, recruitment scams, numerous scams, people are fed up. The alternate, and people of Karnataka this time I feel, wants a stable government. And they're going to vote overwhelmingly towards Congress, and we will come with 140 plus seats, and that will be the result that we are expecting.
They don't have strong candidates in at least 100 seats. Forget coming 140.
I mean, this is the arrogance which earlier I expressed. If you are losing 100 seats, then there is no elections now.
So we leave the verdict to the voters.
No need to be so arrogant, I think. We don't have candidates in 100 seats, then what are we fighting then? So let's not. Let's not talk about.
Actually, you don't need to wait till the 13th of May, because on the 10th of May, India Today will put out its exit poll. That's usually an exact poll. And that is when you'll actually find out how Karnataka voted. But thank you very much, Tejasvi and Dinesh Gundu Rao, for joining us. All the very best.
Thank you, Rao.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our panelists, Tejasvi Surya, MP Lok Sabha of the BJP, as well as Dinesh Gundu Rao, member of Karnataka Legislative Assembly of the Congress. Fiery debate. Karnataka elections, this is what you could expect. The stage heating up, barely 2 weeks to go for polls. And here are two political parties, the BJP and the Congress, setting the agenda at the India Today Roundtable stage. We're coming up with our next session, and this is about Namma Bengaluru and brand Bengaluru. Bengaluru is known for its young artists who are creative, who are vocal, woke, and opinionated. We have a bunch of them joining us today to speak about the brand Bengaluru, and if it still has that old Bengaluru charm. Is there anything that needs to be fixed, or we're happy with what we see of Bengaluru today? Sara Fazal, who's a radio jockey, joining us. Disha Oberoi, also a radio jockey. We also have Sunetra Nagaraj, also a radio jockey. I'm going to be moderating them. Thank you very much for joining us on stage. A huge round of applause for our guests here, please. Come on, a little louder for these women. All right. Oh, my mic's on, yeah.
Hello.
You know what, give you the chance to introduce yourself, your radio stations. Tell us a little more about you. Sarah, you first.
All right. A very good evening, Nabila. A very good evening to all of y'all. So I am RJ Sarah, and I host the afternoon show on Radio Mirchi 95 FM. Yeah, that's about my show. A little bit. You want me to talk about my show?
Heard you while driving, I guess. That's usually my time. Yeah.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Disha Oberoi, and I host the breakfast show on Red FM. It's the morning prime time, 7 to 11, when Bangalore's infamous traffic is just at its best. That's when, 4 hours, I get on radio. And yeah, if you're ever stuck, which I'm sure you will be, you must tune in.
Sunetra.
Yes, hi Nabila, and good evening one and all. This is RJ Netra from Radio City 91.1. I've been for donkey's years on radio now. I think almost a radio fossil. But yes, having said that, there's a never full stop for what you love. Absolutely. I am also the programming director for Radio City. I host the mid-morning show between 11 to 2, and absolutely, I get to do what I love the most, being behind the mic and managing a lot of other things as well. Look forward for this conversation right now.
I know, and apologies for calling you Sunetra. I think we made
my
a
full
mistake.
name. And yes, that's my radio
Okay,
is
so you're known as
Netra.
RJ Netra,
Netra, yes.
but your name is Sunetra.
Yes,
Okay, you're
yes.
also an actor, I see.
Yes.
Nice.
A few films here and there.
Right.
Yeah,
What do you like better?
Oh, radio, any day. Behind the mic, any day.
Behind the mic?
Absolutely.
I mean, once on screen, you never want to go off it, right?
Yeah,
I mean, I did consider radio. I think my voice, there was
It's
one of
good,
the,
it's good, it's
there was one of the
absolutely
radio
good, yeah.
directors who actually called me in for it, but I was so enjoying TV and reporting that I thought that, you know, maybe I should stick to TV a little longer. But since you're an actor, you should tell me, isn't that more enticing?
It is, absolutely. But as an actor, it's also very taxing for you to look the way you need to behave the way you need to. And there's a lot of, it's a different science altogether.
Right.
So I've been lucky to do it here and there in bits and pieces when I'm sort of getting burnt out on radio, and then again to come back to do what you love the most. It's nice to balance.
But I
those
envy
two.
you. I don't think news journalists can do both roles, can't act and report. I don't think we have the
But
choice.
sometimes don't you act while on a panel?
No,
trying
that's
to
an allegation
behave?
on us. No. No, we're honest.
Okay. Well, yeah.
Fine. All right.
so-
Sarah, what about you? I mean, you know, speaking of brand Bengaluru, you know, the reason why we have a bunch of RJs here is because Bangalore is really big on radio culture. As much as we see, you know, some would say that radio is dying, but I believe that Bangalore has never seen that lull when it comes to radio at all. More number of radio channels coming to fore. You have more number of radio stars who are doing so well. You know, people really, can you blame it on the traffic of Bangalore?
Credit,
to the rise of
credit-
radio?
Credit Bangalore's traffic. We credit Bangalore's traffic. Radio is still alive. Radio is not just surviving, it's thriving. It's a great medium. It's entertaining. It's dynamic. It's the only dynamic medium, local dynamic medium in the world, and it's absolutely free of cost. A lot of people don't realize that about radio, that all you need is a radio set and you can tune into any channel. There is no subscription. There is no fee.
And the reach.
And the reach where there are times internet doesn't reach places where radio
Exactly,
does.
yeah.
So the medium is nostalgic, it's beautiful, it's emotional, it's, you know, I do this myself. I call my colleagues on their radio channels and say, Gana baja de. And when I hear my name in a little dedication, it still gives me a lot of joy. So radio, I think, is an absolutely beautiful medium, and it's here to stay, Nabila. It's going nowhere.
Absolutely, and I think you nothing like a good radio station playing some nice music while you're on your drive. No amount of your favorite playlist can match to that. You know what's the best part about radio, in my view, is the surprise element to it, right? You don't know what song is coming up, as opposed to a playlist that you've preset.
You know, I want to add to what Disha just said, that radio is very dynamic also for the fact that it's storytelling, and the whole art of storytelling never dies, right?
And imagining
There's always somebody out there who wants to listen to a good story being told to you in the most beautiful manner possible.
And the most sexy voice.
And you say so, yeah. And the best part about radio is that it leaves it to the listener's imagination to take it the way you want to take it.
Absolutely.
Right? So eliciting any emotion in your listener, I think that's an art in itself. So radio is not here to die, according to me. No.
Also considering the fact that the ones who are listening to radio at any given point in time is either alone all by themselves in the car, or they just, you know, have this thing hooked on. So it's a lot of a one-on-one medium, so there's a lot of credibility, there's a lot of relatability with the RJs and the kind of things that we speak also. So it's along with the music and entertainment comes in a lot of credibility on radio that we, you know, often you know, don't realize, but there's a lot of one-to-one connect with the
a lot of
RJ
emotion
also.
attached,
Absolutely.
and
Yes,
curiosity, excitement. It's all the emotion, and you're not able to put a face to it. It's a voice. So do you feel there's a flood of following when people get to know, oh, this is what RJ Netra looks like, this is what Disha looks like, or Sarah?
Nabila, I must tell you, the first few seconds are such a giveaway when somebody meets you for the first time, because you can make out if you've disappointed them or you've lived up to the expectations, or you've
I agree.
agree. So you just watch them for the first 3 seconds and they can't hide it. Nobody can hide it. And you just gotta, sometimes you disappoint people, sometimes you don't, but that's the beauty.
But
Love
you know,
it.
I'm going to look at it from the positive side, because whenever we've had people coming and looking at us when after they hear us, the first reaction goes like, "Oh my God, I never knew that, you know, you're going to be this way." Like sometimes more than what our imaginations could think about, you know. And the voice to top it all is just like right here in front of us. I mean, this is like superb. I mean, the experience of it is very overwhelming for us as RJs. Very overwhelming. Because in a TV, if you take the TV medium, right, people get to see you, how you are and what you are, and
true.
your entire personality. But when they get to do that on radio, when they come and meet us in office, I think we leave them stunned all the time. I think
I've always been very inquisitive of radio. In fact, I did a small stint in radio way back. But anyway, what I want to get here is when you're on the radio, when you're trying to speak, you want to get to the hearts of your listeners. You want to say all the nice things and often be positive about everything, right? Everything in the world. That's how you grab your audience. But with the kind of with brand Bengaluru at this point today, it's very disheartening to see the kind of traffic, the potholes. I mean, how are you positive in this scenario all the time during your shows?
I think, you know what, after a certain point, we've sort of normalized it all. Now, you know, if there's a pothole, we just sort of steer clear and then go, and we know exactly what to do, where the pothole is and how to maneuver through the traffic. And you're just standing in traffic probably for 3-4 signals and you're not complaining. Now, I'm not saying because, I'm listening to radio or music, but then we've sort of normalized the entire hustle that there is. And it's very normal for us. On a given day when there is public holiday and there's no traffic, it's suddenly like, okay, what just happened to Bangalore? Now, you can't relate that. You can't relate a road which you saw during COVID. And that is very dreamy for us, which essentially should be the way that there is less traffic and a lot of peace on road.
You basically try to beautify all the disappointing
also.
scenarios. I wanted to use another word, but all the sad scenarios, you try to make it more pleasant with your words.
I think a little bit of both, you know, Nabila, because apart from just making the entire scenario of anything in Bangalore look positive, we try to make the person feel what they're feeling. We go along with them. Like we are their voice with them. Oh, you know, I had to maneuver to this bad road and, you know, I got late, and you're like, guess what, man, I'm going through the same thing, you know. I am where you are. So we try to make it so relatable that they're like, we're not a different species altogether. Oh, being an RJ, you go through the similar things. I mean, that's the connect that we build with our listeners.
Absolutely.
So it's a little bit.
You know, what's been the hardest part in the last few months running up to the elections? What's been a challenge, or what's been this one request from your listeners to debate about or to talk about? Why don't we hear from you, from those behind the screens or behind the scenes?
Bengaluru
what's
roads.
hurting Bengaluru?
Bengaluru roads. I think traffic, of course, but I think like Netra was pointing out, it's become an issue which is now very synonymous with us. Okay, we know that there's traffic, but what are we going to do about it? But I think it's more about the roads. Are we going to have any roads left at all in the next coming years? I think that is an issue.
You know what's happened with Bangaloreans? People come out with this report every now and then, whichever government it was, that we're going to be fixing the potholes, we're going to fix the roads. But you've heard of once bitten, twice shy. Bangaloreans are 100 times bitten, 300 times shy. So even when we announce this information on radio, people call us back saying, "Kuch nahi hona iska," you know, and or you know, we'll see when it happens, or you know, all it takes is one rain for it to go back.
Are you saying we're cynical?
Very
cynical.
Actually, when it comes to our roads, Netra, correct me if I'm wrong, your experience?
It is. See,
we don't take it seriously.
Absolutely.
I mean, it is a running joke that Bangalore roads, Bangalore traffic. I mean, we like you said,
but
we
Nabila, one
normalized
thing
it.
that the roads have done for Bangalore, if you have to look at a silver lining, is that it has increased the level of tenacity in Bangaloreans to a point that look at the fan base for RCB.
Absolutely.
The team can do as badly as it is, or is trying to do much better, but the fan base is so high on support and tenacity, and I think the roads have kind of structured that personality in Bangaloreans, if we have to look at a silver lining, because how much can you keep complaining, right?
Yeah, so then
There's
you also
a weird
say
sense of zen that Bangaloreans
we're
almost attain.
cynical yet resilient.
And slightly zen. It's a bit in a zen mode also, yeah.
To the point.
I think the zen mode credited to Bangalore weather.
the weather,
Not
the roads,
no,
and
no,
everything.
no, I differ.
I mean, come on.
Come
I'm
on.
in Delhi and believe me, Bangalore weather is way better.
Comparatively,
Yeah.
yes, but comparing a Bangalore weather from the 90s that we've seen as we grew up versus what it is today,
Yeah.
oh, it's worlds apart. And to talk about the roads or even the weather, even if I have to design a campaign on radio, in the last few months or a couple of years probably, we don't want to touch upon the potholes or the weather simply because it's so normalized. And again, it's so redundant that we've been speaking about the same thing as somebody being in a responsible position in a radio station. I do not want to take that up as a campaign simply because it doesn't see an end. Now, if I have to fight for a certain cause, I have to see an end to it. It's a perennial problem now.
I think some things you'll believe only when you see like RCB winning and Bangalore's roads actually being fixed and surviving one monsoon. Let it survive a monsoon and then we'll believe it's done. Yeah. Because till then we're not.
One bout of rain and the city's infrastructure is usually exposed.
Which is already out there in the news.
Yeah, it's in shambles and I think there's a much deeper problem to that. It's a small city, so much construction on lake beds especially, so where can you start, right? And unfortunately you see the civic authorities running after the low-hanging fruits, all the local residents, while the big corporates, big builders are left untouched. So your encroachments and even they're bulldozing the ones who have no voice, the others get to stay.
Also, I think it's very important to understand where you're buying up certain property. Like you mentioned about the lake bed. People don't care. Now, okay, there's an apartment being raised. They don't know what exactly existed in that place earlier. And people just go, berserk. If there's a property, they just go by. They just, they're not worried. The civilians are not bothered, really.
Who is it
that is a problem. Sorry?
Who is it that we blame? Because if you actually have to go by the citizens caring much about that, who gives us the transparency? We go with the trust that we are going to get a bit of transparency in the property that we're investing, where we're going to be staying. But
so do you hear, and what's the sense you get from your listeners? Don't they have trust and faith in our authorities?
No, I think there's a lot of apathy. The problem is the civilians' apathy, and there's a lot of mismanagement from the authorities. And they both go in hand. Now there's mismanagement. If there's at least somebody who's concerned is raising their voice, then there can be something that can be done. But apathy and mismanagement really goes hand in hand. Somewhere, I think as civilians, as responsible citizens, we need to really take cognizance of what is happening, at least question on why this is happening, and then it can probably be questioned or stopped or whatever. But here, we don't bother. Most of us don't bother. There's space.
Yeah, and you guys play nice music on the way. I mean, what else? You distract your listeners. Even if they're thinking of going to complain, then you play nice. You play a nice song, and then they're like, okay, fine, let me do it tomorrow.
Somebody has to ease the tension out, right? So I think we are the guys who do that. Don't you agree? Yeah? Somebody has to ease the tension out.
Fabulous. Thank you, by the way, for doing that. You really are making it a pleasant place. But, okay, second most troublesome request that you get, or something that really troubles your viewers, what would that be? Apart from Bangalore traffic, Bangalore weather, you say is bad now. What else has really bothered Bangalore city?
There are issues, garbage disposal, waste management was a concern. It's getting better, there's segregation in place, but a lot of times when you're driving out in the morning, people call and say, we can smell garbage being burnt. And these are black spots. And a lot of authorities come back and tell us, what do we do in the middle of the night? People come and dump garbage at particular spots, convert them into black spots. Water shortage is a problem, and with summers coming up, it's going to increase. Another thing we've noticed, or at least I've noticed, is with a lot of young couples who want to buy houses or even rent houses, the rentals are off the roof. And I believe, this is what I've heard, is that the supply inventory is a little less, so the prices are going up. And I mean, it was so funny. At one of the cricket matches, somebody held a placard saying 2 BHK apartment. I want a 2 BHK apartment. It's getting that bad that people have to turn to television channels hoping that somebody spots them. So rental, and we have more than 1.5 million workers in the city. And I truly believe Bangalore is one of the most cosmopolitan cities in India today.
So do you look at it as an issue, or do you see Bangalore thriving? You have more work.
I think we have
coming
more work
to town.
more work to do, Nabila, because I think
you're saying our infrastructure does not fit in.
I feel
this
it's crumbling.
Population influx. Yeah,
I think it's crumbling because
Yeah,
if I have,
it's not going in sync with as fast as the city is growing. The
exactly.
infrastructure is not in sync with that, and it's a bit disproportionate. And maybe that's why we're feeling the heat and the pinch and the pain.
You know, hey, but we could sound like oldies, right? All old Bangaloreans. I am one. I guess all of you all are. You're born and raised in Bangalore?
Yep.
Yeah, right?
No, I bring an outsider's perspective. So I've been here more than a decade, and it's a beautiful city, great energy. The people are phenomenal. It's just these few pain points, if we can sort of sort these out. In fact, I'm worried for Bangalore. If you sort this out, there'll be more people coming into this city because it's that fabulous.
So, you know, I feel otherwise, Nabila, because being born, brought up and raised in this city, from what I've seen my city to what it's become, it's a very sorry state of affair. Because
but that's what development does not happen without a population influx, without actually flexing your infrastructure, which is and that's when you'd see all sorts of construction on road. It is perennial, agreed, but work has to happen, and that's what's happening. So do you agree that this comes at a cost? Development, expansion comes at a cost, and that's what we're bearing now.
But at what cost, Nabila? What is the cost? You know, the amount of green cover, lakes, sparrows have
flooding up
disappeared.
basements.
No green cover left, no environment left. You want development in the name of, on behalf of cutting everything out, which is your natural resource.
Sure.
So there was this article that I was reading the other day, done by a scientist from Kellogg's University. That it was a very interesting observation that he'd made about the climate change. For every 1 degree increase of the weather of a certain region, it affects to almost 2 to 3% of the region's GDP. The weather and the GDP are actually
hand in hand.
Inversely proportional. This rises and this goes down. And he made a very valid point there, saying, see, for example, if you look at Bangalore also, Bangalore's weather has always been this, most sought after.
Perfect,
People come here for the weather, and of course,
and
there are
round the
jobs.
year.
And round the year, exactly. Jobs are there, weather's perfect, so people come to Bangalore and never leave. Now, yeah, that's nice. Again, that's a larger responsibility for the authorities to manage all of them. Having said that, now in this summer that we're dealing with, the weather's so bad. It's very hot. It's getting hotter by the day. And as it gets hotter, is the influx going to remain the same? Are the jobs going to be created the same way because of the weather? Now the farmers are going to, what he mentions is the farmers will again have issues with crops, and then everything is related.
Yeah, it's a vicious cycle. You're
vicious
right. I mean, the more
cycle.
people come in, the more you're using up resources.
Exactly.
With limited resources, we're only struggling, and then you have people coming in. I mean, look at us, how mean. No to outsiders. Is that what we're trying to set?
I know, absolutely no.
I don't think so. That's
You
not
girls
the
are
narrative.
No.
That's not the narrative.
Bangaloreans are always more than welcoming.
I think we
for
have the
outsiders.
largest heart. In terms of being the
Very
city
small
with the
city
largest
and large heart.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
that's
I think
done.
It's very important for us to manage the temperature of
This
the
whole-
city. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, absolutely. I agree with you. Global warming, I don't think Bangalore is left out of that box. But apart from that, when we speak of Bangalore culture is all about young youth. It's called the pub capital of the country.
It's called
the
so many things,
music,
Nabila.
rock, vibe.
It's
Oh,
called
God.
like the space city of India, the science city of India,
Does
the
it
garden city of
still-
India,
does
the
it-
air-conditioned
Silicon Valley.
pub capital,
Silicon-
biker capital.
Yeah, pub capital, the
One-way
music,
capital.
rock vibe, all of that. Does it
Yeah.
still exist? Does it still prevail? Are you seeing that dying?
You know, that's the spirit of Bangalore. We keep all of this high despite all the issues plaguing us. That's because we believe that someday we're going to make a change to it, but we just don't know when.
We're very adjusting.
I think that's the word.
Very,
We're very
very
adjusting. Like they say in Kannada, no, madana.
Adjust ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ.
Yeah, adjust
No,
madana.
no.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's
Adjust
exactly.
Madi.
Adjust Madi.
No, but no, for real. What happened to the tag of being the pub capital? Now you see, I mean, I think a few years ago itself there was a deadline, 11:30. You had to shut everything.
I think I'm afraid to say
and
this,
there was a
Nabila.
lot of talk about how this is killing the Bangalore vibe.
But then that's when a lot of house parties suddenly cropped up. People
Nothing
who have
can kill
found their own
Bangalore's
bags.
vibe.
Oh, that's
you know
worse.
what, Disha?
Now you have Indranagar neighbors always complaining of noise around.
Not just Indranagar. Name the areas which are now coming under the scanner for loud parties, and you got to, shut after this particular point of time. I mean, once upon a time, we had a limit of 1 a.m.
Yeah.
But now they want to wrap up everything by 11:30.
Yeah.
11 a.m. 11:30 max.
PM, yeah.
Yeah, I'm afraid to say that if you have to look at it from that perspective, we have a lot of areas to be worried about for Bangalore. A lot. I'm afraid to say that about our city.
You guys, you believe that the deadline should be extended?
Well, of what the deadline that there is currently, I think I'm very comfortable.
We'll find a way around it. I think there are bigger problems.
But
We'll find a way
also-
around the deadlines.
We've worked our way through those deadlines and managed to, find other means and ways to keep ourselves engaged. Sarah mentioned, I think there are other ways and I think there are a lot of other things to be worried about currently. And I think the party scenes are really nice. Really
What other
happening
things?
as of now in Bangalore. Yeah.
What other things to be worried about? You listed a few. Security, women's safety. Would you think that's a concern in our city?
Look, I was at the cricket stadium the other day and I was with a few friends and they had to leave for some reason and I stayed till the end of the match. It was a cracker of a game.
Yeah.
I was exiting the stadium by myself through a huge crowd. Nothing at all. I was safe. I got out. People
Lovely.
made way for me. I was a single woman and this is as recently as a cricket match which can get quite crazy and Bangalore lost. Despite that, people didn't go nuts. I got my way all the way out. Some people realized I was on my own, gave me way. I stepped out. There were cops. So from a personal perspective, I think it's a beautiful city. It's a safe city. There are going to be incidents, but I'm not going to label Bangalore as unsafe. It's a solid place.
I would like to make an instance.
You credit the Bangalore police for doing a great job.
I think they are. I think we've made
And the people of Bangalore.
I think I've myself taken cabs late in the night at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. from the airport or from a party or from an event.
Never have I too felt unsafe. Take a cab from here to the airport. No.
Never was this cringe moment. Never have I felt unsafe. That's Bangalore for you, which is why the city is thriving.
But Nabila, people need to start voting. And I think it's good that they've done it on a Wednesday strategically because if it was any other day, we'd make a long weekend out of it. But
what are you sensing among the youth? I actually had this youth panel before this, where I did mention that the first-time voters or fresh voters, the percentage has dipped drastically, right? And people, somehow the youth have lost faith in the electoral system. Are you sensing that, or do you feel that the youth are a lot more involved and plugged in?
I don't think so, because 2018 gave us a very clear picture. A lot of urban apathy when it came to the urban areas of Bangalore, the BBMP North, Central, South. Even though we said in 29 years from 1952, we had the best turnout of 76% in 2018, it was not when it came to the youth, because we had a lot of youngsters missing from that scenario.
Yeah.
And what I fear this
Why do you
election
think?
is...
the thing is,
I feel lazy, fatigue. I don't
a
know.
lot of people come
What
in.
will change? I think that is my perspective on this. What will change? If I'm going to vote, what's going to change? Is there anything going to change?
I mean, that's such a wrong way to look at it.
For my
Nabila,
conversations
a lot of people come out from different states to work in Bangalore and their voter ID cards are registered elsewhere. This is a genuine technical issue. And I've noticed this because people call and say, I'm registered there, how do I get it transferred?
But yeah, this is surely a problem.
It's a genuine problem.
Absolutely.
So it can't entirely be people aren't interested. It's a combination of a few factors.
But that's still what, at 20 is to 70 or 80?
Not.
Also considering the fact that the Gen Z lately is not relating to today's politicians. They're either speaking that their speeches are very redundant, what they do is very redundant for them, they don't know, they don't relate to them. They don't recognize the leader, as in the Gen Z today, they need to understand what the person is, what are their likes, what kind of person this this leader is.
So you're saying netas are not coming down to actually connect and chat with the youngsters to see what their real aspirations are.
Yes, on a personal level, they're still being, as politicians, blaming each other and just finding loopholes amongst each other, which probably is a disconnect with the youngsters today. And that is a very important reason why they're not coming up also.
Could we call all of you the bridge to that disconnect?
We need to be
the
that source
messiahs.
of change. Yeah? I'm going to call us the source of change, the guiding light, guys. I think we guys should do that.
I think as leaders also, there's some amount of personal connect. I'm sure there's social media today, but then people, the youngsters are very wary of commenting about anything because of the fact that social media is not a very safe place anymore, especially when you take sides. Talk about
are you drawing this conversation to freedom of speech?
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Well, that's all we have time for. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Nabila.
It was fantastic talking to you all. So lovely, and all the best for your...
Thank you so much, Nabila. It was great talking.
Thank you. Thank you. What a refreshing panel there. Lovely panelists. If I could thank them once more. Sarah Fazal, radio jockey. Disha Oberoi, also a radio jockey, and Sunetra Nagraj, a radio jockey. Three of them speaking on Bangalore, its issues, what we could fix. And yeah, we still have hope, right? We are a lovely city, beautiful weather. I still say Bangalore is certainly the best. The rains have brought the heat down. So nothing to complain, at least for the week. Thank you guys for staying patient. We're coming up with our next panel in just a bit. Do stay seated.
You know, we are joined now at the India Today Karnataka Roundtable by the man who's leading the BJP's campaign when it comes to strategy in this very crucial battlefield, the Union Minister for Parliamentary Affairs. And Cole, thank you very much, Pralaji, for coming. It's not very often that you agree to such interactions, so we are delighted that you made the time for us. What are your numbers telling you at this moment? In your internal surveys, how confident are you that the BJP could be the single largest party when the last vote has been counted on the 13th of May?
Why you are talking of single largest party? We will be in majority. See, if I can recollect a year back, when I went to Uttarakhand, people said the same thing. Once Congress, once BJP. And this time it is the turn of the Congress. And there is no possibility of BJP because you have changed the chief ministers, all those things. It was talked. But first time after the formation of Uttarakhand, we repeated. Bharatiya Janata Party came back to power with 2/3 majority. And same experiment we are doing in Karnataka also. I am telling you today, previously twice we were in power. At that time we were single largest and we somehow managed the majority. This time, no such management. Bharatiya Janata Party will be another Uttarakhand for the Karnataka for 2023 election. You take it from me today.
Interesting you said, because in the last few days, after the announcement of tickets, we've actually seen some turbulence in the Bharatiya Janata Party, which we don't often see. There were some big leaders whose tickets were cut in Gujarat as well, but they never rebelled. Here we've got a situation where a former deputy chief minister, a former chief minister have actually gone and joined the opposition force. Why couldn't you stop that from happening?
See, one thing, people also would like to see the new faces. And it is a change of generation. And what you talked about the former minister and chief minister, people, since they have resigned from the BJP, they have left the BJP, people are also not happy about it because Bharatiya Janata Party had given them everything. And after that, both had a different role. And it is a generation change. I think morning our leader, Honorable Amit Shah ji, has also said that in Congress there is no question of retirement or change of role. But in BJP it is there. So in that context, whatever they have done, people are very unhappy, and people are happy because BJP can take such a bold decisions.
When you cut the ticket of Jagdish Shettar, did you anticipate that he may leave? Could this situation have been handled differently? Because it doesn't look good for optics. Forget the impact on the Lingayat vote bank. It doesn't good look for optics for a former chief minister to join the Congress.
See, what is optics from our end and what is optics from his end? The few days back, just few days back, a week back, 4 days back, before just leaving Bharatiya Janata Party, what he has spoken about the Congress, what he has spoken about the Rahul Gandhi, and what he is talking today. People do understand people do see the difference. People will understand the difference. लोग जान रहे हैं, लोग देख भी रहे हैं कि यही आदमी है, आईसीयू में है, कांग्रेस आईसीयू में है, अभी आईसीयू में चले गए क्या? पॉलिटिकली आईसीयू में चले गए क्या? आप ऐसे लोग पूछ रहे हैं, मैं नहीं पूछ रहा हूँ. और जो 30 बरस भारतीय जनता पार्टी के, you are with an ideology and I am with an ideology. When you are in an ideology with a party, then how can you shift like this? See, one is optics from our end, and his end also optics is very bad.
Could you have handled the situation differently? Where did you, because you are in charge of this, no? You are the Sangathan Mantri. You are running the whole ship over here in terms of strategy.
No, I can tell you whatever possibly we can try to convince him, everything was it. And no less than our Honorable Home Minister, he spoke to him in front of me on my own telephone, and he tries to convince him, your role is over in Karnataka at present, and you may kindly come to Delhi, we will give you a bigger role. I am making this statement very carefully. Bigger role. You will be made Rajya Sabha member, and further you will be given a bigger role. Then what does it mean? This is what Honorable Home Minister said. In spite of that, one single ticket, one single seat, if somebody is quitting the party, then people will teach them lesson. Because we are a party with an ideology.
He also blamed the Brahmin lobby, as it were, key Brahmin leaders. Now, you're a Joshi yourself, B.L. Santoshji, the key Sangathan Mantri, is also a Brahmin. Now, this idea that he's blaming the Brahmin lobby for denying Lingayats their due, now that's a politically volatile thing to say.
I don't think people understand, because such a decisions, requesting some senior person like Mr. Shettar, asking him to shift to Delhi, it will not be taken by either by me or any state office bearer. It will be taken at the very highest level, and this decision is taken at the very highest level, and that was duly communicated to him, and so many rounds of talks were held with him, and even before taking the decision, he was duly informed. It is not that we just said, जैसे वीरेंद्र पाटिल जी को कहा गया था, आपका कल से आप मुख्यमंत्री नहीं रहेंगे, ऐसे हमने नहीं किया है. हमने जो कुछ भी बताया है, पहले ही हमने ठीक तरह से उनको बताया था कि चेंज ऑफ जनरेशन होगा. आप तो सीनियर बन गए हैं, आपका सीनियरिटी का रिस्पेक्ट करना है, इसीलिए आप दिल्ली आ जाइए, हम तो जो चॉइस देंगे. आप इतना स्पष्ट रूप से कहा गया था, आपको राज्यपाल बनाएंगे, आपको राज्यसभा मेंबर बनाएंगे, ऊपर का कुछ रोल देंगे. चॉइस इज योर्स. व्हेन दिस मच इज टोल्ड and the decision is taken at the very highest level with a due consultation by our topmost leaders, then if you don't agree, what is your loyalty to the party?
Now, you are member of parliament from Dharwad. Now, one of the issues the Congress raises in this election is that the BJP in Bengaluru is remote controlled by the High Command in Delhi. That the Chief Minister of your party is not able to decide because he has to look across the Vindhyas to Delhi to see what he can and cannot do.
Now, if Congress says this, it is a big joke, I feel. Because the people, even today, if the Congress president, more than president, Congress former president or Srimati Sonia Gandhi, they do not meet the people. Why the people, so many people exit from the Congress? Because they do not give the appointment to their own people. That is why they came out of the Congress party. And today, Bharatiya Janata Party, a leader who is elected by the people, not selected by the people, and we all put together, discuss, debate and dispose. This is the policy of the Bharatiya Janata Party. And whatever it is, whether it is in the state level or central level, there is a team, and that team will sit and discuss. We propose, then they will call us. Whatever the decision regarding the selection of the candidate is also, we had proposed, they had some discussion, and ultimately together we will take a decision. This is the process, and this process is only in Bharatiya Janata Party, I am telling you.
Who will be your chief ministerial candidate if you get the majority and form the government?
No, that's already, see, now we are heading the election under the leadership of Basavaraj Bommai, and as soon as elections are held, again it will be decided.
No, they are two separate things. Is Mr. Bommai your chief ministerial candidate or not?
No, Bommai the chief minister, naturally we are going ahead under his leadership.
If you win, who will be chief minister?
No, if you win, that because it is a democratic party, legislative party will decide.
No, but when you went in UP, you said Yogi ji will be CM. Why can't you say that?
In every state, will not be applicable, and it doesn't mean that Bommai, I am not telling that Bommai will not be the chief minister. I am not at all.
But you are not saying that Bommai will be the chief minister?
I see every state will have a different type of strategy, and this is our strategy at present.
Your strategy is not to declare the chief minister?
We are going under the leadership of Bommai because he is natural leader.
How natural leader? He doesn't even come from the Sangh Parivar, he is from the Janata Dal.
No, there are so many people. Hemanta Vishwas, do you not consider him as a natural leader? Like that, Bommai is also a very good leader. He has managed very well. In last 2 years, he has managed politically well. He has managed administration well. How can you say that he is...
But you are not saying he will be your next chief minister?
No, it is not my... 1 minute. It is not my authority to say who will be the chief minister. Party parliamentary board and party will decide.
But he is not your candidate.
I am not telling whether he is candidate or not. I am only telling now we are going under the leadership of Basavaraj Bommai.
No, but if you don't tell me...
He is our leader.
But he may not be chief minister.
He is our leader. We are going, and he will... I am not the authority to say this or that. I am only telling that he is our leader.
You are the boss.
I am not boss.
You are not boss.
Not at all boss. Party will decide.
Okay. He was a good diplomat. He kind of dodged that question quite smartly. So well done.
I am not dodging. You are trying to dodge me.
Okay. Now tell me, on multiple issues in the manner in which they've been raised, has the BJP failed to seize the momentum? Usually, the BJP is fantastic at building a mahal. In Karnataka, some of these issues, whether it is the Nandini issue, whether it is the 4% reservation issue, for some, the Virupakshapa issue, for some reason or the other, in the pitch of Chinnaswamy, the ball seems to be swinging against you.
See, it doesn't what Congress is trying to build up a narration, but people will not accept it. People will not at all, they are not ready to even listen to that. Why? When the Congress party was there during 13 to 18, what was the turnover of the Nandini? It was 10,000 crores. As soon as we took over from 19 to till date, it was 25,000 crores. And we are giving subsidy. The subsidy was given during our time. They are trying to create some narration. They are trying to create an issue which is a non-issue. People will not accept this. This type of things, people know.
But it became an emotional issue.
Only because of the votes, Congress is trying to create that narration.
No, but the cooperatives
manufacture that narration, but people will not accept. I don't agree with
that. Do you concede in hindsight that maybe the timing was wrong? that this should not have been announced so close to the election?
No, it is, see, there are so many multi-state cooperative societies are there. Everybody is having their own marketing in for example, does Nandini have market in other states or not?
Of course.
And many other, Kerala dairy doesn't have or not. Everybody has that. Every state has that. So I don't think it is an issue, and we are for, हम कन्नड़ में बोलते हैं नल जल और संस्कृति के बारे में. कर्नाटका के नल मीन्स लैंड, कर्नाटका के जल, कर्नाटक के पानी और कर्नाटक के कल्चर. Bharatiya Janata Party is very, very committed.
Are we in a situation where the BJP is now depending on its pinch hitter, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, to kind of come and rescue them in the last 20 days in a tough situation?
No, I don't think we are not, because it is a tough situation, we are requesting Honorable Prime Minister is not so. We are in a very comfortable situation, and Prime Minister is our leader also. He is Prime Minister and he is the leader of the party also. Naturally, he will come for the campaign. That doesn't mean that we are in a very bad condition. We are in a very good condition, and his participation in the campaign, his leading the campaign will add to our strength.
Are you concerned that some part of the Lingayat vote bank could possibly fragment because of these high profile departures?
No, not at all, because Mr. Yediyurappa is the tallest Lingayat leader, and also highest number of Lingayat candidates are in the Bharatiya Janata Party. And present Chief Minister Mr. Basaraj Bommai is a Lingayat, and there are so many Lingayat leaders who are credible Lingayat leaders. I don't think it will not affect even 0.1%.
Let's come to old Mysuru, because the BJP, it is said, used to fight elections everywhere else except in old Mysuru in terms of its ability to win seats. What's your strategy in old Mysuru this time?
No, we have already formed the strategy, and already you have seen Prime Minister has visited, Amit Shah ji has visited, and now also Prime Minister is very shortly is visiting. And apart from that, what our strategy is, we cannot make our strategy public. Strategies for our own self and to handle the opposition, and not to make it public. I don't want to make public my strategy.
Do you see the Janata Dal secular as being a strong front? Or do you see this more as a bipolar battle between the Congress and the BJP?
It was strong force in last election and previous election. Not now. Not at all.
Because as your vote share rises, in this particular election, not say in a 10-15 year horizon, there's a chance that you could hand the Congress the advantage in old Mysore, because your vote share rises, the JDS's vote share comes down, the Congress stays where it is. In a first past the post system, it's the Congress which improves its seat conversion to your disadvantage.
No, that doesn't happen this time. That's what I am telling. Our party, we have, as organizationally, as a politically, we have strengthened in this part of Karnataka, and from last at least 6 months, we have hammered like anything there, and we are quite confident that situation will not arise, and Bharatiya Janata Party will be in a very good, comfortable position even in that region of Karnataka.
The Congress suggests that the BJP and the Janata Dal secular are fighting in tandem, that somehow the JDS is the B team of the Bharatiya Janata Party.
I am telling, and our leader Shri Amit Shah ji has many times told, I think even today morning he has told, and very recently he has made it publicly, he has told, and what Mr. Kumaraswamy has spoken against Bharatiya Janata Party and against me also personally, everybody knows that, and I am telling Bharatiya Janata Party is fighting against mainly against the Congress Party, but equally against the Janata Dal also, and Janata Dal, if you vote for the Janata Dal, then it will be automatically, it will be helpful to the Congress. This is what we firmly believe, and Bharatiya Janata Party in all the states of the country, we want to strengthen our party and come on our own.
One of the Prime Minister's main credos has been, na khaunga na khane dunga, and yet one BJP MLA has his son with a lot of cash, and that gets raided by the Lokayukt. To what extent do you accept that this tarnishes the image of the BJP?
See, individually commit mistake, and we have given, see, if other party would have been there in power, at that time there was no code of conduct also. But still, if Lokayukta can act, it is only under the Bharatiya Janata Party's regime, because Lokayukta
which they try to weaken the Lokayukta by creating ABC and all those things. But it is only and only Bharatiya Janata Party. We restored the Lokayukta.
Not really. This was done by the High Court, sir, not the BJP.
We could have gone in an appeal. We did not do that. We did it in the assembly and we accepted it. We negated what Congress had did it.
But in the court, your position was that the ACB should stay. In court, when the matter was being heard, the government took the position that the ACB should stay.
Ultimately,
and
when
that the
judgment came, there was a discussion, and ultimately we had a opinion that we should strengthen the ACB or we should strengthen the Lokayukta. Then ultimately we decided in favor of the Lokayukta and given all the powers which were previously existing.
One of the BJP leaders was on camera saying, why talk about development, talk about communal issues or talk about Tipu Sultan, etc. Why are leaders saying that?
It is, some of the selected part of his speech is circulated, and he has told what before he has told and what after he has told, that is kept out, that is cut and pasted, and I don't agree with that. We are both for development, and our core issues are already there, and that core issue also.
We've seen in the past about 48 hours attempts to whip up the Atiq Ahmed killing issue here in Karnataka. Do you think that could become an issue? The Imran Pratapgarhi issue, the fact that one Congress leader goes and puts a tiranga on the mazar of Atiq Ahmed. Is that something? Because there are two theories on this. One, that you can use this to whip it up, that look at how tough we are on law and order. The other is that Atiq doesn't really resonate with voters in Karnataka. How do you see it?
No, I don't think that is the issue, but how the Congress and its eco-friendly party behaves with an antisocial, criminal and most fanatic person, and how they behave with that, this only people are observing it, people are watching it, and people will decide. I don't think, we are not interested to make it an issue.
So I want to use this opportunity of your presence here at the India Today Roundtable in Karnataka to talk a bit about your responsibility as Parliamentary Affairs Minister. Just a couple of questions. One, because for the last about 6+ sessions, Parliament has been pretty redundant. It's almost as if nothing is happening.
Not 6, at least last 2 sessions, it is happening. It is a very unfortunate thing. But what is happening, what one should understand is, Congress party doesn't want to realize that people have rejected them. Congress party is still feeling, ये कहाँ से आया है मोदी जी, हमारे सीट पे बैठ गया है. तो ये जो जलसी है, ये जलसी कांग्रेस पार्टी को इतना तंग कर रहे हैं, and they don't want to allow the parliament to function. This is very unfortunate, and in spite of that, many a times we had interaction.
But this time it was the government that was stopping the parliament from functioning.
No, and after the exit of the Mr. Rahul Gandhi, I told opposition leaders, floor leaders, that look, we are ready for discussion. You please come up for the discussion. And they were bringing placards, which is, as per the rule, it is not allowed. And we are also hesitating when we were opposition, but we never brought the placard inside the house. And and I am telling you, I am making public, one of the leader, senior Congress party leader told me that this time we have decided that this session should be washed out. This is what they have told.
Because next,
I don't want to quote the name, because being the Parliament Affairs Minister, I interact with many people. I don't want to quote them when they tell me, just in मेरे कान में जब कुछ बोलते हैं, मैं बाहर इसको publicize नहीं कर सकता हूँ. लेकिन Congress party had decided that इस session को हम चलाने नहीं देंगे.
But the fear is that we have a swanky new parliament building, and in the next session the same thing could happen, that nothing is happening inside, but the building is looking really nice.
I hope Congress party will realize that, especially Congress party and other opposition party. Government will have a discussion with them, we will have meeting with them, we will try to interact and try to convince. आप जो भी चर्चा चाहते हो, चर्चा करो, पार्लियामेंट डिसरप्ट मत करो. तो ये तो बोलने का कोशिश हम करेंगे. लोग देखते हैं 24 में भी, अभी भी इलेक्शन है, 24 में भी इलेक्शन है, लोग सबक सिखा देंगे.
Now, in the last several months, we saw the BJP, I'm coming back to Karnataka now, raise issues like the Tipu Sultan matter, halal, hijab,
I'm not hearing much of that in the last few days. I'm kind of wondering, what is the BJP strategy? Are you looking to up the tempo on those issues or keep them on the back burner?
See, any time Tipu issue or other issue, we have not raised it. Why Tipu Jayanti is done? Why Tipu Jayanti was performed? The issue started from there. It is not that अगर आप अगर ये उठाते नहीं तो और PFI, SDPI के जो खिलाफ केस थे 175 cases, if they would not have been withdrawn, हम कहाँ से इशू उठाते थे? इशू आप देते हैं, बाद में हमको बोलते हैं आप इशू उठा रहे हैं, ये कहाँ के न्याय है? तो इशू तो वही शुरू करते हैं. तो इशू जब वो शुरू करते हैं, as a responsible political party and the responsible government, we need to react, and we are reacting. We are only responding to issue. We are not raising any issue. We want to fight the election. On the agenda should be the development, should be the agenda. Performance politics, politics of performance. It should be there. And after Modi ji took over, we are doing that. हमने इतना इतना काम दिया है, काम किया है, हमको वोट दे दो. ये पहली बार इस देश में पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ परफॉर्मेंस शुरू हो गया है. उन लोगों को नहीं चाहते, वो लोग चाहते हैं यही टिप्पू से करो, हलाल से करो. जब ये SDPI से केस विथड्रॉ करो और वो अतीक को तिरंगा पहना दो, ये काम कौन कर रहे हैं? हम कर रहे हैं क्या?
So the Congress is notorious for scoring self goals, especially the modern day Congress. In this election in Karnataka, they haven't scored so many self goals. Does that surprise you as the opposition coach or opposition strategist, that they seem to be doing or fighting a better campaign than you would have imagined?
No, आपने बहुत करेक्ट चीज पकड़ा है. आपने ये कहा है कि अभी तक सो फार नहीं हुआ है. आप ऐसे क्यों एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं आगे नहीं होगा? वो कहीं होगा जी, चिंता मत करो आप.
पर आप मानते हैं कि अब तक तो सेल्फ गोल नहीं किया?
होगा.
क्यों
आपने
आपको
सेल्फ गोल नहीं किया जी? हमने जो कुछ भी किया है सोच समझ कर निर्णय.
नहीं, पर मैं कह रहा हूं कि क्या आपको इस बात का आश्चर्य है कि कांग्रेस ने अब तक सेल्फ गोल नहीं किया?
नहीं, वही मैं कह रहा हूं ना, मैंने वही कहा हूं. आपने सो फार, आपने जो वर्ड बोला है वो सो फार को मैं बोल रहा हूं. आपने बोला है सो फार सेल्फ गोल नहीं किया है. आप ऐसे इतना, आप कांग्रेस से इतना आप आशावादी क्यों है? आगे भी नहीं होगा करके होगा जी.
आपको आशा है कि वो करेंगे सेल्फ गोल?
नहीं ना, हम तो आशा करते हैं, नहीं करते अलग बात है, करने वाले हैं. आप तो सो फार जो बोला है वो बिल्कुल ठीक है.
You have about
and आप मैं just I would like to add many such things also. सेल्फ गोल बहुत भी हो गया है. अपने आप देख ही रहे हैं.
कैसे? What self goals are you referring to? आप किस सेल्फ गोल का बात कर रहे हैं?
नहीं, सिद्धरामैया और DK शिव कुमार का क्या चल रहा है?
वो एक दूसरे को गोल कर रहे हैं.
हाँ,
उनमें बेटर लीडर कौन है, DK की सिद्धा?
नहीं, वो कंपैरिजन के लिए, बैठने के लिए, वो जजमेंट मेरा काम नहीं है.
अच्छा, फिर
मेरा काम नहीं, लोग जज करते हैं. इट इज नॉट माई जॉब टू जज हु इज बेटर. कांग्रेस पार्टी ने डिसाइड करना है. कांग्रेस पार्टी डिसाइड नहीं कर पाया है कौन अच्छा है लीडर. जब मैं क्यों करूं?
What is your professional assessment of the manner in which the Congress has fought the campaign so far?
नहीं, कांग्रेस अभी तो मैं उसके बारे में मेरा जजमेंट कुछ नहीं है जी. मैं इतना ही कहना चाहता हूँ, हम अच्छे कर रहे हैं. हमारा कैंपेन बहुत ठीक ठाक चल रहा है और हम फोकस्ड, हमारा काम चल रहा है. और हमने जो मैंने फेस को बदला है उसका बहुत अच्छा असर है. मैं मेरा कैंपेन में बोलता हूँ, मैं उनके कैंपेन
पर
में
फेस को भी ना आपने अच्छे से नहीं बदला. जैसे गुजरात में आपने एकदम बदल दिया ऐसे करके सबको. यहाँ पे आपने जैसे किसी को हटाया तो उसकी वाइफ को दे दिया या बच्चे को दे दिया. हटाया मतलब बड़े आधे अधूरे तरीके. हटाने का मन था लेकिन हटा नहीं पाए.
नहीं, हर एक का स्टेट का, मैंने पहले भी आपको बताया हूँ, हर एक स्टेट का एक स्ट्रेटजी होता है. हर एक स्टेट में एक नया स्ट्रेटजी होता है, नया सोच होता है. उधर का स्थिति अलग अलग रहता है. वो स्थिति देखते हुए हमने निर्णय करते हैं.
क्या आप मानते हैं कि कर्नाटक बीजेपी जैसे उत्तर प्रदेश या गुजरात वैसी वाली बीजेपी नहीं है? इन द सेंस कि कई सारे तो आपके JDS से आई हैं, कांग्रेस के हैं, हार्डकोर कमिटमेंट वाले लोग नहीं, इसलिए आप टिकट काटते छोड़ के चले जाते हैं.
ऐसे आप नहीं बोल सकते जी. ऐसे सारे देश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी या भारतीय जनसंघ से शुरुआत से कहो तो बहुत लोग जो दूसरी पार्टी से आए हैं बहुत अच्छे तरह से एडजस्ट करके हमारा आइडियोलॉजी के साथ काम रहे. एक लिविंग हमारा एग्जाम्पल हेमंता बिस्वा शर्मा, अभी तो वो भी दूसरे पार्टी से आए लेकिन अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं. ऐसे बहुत लोग हैं. आपको देखना चाहिए, देखने का मन रहना चाहिए.
अच्छा, आपके करीब 3 डज़न डिसिडेंट्स हैं, बागी जो विधायक हैं, मतलब कि बागी कैंडिडेट्स हैं जिनकी टिकट कटी किसी वजह से. उन्होंने बोला कि कट्टी अब मैं बीजेपी से नहीं अपना लड़ूंगा या कांग्रेस चले गए. उनमें से कितने आपको लगता है आपको डैमेज पहुंचा सकते हैं?
नहीं, कोई भी कुछ भी डैमेज नहीं होगा। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो वोट बैंक है वो मजबूत है, इंटैक्ट है, तो इसलिए कोई एक कैंडिडेट भी और एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में भी इसका इतना बहुत बड़ा असर होने वाला नहीं है। मुझे पूरा कॉन्फिडेंस है, उधर भी हम जीत जाएंगे। आज भी मैं कह रहा हूँ, जहाँ से आप सोच के बता रहे बहुत बड़े बड़े लीडर चले गए, उस कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में भारतीय जनता पार्टी बहुमत से, एकदम अच्छे बहुमत से हम जीत रहे हैं।
आपको लग रहा है शट्टार साहब हार रहे अपनी कंस्टिट्यूंसी?
पक्का है, उसमें कोई डाउट नहीं है।
इसीलिए आपने टिकट काटा उनका कि वो हार रहे थे?
नहीं, वो हार, जो कांग्रेस में जाने के बाद वो हार पक्का है, आप मान के चलिए। आप आज जो मैंने बोला आप तो रिकॉर्ड पे रहते ही रहते हैं। ऐसे जो कुछ भी पार्टी को द्रोह करके चले गए हैं, उनका तो भविष्य अपने आप अपने खत्म कर दिया है।
आपने उत्तराखंड के कैंपेन को भी स्ट्रेटेजाइज किया था, यहाँ पे भी आप इंचार्ज, वो आपके घर से बहुत दूर था, ये घर की बात है। क्या फर्क है दोनों कैंपेन्स में?
स्टेट का देखो, स्टेट से स्टेट अलग होता है। और उत्तराखंड में हमारा जो सरकार था लास्ट टाइम का, जो हमारा सरकार, आवर गवर्नमेंट वाज इन फुल मेजॉरिटी। इधर तो हमको लास्ट टाइम फुल मेजॉरिटी नहीं मिला था, तो वो छोड़ के बाकी स्ट्रेटजी वगैरह में हम जो कुछ भी उधर किया था इधर भी कर रहे, कुछ नया चीज़ भी कर रहे। मैंने पहले ही बताया हूँ, मैं स्ट्रेटजी के बारे में मैं पब्लिक में चर्चा नहीं करना चाहता।
जितना कर सकते हो उतना तो कर दो।
बोल दिया ना, ये तो अलग अलग स्ट्रेटजी हम कर रहे हैं, और हम जो चेंज किया है वो सबने मैंने बताया हूँ।
अगर जनता दल सेक्युलर 13 मई को कहती है कि आप हमारा चीफ मिनिस्टर बना लो, अगर हंग हाउस आता है और हम मिल के सरकार बना लेते हैं, फिर क्या होगा?
आप अगर बोल रहे हैं ना, ये अगर को मैं उत्तर नहीं देता हूँ। मुझे कॉन्फिडेंस है भारतीय जनता पार्टी विल कम विथ सिंपल, मिनिमम सिंपल मेजॉरिटी से हम पक्का आएंगे। हम क्यों उसको अगर मगर का हमको बात करना है? आई डोंट वांट टू टॉक इफ एंड बट्स। आई एम कॉन्फिडेंट, माई पार्टी इज कॉन्फिडेंट, भारतीय जनता पार्टी विल कम ऑन इट्स ओन। हम अपने बलबूते पर हम आएंगे और हम सरकार रचा देंगे।
इज दिस द बिगेस्ट प्रोफेशनल चैलेंज ऑफ योर लाइफ इन योर ओन स्टेट? Dealing with the kind of incumbency the government is dealing with. You've been in power for 5 years. 2018, the Congress was in power. Now you need to answer. When you look at the current state of play, would you say that this is the toughest professional challenge of your life?
No, I don't think. See, every election is a challenge for any party, including Bharatiya Janata Party. But ये challenge हम स्वीकार किया है। हम और जैसे हम आगे चल रहे हैं, मैं तो पूरा स्पष्ट रूप से देख रहा हूँ कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी ये चैलेंज जो स्वीकार किया है, हम इस जो काम में हम कामयाब होंगे और हम सिंपल मेजॉरिटी से आ जाएंगे।
Prahlad Joshi ji, thank you for your time and thank you for joining us at the India Today Roundtable in Karnataka. We wish you all the very best. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our panelist, Prahlad Joshi, for joining us. Very interesting chat. Just breaking for a short tea break. We're going to be coming back in just 15 minutes with Randeep Surjewala, who's going to be joining us in just moments from now. Who does Karnataka trust the most? That's really the talk that we're going to have with him. Shiv Arora, moderator with Randeep. Right after that, we have our sessions with Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai. Before that, Mallikarjun Kharge, President, Indian National Congress, the Congress chief who's going to be joining us, Kharge ji. That's right after Randeep Surjewala. After Mallikarjun Kharge would be the Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai. So this is going to be back-to-back sessions, and I request our guests to please stay seated for security arrangements. If you do step out, you'll find it hard to make your way in, so grab your seats and stay put. But we have a 15-minute tea break for now. Do come back right in time. Thank you. Richmond town, it's called the heart of Bangalore city. A posh locality.
Surjewala to take stage, along with our senior executive editor Shiv Arur, moderating this session. A big round of applause, please.
So you're going to start with difficult ones or easy ones?
No difficult questions from me, sir. We don't ask difficult questions.
Please ask. Don't ask BJP, but ask.
Sir, this is India Today. We only ask difficult questions. So, requesting everyone to quickly come in and take their seats. This is a session you don't want to miss. One of the most eloquent leaders of the Congress party is with us here today in an election season that is truly, truly exciting. It has electrified the entire party. It's electrified democracy in a way, and all eyes are now on Karnataka. And the man to my left had the great privilege, needs no introduction of course, Randeep Singh Surjewala is General Secretary and in charge of Karnataka. He's a man who has spent a long time in the limelight, but for the last few years has been bunkered down here in the state of Karnataka. How has it been, Randeep ji, to start off with? Welcome to you here at the India Today Karnataka Roundtable. Really good to see you. One doesn't see you as often as one used to, which is obviously by design because you've been busy with big things here in Karnataka. We are, of course, used to seeing you in Delhi. One doesn't see you very often. How has that move been like? From Delhi to Bengaluru now, what has that move been like for you?
Well, thank you. I don't think so. I'm bunkered down. I'm half Haryanvi, half Kannadiga. That's what I tell all my friends from Karnataka now. And of course, you may not see me on India Today, but you would find me on TV9, Public TV, Swarna, TV5, TV1. That's our forte. For we are trying to truly rebuild and reshape brand Karnataka that has been tarnished, denigrated, demolished, subjugated by a 40% corrupt Bombay government.
Just before you came here, sir, we hear that the Congress has made another big announcement. This pertains to something that has been a simmering issue for a long time. BBMP sweepers, another big promise we hear, 25,000 full-time jobs, confirmed jobs. Tell us a little bit about that, because this is something that has taken a long time coming and you've bitten the bullet on that with that promise.
Shiv, the city of Bengaluru, the pride of the country, runs on the shoulders of these Porukaramikas, or whom we call Safai Karamchari and refuse collectors. Congress increased their pay in the last tenure from 6,000 to 21,000. We also ensured direct payment to them. None of us would be here but for them. So a while ago, about an hour ago, we've announced all 25,000 of them will be regularized in the first meeting of the next cabinet that the Congress will form. And not only that, this is a hazardous job. They get skin diseases. How many people die in gas chambers? We all know.
Yeah.
10 lakh rupees of insurance, housing, as also to ensure that they get a special hazardous pay in addition to regularization. That's a new agenda we are trying to set, so that the poorest of the poor who run this city feel a part of, they feel honored, they feel respected, and I believe that they have as much stake in Bengaluru as any one of us have.
Randeep ji, the Congress has been extremely aggressive in keeping the narrative in this election hyper-localized. It's been very much only about Karnataka, Kannada pride, the choice of topics, not just up for debate, but the announcements like the one you've just made, have all been very specifically only about Karnataka. That's a concerted move, isn't it?
I won't say it's a concerted move. Shiv, the truth is that Kannada pride is under attack. Tell me, have you ever heard in 75 years that a defector Shiv Sena BJP government of Maharashtra implements in 868 villages of Karnataka its scheme. What does it say? It questions the geographical identity of Karnataka. That's an attack on Karnataka. Nandini, which sustains 28 lakh farmers of Karnataka, is under attack because the Home Minister and Corporation Minister of the country wants Amul and Nandini to merge. I'm proud of Amul, but why should Nandini be sacrificed for Amul? If you look at Karnataka, the tableau of Shri Narayan Guru is not permitted when Kerala government wants to do it. Why? Why should the children of Karnataka not be able to answer the CRPF exam in Kannada? Why should Kannada language, their culture, be subjugated to the whims and fancy of a party sitting in power in Delhi, with Bangalore government remaining a mute spectator for Mr. Bommai or his colleagues can't say a word against Mr. Modi, as the pride of Karnataka is trampled upon? The investment of Bangalore, which used to be the first destination, is all going to Pune, going to Hyderabad, going to other cities. No problem. Let them also grow. But this has become the third or fourth congested city of the world. Why? And PM comes and perhaps for the first time inaugurates a metro from nowhere to nowhere. So it connects nothing to nothing. This is the discriminatory treatment being meted out to Karnataka by the government in Delhi.
Since you mentioned the Prime Minister, very soon that familiar phase of this election will start when you've got the big guns coming in. Rahul Gandhi will also be coming, lots of rallies. The Prime Minister will also be coming. At a time, Randeep ji, when your party has been keeping an aggressive focus on local issues, not national big picture issues, but Karnataka focused issues. Is there a concern that this could become a Rahul versus Modi kind of situation?
This is a corruption versus transparency battle. This is an accountability versus incompetence battle. This is a vision versus loot battle. This is not an individual's battle. Mr. Modi is welcome to come, no problems. He's our Prime Minister. Rahul ji will come, he's our leader. First question that Prime Minister needs to answer to people of Karnataka: why is it that every single soul in India calls his government the 40% commission government? He will have to answer, why is a police sub-inspector post sold for 80 lakh rupees and a director general of police goes to jail, but the then home minister becomes the current chief minister and is not even questioned? He will have to answer, PM has to answer, why assistant professor's job is on sale, why assistant engineer, junior engineer job is on sale, why 50,000 contractors of Karnataka write to PM saying you demand 40% commission in every job. PM doesn't answer. Why 40,000 private schools of Karnataka say the same thing to PM? These are fundamental questions that he needs to answer.
Since we're talking about Rahul Gandhi as well, and obviously we always stay with the news, many of you have been here at the Roundtable all day, so I'm wondering if you may have missed some of the most viral images on the news today, and we'll just put them up on our screens. It was Rahul Gandhi's last day in his Member of Parliament house on Tughlaq Lane in Delhi. We'll have those pictures up in just a moment. I just wanted to ask you about that. Very emotional scenes, Randeep ji, as Rahul left. This is something that Rahul has mentioned, Priyanka Gandhi has mentioned about the metaphor of him being chased out, and that's also being used, to project that Rahul Gandhi is being victimized, and that appears to be what is being portrayed in these pictures.
I only want to say one thing, very humbly, with great humility. One house cannot drive away neither the Congress party nor Shri Rahul Gandhi. We live in the soul of India. That's our ideology. Rahul Gandhi has been chased out for what? You have to first look at that. If Rahul Gandhi questions why 5,35,000 crores of bank frauds happen and money of people of India is being siphoned off, if he has to be chased out of a house, he must be chased out. We are ready. If Rahul Gandhi asks why Nirav Modi, Nishal Modi, Ami Modi and all the ilk, they siphon off thousands of crores. Prime Minister calls them Hamare Mehul Bhai. And if Mr. Gandhi asks, why are all the thieves who are stealing money of people of India from the banks are running away and the Modi government remains a mute spectator? If he has to be punished for it, let us be punished. If we have to ask why money of LIC as also SBI is being put in companies of Mr. Adani and money is sinking, that is people's money, if he has to be disqualified for that, please disqualify him 100 times more. But we will continue to ask why a gas cylinder cost 1100 rupees, why is cooking oil 200 rupees, why is pulses 150 rupees, why are there no jobs in India, why are only a handful of people control 60% of India's resources while 120 crore people are dependent upon 5 kgs or 7 kgs of food grains. Where is our government? If you have to be punished for it, welcome. Please punish Mr. Rahul Gandhi. Hang him by a pole if you want to.
One of the things you can never fault Rahul Gandhi on is his doggedness on certain issues, Randeep ji. Like you just mentioned, the Adani issue as well. It is something that echoes in virtually every speech or interaction that Rahul has made. As he comes into Karnataka now for a series of public engagements, how do you think that will wash? Because there is, most people expect that Rahul Gandhi will bring up the Adani issue as well here in Karnataka. Is that going to be a problem at a time when you want things to be focused on the local issues here?
Mr. Gandhi came here. He's now, I think, come here about a half a dozen times, addressed rallies from Bellary to Belgavi, everywhere. The first 4 things he says: we are here to change Karnataka. Our vision is rebuild brand Karnataka. And the 4 promises that he has said, which he keeps repeating, are: number 1, the Congress guarantees are the way for justice by a state or a state government that is oriented to welfare of its people. That's where he begins. He says rupees 2,000, what we call Greh Lakshmi, for every woman in Karnataka, in every family, whoever is the head of the family, is our actual answer to fighting inflation, which is BJP made inflation. 200 units of free electricity is not a soap, but is our way of saying we will stand with people of Karnataka because Greh Jyoti is essential and intrinsic. When we say we will give 10 kgs of rice free in Annabhagya to every Kannadiga family, which is a BPL family, it is our way of saying that we are going to stand by you come what may. When we say in Yuva Nidhi, every unemployed graduate of Karnataka for a period of 2 years will get 3,000 rupees of stipend, it is our way of saying till we rebuild brand Karnataka and create more jobs, the state will stand with you. That is his agenda. Yes, corruption, accountability, sale of jobs is an agenda. But Congress here is presenting an agenda, which you just said, for poor karmika, safai karamcharis, for the benefit of larger audience. We have presented an agenda of irrigation, how to bring 10 lakh hectares of unirrigated land into irrigated. We have presented an agenda for SC, ST, OBCs. We have presented an agenda for development and infrastructure. We have presented an agenda of how to rebuild Bangalore as also Mysore, Mangalore into IT, intellectual, biotechnology hubs. So we have a cumulative agenda of how to rebuild Karnataka.
Not to labor the point, Randeep ji, but Rahul Gandhi has made it individual about the Prime Minister when he's talking about the Adani issue, etc. Is that a concern? I'm talking about in terms of the messaging here in Karnataka, that it becomes about the individuals, because Rahul Gandhi has made it about the individual.
I'm sorry, I disagree. Mr. Gandhi has no problem with the Prime Minister. It is the office of Prime Minister that is being brought into disrepute that he has a problem with. Prime Minister is not an individual. Prime Minister is head of this country. He is the first among equals. You expect Prime Minister to be fair, to be neutral, to be just, to be a nationalist, to do everything that is right for the country. But if Prime Minister starts working as for an individual, almost as his friend or next of kin, which current Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji is doing for Gautam Adani and company, then questions need to be asked. That is the duty of every nationalist. And I think that's what he is doing. No problem with individual, whether Mr. Adani or with Mr. Modi, but if the state's resources, if resources that are meant for you and me, resources meant for your viewers, resources meant for equitable distribution among this country, are being bartered away at the whims and fancies of the Prime Minister for his next of kin or friend Mr. Adani, then accountability must be sought, questions must be asked, and punishment, if necessary, be taken, which he is taking.
From announcements and Adani, let's come now to the third A, acquisitions by your party. The big ticket acquisitions that your party has made from the BJP recently in the headlines. People like Mr. Savadi, Mr. Shettar, they've all joined your, Mr. Shettar has joined your party. The BJP doesn't think that they are winnable candidates, sir. Does the Congress think that they are winnable candidates and that's why you've taken them?
First, I like your smile. I think that tells it all. Let's understand one thing. Mr. Jagdish Shettar was our opponent. Savdi Saab was our opponent. Nagesh ji, who was a BJP supported MLA, was our opponent. Mr. Potanna was our opponent. And about 24 legislators, ex-MPs, sitting MLCs, they were our opponents. We respected a whole lot of them for their character. I can respect my opponent. They have come to the Congress party for they have realized that the most corrupt government in India is being run by Mr. Basavaraj Bommai. The nauseating stench of corruption, brazen loot, state-sanctioned loot of exchequer.
But that's not why Mr. Shettar has come, sir. But that's not why Mr. Shettar has crossed. It had nothing to do with corruption. It's because he was denied a ticket.
I don't think so. You've then heard Mr. Shettar. Mr. Shettar said, I find ideologically aligned to the agenda of the Congress party. He said he has had RSS roots and he still has friends in the RSS. No problems. I can be friends with you, although you are a journalist and are supposed to ask me pointed questions. But that doesn't make you less of my friend. And you will, I know, ask me the right questions when needed to do your job. Why is BJP so jittery? Please understand. BJP is sidelining, sidestepping and insulting the Lingayat community. Had you ever thought in your dreams till the last election that Mr. Yadurappa will be assigned to the dustbin of history serving under Shobha Karandje as a member? Nobody, no right-minded Kannada would tell you that. Could anybody ever imagine that Bharatiya Janata Party would reject Mr. Shettar but accept an import in Basavaraj Bommai ji and put him up while completely rejecting their own inside talent? Could you ever imagine that Bharatiya Janata Party would be a government that would change reservation 3 times in 90 days for their panicking? Let me tell you, my friend, in the end, there is a fratricidal war happening inside the BJP. You have B.L. Santosh ji, who's out to, I respect him a lot, he is my elder, but somehow he's out to finish everybody else. Yadurappa ji already has been assigned to the dustbin of history, although I respect him despite his
The Home Minister today said on this stage that Mr. Yadurappa works even harder than him for Karnataka.
Yes, the Home Minister also abuses him in private, but I'm not going to say that. because I respect Yadurappaji despite our ideological differences. And we all know what Home Minister has to say. He has been recorded many times. Please speak to some of your Kannada colleagues and they will tell you.
I'll come to the Lingayat issue in detail if we have some time in a bit. Randeepji, people like Jagdish Shettar and others who've come into your party, these are people and their ilk who had built the BJP here in Karnataka. How are you so confident that in the event of a hung house or a fractured mandate, they wouldn't want to just go back?
Shiv, let me take a cue from your question. When you throw out people from the house that they built, does that not tell you enough about your character? Does anybody throw out their father and mother of the house and then say, I'm going to rebuild the house? Do you throw your grandfather and grandmother from the house who built the legacy in your house and then say, oh, I'm now going to build a new Karnataka? That shows that BJP has not only lost its sheen, it has lost its character, it has lost its moorings, it has lost the requisite experience it had, and it has lost the entire edifice and structure. What you see is a damru. It is not Shivji's damru. It is a damru with which you befool people, and that has also got burst.
But Randeepji, I mean, let's be real also. How are you selling this to your cadres? Are your cadres enthused by the idea of some of these people, being denied a ticket and crossing over? Because after all, these are opportunistic moves at one level. Isn't there doesn't this affect the morale of cadres to see these guys who've been denied tickets and then just deciding to jump over and hop over to the other side?
Shiv, why
they're from the Sangh Parivar. You're talking about ideology, but these are people from the Sangh Parivar. The ideology that your party completely militates against, sir.
Shiv, I absolutely love your words. I wish you had asked that from Mr. Yadurappa and Basavaraj Bommai.
We have. Trust me, we have.
No, you're not even letting me complete. I will keep quiet. I said, I wish you had asked that of Mr. Amit Shah and Mr. Modi when they hijacked 18 MLAs of Congress and Janata Dal and formed this government. I wish you had asked that of Modi ji when with less than 10 MLAs they constituted a government in Goa, similarly in Madhya Pradesh, similarly almost in entire Northeast, as also in many, many other states. I think this whole culture of defection and Ayaram Gayaram is the character of the BJP. We have not demolished their government. Let me tell you, and I'm saying so not with arrogance, but with great humility and a sense of confidence. If we wanted, about 40 BJP MLAs were ready to come and join the Congress party. We would have brought this government down. I didn't do so, for I stand on my ideology. We refused Mr. Siddharamaiah, Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge. We refused to do so. Half a dozen ministers had applied for Congress tickets. 2 ministers went to Delhi and cried when Amit Shah ji and Modi ji insulted them for they didn't meet, and JP Nadda ji had to give them a soap. We decided that our young people who are on the seats, whether they win or lose, we will stand with them. Yes, we have taken some people. We have taken them for their experience that they bring. We have taken them because our cadre on the seat said, if Mr. Jagdish Shettar comes and joins, he will add value to the party. Mr. Savdi will add value to the entire Belgavi region. Mr. Puttanna will add value to our seat. Mr. Nagesh will add value to our seat. And look what has happened. The entire structure of the BJP has crumbled. I could have also, like Mr. Amit Shah, brought this government down like a pack of cards, for they are all ready to defect. Why have almost 20 MLAs defected? This is the reason. I refuse to take them, for I will stand on my ideology, which is to rebuild Karnataka.
Fair enough, but I'd just like to say that India Today has always asked the questions as far as Ayaram, Gayaram politics is concerned on all of those occasions that you've spoken about. But let's go on to the double engine now. A viral quote of yours recently was this: "There is no double engine; it's a double droha machinery against Kannadigas." I've just asked you about the Prime Minister and Rahul Gandhi, and you've spoken about the Chief Minister here as well. The double engine in the Congress in Karnataka. We had both the leaders here this morning, one after the other. Fascinating. Has the Congress been able to deal with that entire competitive issue between Mr. D.K. Shivakumar and Mr. Siddaramaiah? They have, feuded in public in one sense in the past, but has that issue been sorted out right now in your view?
Well, to your CEO and to the entire India Today team, let me thank you for the lovely pictures first. I think that
today's most viral picture.
Yes, that tells the story as to how determined we are to transform Karnataka. There never was, there is not, and there never will be a difference of opinion between Mr. Siddaramaiah and between Mr. D.K. Shivakumar. Mark my words, write them down, they are written on stone. For what is the reason? Look what's happening in BJP. Mr. Nirani and Mr. Basavaraj Bommai fight on the stage to be Chief Minister. Have you ever seen a spat between a senior minister and sitting CM as to who will be? Mr. B.L. Santosh, as also our Honorable Parliamentary Affairs Minister who just left, open spats happen. Mr. C.T. Ravi and Shobhaji want to retire all these so-called quote-unquote oldies. Mr. Yadurappa is hoping against hope that his son may get a cabinet berth. That's the kind of fratricidal war on the other side. And you have a lineup of the Congress party where everybody was saying, oh, ये अभी गिर जाएंगे, ये अभी लड़ेंगे, अभी इनका झगड़ा होगा, अभी एक दूसरे का सर फोड़ेंगे. But you've seen, they have said, for Karnataka, we stand united. And the Congress leadership and our MLAs will decide. They stood in Delhi, arm in arm, and they said, Mr. Siddaramaiah said, Mr. D.K. Shivakumar is also a CM aspirant. And Mr. D.K. Shivakumar said, Siddaramaiah ji is my senior, he is also a CM aspirant. Aspiration is good. When aspiration becomes inimical to the progress of the state, that is bad, and that's what BJP is doing.
They disagreed actually on this stage on a very major thing. Mr. Siddaramaiah said he's sure of the party getting at least 130 seats, and Mr. Shivakumar said at least 140 seats. So which one is it?
I would say 150. I'll disagree with both of them.
Okay, so we've spoken about the double engine, we've spoken about the acquisitions. The crossfire between the Congress and the BJP, from the local issues to attempts to bring in some of the national issues. Most recently from faraway Uttar Pradesh, the Atiq Ahmed issue had an echo here in Karnataka. Yogi Adityanath is going to come here and campaign very soon. I'm sure he will be bringing this up as well. One of your star campaigners, sir, Imran Pratapgadi, the Member of Parliament, videos of him praising Atiq Ahmed, pictures of him whining and dining with Atiq Ahmed, all over social media. Was that embarrassing? Is that embarrassing? Do you think it'll have an echo?
I wish you asked me about the Paresh Masta murder case, for that's more relevant to Karnataka. And BJP has caught, if I may, because I'm from Haryana, my English may be a little weak, with his pants down on it, with the CBI charge sheet. I wish you looked at the news over the last 2 days, where BJP's own leader was murdered, Tejasvi Surya, the guy who, I hope there are no plain windows here for he may just pull them out. He went to town saying that they were murdered by a member of minority community or some Congress fellow, and the police has caught a BJP leader. See, the days of, I want to say to each one of your viewers, Shiv, the days of Shamshan Kabristan and of Hindu Musliman are over. People are not interested. They want to know what will Congress do for Karnataka. How will you transform Bangalore from the 4th or 5th congested city to a city that is in the front line in the country? How would you take Bangalore to Mysore as also to Mangalore? That's what people want. People want to know 2 lakh government jobs are vacant. Private investment is going out. We saw an embarrassed Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai when he announced 1 lakh job creation through Apple, and the Foxconn refused and said we are going to the neighboring state. We see flight of investment out of Karnataka every day. The capital of intellect and innovation, the capital of biotechnology, the capital of good administration has been bogged down by not only corruption, but also by the sheer and rank incompetence. For the defectors that you took, you gave them a license to brazenly loot the state and no accountability to people. So people are seeking accountability, people are seeking governance, people are seeking vision, people are seeking transformation, people are looking at rebuilding brand Karnataka. What does Modi ji and Yogi ji and Basuraj Bommai ji and C.T. Ravi say? They will abuse us, they will do Shamshan Kabristan, they will do Hindu Musliman, they will do some kind of antiques on reservation which will then get stayed by the Supreme Court. These are jaded and faded ideas. They are not working any longer.
We're completely out of time, so only one last question. I did have a few more, but we'll have to leave it for another time. I'm sure we'll interact again, Randeep ji. How important is Karnataka in Randeep Singh Surjewala's career?
I'm only a worker of the Congress party. I do what the party says, and I only hope. I come from the land of Bhagavad Gita, but we both know. And I believe in karma. And I believe if you do your karma well, the results will be delivered. I won't say karmanne vadika raste ma phaleshu kadachane. I say karmanne vadika raste, and I pause here and I let 6.5 crore my brothers and sisters of Karnataka decide.
Wishing you all the very best. Randeep Singh Surjewala. Big hand for him. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for being seated here, patiently listening to our newsmakers of the day. That was Randeep Surjewala speaking on the Congress's agenda, their narrative, and what they're looking forward to ahead of the Karnataka elections. We also have joining us Mallikarjun Kharge, the man who's risen up the ranks. Solilide Sardara, that's the tag that Mallikarjun Kharge has earned because he's never lost an election. As many times that he's won, the final election he lost, and it appears that he continued to work hard for the party enough for them to make him the president of the Congress. He's joining us today. Mallikarjun Kharge is going to be taking stage in just a few minutes. I'd request our guests here to remain seated, please. And post which we will be having Basuraj Bommai, the Chief Minister of Karnataka, joining us to really set the agenda for the BJP 2 weeks ahead of polls.
are in Karnataka. When you come to Maharashtra, you can. So your mic will be on. आप यही रख दो. Give it to me.
नहीं नहीं ऐसा रख दो. अरे आपके ऊपर रखना पड़ेगा.
No, sir, don't do that. As it is, I'm in trouble. I will be in more trouble. But you can take it out whenever you want. It's up to you. Ready? Okay, folks. Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, once again to the Karnataka Roundtable, where as we approach the finale, we are joined by a very special guest. The politician next to me contested his first election when I was all of 7 years old. He has quite remarkably won 11 consecutive elections, some kind of a record, 9 Vidhan Sabha and 2 Lok Sabha elections in a row. He is therefore known in Karnataka now as the grand young man of Karnataka. Please welcome Mallikarjun Kharge, Congress President, and really, as I said, the senior most politician in a way in this state. First election 1972. Let that register in a way to understand how long he has been in politics. Half a century and more. Welcome, sir. Thank you. Your mic, sir, is next to you. Welcome, Kharge ji. I want to ask you, you are in your home state now. You are national president of the Congress, but you are also, as I said, Karnataka's in a way tallest leader in just terms of how long you've been in politics in this state. Is this for you, this Karnataka election, a do or die battle for the Congress party which you are now national president of? This is your home state. ये आपका एक तरह से किला है. Therefore, ये question आता है, is this do or die?
No, it is not for me or my party do or die. Only do, not die. So, we will do better, we will perform better, we will achieve our target, and we will reach for victory. So therefore, there is no problem, and many people may claim differently according to their strength. But today, as on today, and within this 20 days also, our people are working round the clock, right from booth level to state level. And we are doing better. There is no
no, what is doing better, sir? Sorry, what is doing better? Are you, we've heard different numbers. Amit Shah ji was here, he says clear majority for BJP. DK Shivkumar has given an exact number to me, 141. Siddaramaiah ji was here, he said 130 plus. What is your number?
No, I don't believe in number because this is an election. You are asking like that, you are going to win the election, but how many of your soldiers will die? That is not. So we are going to win, but with huge majority, and we're trying to improve, get more seat, because कभी-कभी हमारे चोरी हो जाते हैं एमएलए की. जब एमएलए की चोरी हो जाती है, तो उस वक्त हमको ज़्यादा नंबर जीतना जरूरी है. We have to win.
नहीं, आप ये कह रहे हैं कि अगर आपके समझ लीजिए 224 मेंबर असेंबली है 224 की, अगर आपको 110, 105 मिलते हैं या 115 मिलते हैं, आपको डर है कि आपके एमएलए चोरी हो जाएंगे. पर ये किस तरह के एमएलए हैं जो कांग्रेस की टिकट पर आके फिर चुनाव के बाद बीजेपी में जाएंगे?
नहीं, ये ऐसा प्रेशर बिल्डअप करके ही बीजेपी वाले ये काम करते आए हैं. They are doing the same thing. They did in Karnataka, they did in Maharashtra, they did in Manipur, they did in Goa, they did in Madhya Pradesh. How many examples I can give? I will give so many examples. Therefore, चोरी नहीं होना इसलिए जरा ज़्यादा स्टॉक रखना चाहिए. इसलिए we will try to have win more number of seats than what people are expecting.
नहीं, यानी कहीं ना कहीं आपको डर है कि चुनाव के बाद ऑपरेशन लोटस एक बार फिर कर्नाटका में होगा. ये डर है आपके?
नहीं भाई, हम तो कोई आदमी डरता नहीं, लेकिन चोर आएंगे समझ के कभी घर को चाबी डाल के ही चले जाता है डोर को. हाँ, घर को नहीं तो कोई चाबी नहीं लेता था. अलीगढ़ की चाबी, गोदरेज की चाबी और कोई चाबी खरीदता ही नहीं था. यहाँ तक कि होटल इतना सुरक्षित है फिर भी यहाँ पर चाबी रखते हैं लोग. तो हमको तो यहाँ जब डेमोक्रेटिकली चुनाव लड़ना है और जब चोर आ जाते हैं तो उनसे बचने के लिए तो ज्यादा नंबर बनाना ही होगा. We have to increase our numbers.
So what has changed, Kharge ji? Because Karnataka used to be a relatively stable state, and as I am talking to you as someone who's seen the Devraj Arz era, who's seen the era of Ramakrishna Hegde, you've seen all the stalwarts of Karnataka politics, relatively stable. But like my home state of Maharashtra, it seems this is a state that has cracked apart. And you today are effectively saying that there is a worry that MLAs today are available to the highest bidder. What does that mean if MLAs are going to, and you yourself, your party rather, has already taken 10 MLCs who have switched over from the BJP to you. It seems in Karnataka, any leader can go in any direction.
No, there are two things. People coming voluntarily, accepting your ideology and party is one thing. The another thing is getting people paying something or luring them by some positions is different thing. So we believe, we trust people who want to come our party with certain accepting our ideology, and people who believe in democratic process and also who believe in constitution. We welcome them. And if they don't want to accept our principles, ideology, we don't invite them. When they come, जो शरण आता है उसको मरण नहीं देना चाहिए. वो शरण आ रहे हैं तो आने दो हमारे उसूलों को एक्सेप्ट करके.
सर, बट ये कैसे उसूल है? क्योंकि अब मैं उदाहरण देता हूं. बाबूराव चिंचनसूर made every effort to defeat you in 2019 and you lost an election for the first time because he switched from the Congress to the BJP. Now the same Baburao Chinchansoor has come back and joined the Congress. You are giving him a ticket, someone who defeated you. I mean, what kind of politics is this in Karnataka, sir?
No, that is your perception. He can't defeat because he himself lost earlier.
नहीं, but वो आपके खिलाफ कैंपेन किए थे.
कैंपेन किया होगा, but you see, ये आदमी कोई खुद हारता है, वो कैसे दूसरों को हराता है? ये आप सोचने की बात है. ये मुझे हराने वाले लोग दूसरे थे, जो टारगेट बनाए वो इनविजिबल है, लोगों के सामने नहीं आ रहे कि हमने हराया बोलने के लिए.
कौन थे?
नहीं, मैं चुप उनके नाम बोलकर फिर उनको प्रोत्साहित नहीं करना चाहता हूँ कि I don't want to say that they are capable to defeat me. ठीक है, people did not accept my ideology or my party's ideology. So they did not accept it. I lost my election. They have accepted RSS philosophy or BJP philosophy. They succeeded. But people who are there, he was in Congress earlier also, and since beginning he was with us. After, when he lost the election from my own constituency where I got elected 8 times, from there I gave him ticket. Then after that election he left because he got some MLC or some other post, whatever it may be, let him go and let them give some encouragement. That is a different thing. What I am telling you, I was defeated not because of some individual. They targeted me, but I have forgotten because this is a war. When we win, we will be happy. When we lose, we will be unhappy. That is not my nature. We will fight till last moment. I have to succeed in the ideology which I believe it should get support from people. That is my main aim.
Sir, because the belief is that the Congress, this is one of the few states where BJP members are joining Congress. In most other states, Congress people join the BJP. You have an open door. You seem to be welcoming anyone and everyone who wants to join you. Jagdish Shettar joins you one day. Lakshman Saudi joins you a second day. Thunsur joins you a third day. I mean, it seems that it's an open door. कोई भी आ सकता है.
नहीं, कोई भी आ सकता है जो कांग्रेस की आइडियोलॉजी को स्वीकार करके और कांग्रेस के लीडरशिप को एक्सेप्ट करके अगर आता है और हमारे जो उसूल है डेमोक्रेसी के लिए, डेमोक्रेसी को जिंदा रखना इस देश में, संविधान का हिफाजत करना, ये जो हमारा एम है, इसको अगर कोई नहीं, हम पूरा आपके साथ रहेंगे, आपके आइडियोलॉजी के साथ रहेंगे, आपके साथ काम करेंगे और इस लड़ाई में हम आपसे जुड़ना चाहते हैं, अगर ये कहते हैं तो डेफिनेटली दे आर वेलकम. If they go against our ideology, they don't have any place.
Okay. One big question still. कौन बनेगा मुख्यमंत्री? Who will be chief minister? We had both the chief ministerial front runners on this show. D.K. Shivkumar, who said whatever the high command decides, we will accept. And Mr. Sitaramayya, who said, yes, I am a strong aspirant, but so are others. I want to understand, you are effectively now the high command. Who will decide if the people of Karnataka want to know who is their next chief minister if the Congress wins? What is your answer?
See, we always followed one methodology. After the election, whomsoever the legislators elect or supports, that will be taken into consideration, and based on those numbers or based support, later on the High Command decides. It is the decision of the High Command is ultimate.
But you are the High Command.
No, High Command cannot be individual. High Command means collective leadership. Our working committee is there, our parliamentary board is there, our leaders are there. Sonia Gandhi ji is our leader there, Rahul Gandhi ji is there, other senior leaders are. Collectively we think, we take decision. It is not one individual.
The reason I am asking you this, because in the last few days, there have been suggestions that Mallikarjun Kharge could also be a potential consensus acceptable candidate for Chief Minister of Karnataka. This has been your long-standing ambition, sir. In 1998, you lost out even though you had reportedly a majority or a large number of legislators supporting you. Are you in the race to become Chief Minister of Karnataka if the Congress wins?
When I am in a capacity to appoint you as a Chief Minister, why you are saying that I should become and somebody wish that they want to work under me? I am not an aspirant for Karnataka Chief Ministership. I appoint so many Chief Ministers. That power I have got. You want to little down my position or make it lower down my position.
But it was, sir. Come on. You know, as I said, 9 times you won from, as an MLA. There was always the ambition. Have you given up on that ambition to become Chief Minister of Karnataka? Is that over now that you become Congress President?
See, again you are asking, to becoming a Chief Minister of one state is better, or if you have got power to appoint Chief Ministers or support Chief Ministers of entire states, countries, Chief Ministers, wherever we win. So, we should, ambition, you should not limit only Karnataka. Or anybody wants that, many people take my name during elections. This is not one election I have seen such such sayings or such information spreading. This is there, but ultimately, I am not going to be in a state
दिल्ली में
politics. नहीं नहीं खुश का सवाल नहीं. देखिए एक पार्टी में हम जब when we join a particular party with certain ideology, that's why I'm in one party since 55 years. That's why I am 52 years continuous legislator or parliament member, because I believe in this Congress ideology. That's why I am constantly in one party. Therefore, it doesn't matter me whether I become chief minister or not.
So
That is not.
Okay, so you've ruled out, Mr. Kharge has ruled himself out of the chief ministerial race. However, sir, when I started off by asking you do or die battle for the Congress, the reason I was asking you, there is no big state where you have defeated the BJP since 2018. The last defeat in a direct fight with the BJP was in Himachal Pradesh. You haven't in 4 years actually defeated the BJP in a direct fight on your own. That's why and in the last 4 elections in Karnataka, 3 of them BJP has become the single largest, and in 2019 Lok Sabha they swept. Do you accept that the BJP today is the front runner? Do you believe in this election that defeating the BJP's election machine in Karnataka is not going to be easy for the Congress?
That may be your perception or the BJP's, but surely we are going to win, and our workers are very active. There is a unity in the party and everybody is cooperating each other.
No differences between Shiv Kumar ji and Siddharamaiah ji?
No differences. Difference of opinion will be there, but in election there are no differences. Together they selected, together they sent the names to the High Command, and all selections were made, most of them 99.9 unanimous list.
मैं इसलिए खरगे जी आपको ये सवाल फिर से पूछूंगा, कहीं ना कहीं किस वजह से इतना कॉन्फिडेंस कहां से आ रहा है कि कांग्रेस जीतेगी, जबकि मैंने कहा पिछले 4 चुनाव में से 3 चुनाव में बीजेपी कर्नाटका में नंबर 1 पार्टी रही है, लोकसभा में तो कंप्लीट स्वीप था, 28 में से 26 सीट, तो कहां से ये कॉन्फिडेंस आ रहा है?
काम करते हैं, काम से कॉन्फिडेंस आता है, तो अगर काम ही नहीं करेंगे तो कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं आता। इस बार हमारे लोग एक होकर काम कर रहे हैं। एक दूसरी चीज, जो प्रेजेंट गवर्नमेंट है ये इतनी करप्ट गवर्नमेंट है, ये मैं नहीं कह रहा हूँ, यहाँ की जनता, यहाँ के लोग जो महसूस कर रहे हैं और किए हैं कि ये तो 40% कमीशन गवर्नमेंट है, इसको निकालना है। तो ये भी इस चुनाव में उनके खिलाफ है। एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन तो कोलैप्स हो गया है, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर नहीं है, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट है, सरकारी नौकरियां भी वो भर्ती नहीं कर रहे, कम से कम, खैर वो तो छोड़िए, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट सभी लेकर नियरली 30 lakhs vacancies are there. So if the central government could have filled those vacancies, 15 lakhs could have achieved by these poor people assured job. In Karnataka, nearly 29,000 vacancies are there. They are not filling. And no infrastructure, big, you tell me, which are the big achievements of BJP in Karnataka. Whatever we have done, the Silicon City of India, its development is done by Karnataka government, the Congress government, the metro, Congress government, the welfare measures of backward class, scheduled caste and others is Congress government. You tell me which is the, what
yes, sir,
central government has given to us, which are the major projects.
Sir, according to the BJP, this is a double engine government. They have created an entire class of labharthis who cut beneficiaries of government programs, cutting across caste groups, beneficiaries of toilets, of Ayushman Bharat, of Ujjwala. these are the schemes that will make people vote for the BJP. This is their first argument. How do you respond to that? ये double engine की सरकार है.
देखो, एक इंजन तो फेल हो गई है, यहाँ की डिरेल हो गई है, तो ये इंजन तो खराब हो गई है. फिर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की इंजन जो है इधर देखती ही नहीं, वो रिपेयर भी नहीं कर रही उसको, क्योंकि 40% करप्शन है, इधर देख रही नहीं. लोग कितने परेशान हैं, उधर देख रहे नहीं. इन्फ्लेशन इतना बढ़ रहा है, देख रहे नहीं. विलेजेस में भी लोग परेशान हैं. मनरेगा जैसे स्कीम को भी वो प्रोत्साहन नहीं दे रहे. तो उनके कौन से काम ऐसे हैं. और एक आपने कहा विदाउट कास्ट क्रीड, जब हमारे कांग्रेस पार्टी के जो योजनाएं हैं, फूड सिक्योरिटी एक्ट, क्या किसी जात के लिए है, पर्टिकुलर कम्युनिटी के लिए है? बिलो पॉवर्टी लाइन जो है उनके सबके लिए है. और हमारा कंपलसरी एजुकेशन, ये क्या सिर्फ एक कम्युनिटी को है या किसी एक कौम के लिए है, क्या एक रिलीजन के लिए है? जब आप सोचेंगे मनरेगा योजना, अरे तुम ये कास्ट के हो, मनरेगा में मत आओ, ये कहते हैं. हम तो बड़े बड़े काम किए लोगों को जिंदा रखने के लिए, लोगों को सरवाइव करने के लिए. अब आप छोटी मोटी चीजें तो लोगों को दिखाई. सिलेंडर की बात की, पहले कितना था, उन्होंने बोला मुफ्त. अब क्या है, 414 रुपए का 1010 रुपए हो गया. तो ये जो झूठ बोलना, लोगों को कहना 2 करोड़ नौकरियां दूंगा, साहब कहाँ है आपके 2 करोड़ नौकरियां? तो 18 करोड़ देना चाहिए. 15 लाख दूंगा, ये सब जुमले किसके? मेरे नहीं, उनके ही है.
नहीं, बट फिर भी बीजेपी पिछले 9 सालों में लगातार चुनाव जीत रही है, इंक्लूडिंग कर्नाटका. कुछ तो होगा ना. व्हाई इज इट? दैट्स व्हाई कांग्रेस इज टुडे ऑन द बैक फुट एंड बीजेपी इज ऑन द फ्रंट फुट. कुछ तो होगा. क्या फर्क पड़ा है?
अरे देखिए, चुनाव में उसूलों पे जीतना अलग बात है, और उसूल छोड़ के जीतना अपने अपने मसल पावर, मनी पावर, डराना, धमकाना. और आपने एक बात कही, लोग तो उनको सपोर्ट कर रहे, आप एक भी बड़ा स्टेट नहीं जीते. फिर यहाँ तो जीते थे, फिर क्यों उन्होंने यहाँ के एमएलएस को फोड़ लिया? मध्य प्रदेश में जीते थे, क्यों उन्होंने लिया? सी, आप खुद ही एक तरफ कहते हो, यू से दैट जनता जिसको सपोर्ट करेगी डेमोक्रेसी में, उसी को चीफ मिनिस्टर बनने का हक है, राज चलाने का हक है. फिर हमने जब ये जनता से ही चुन के आए थे हमारे लोग, उनको आपने खरीद परोस के क्यों लिया? तो इसीलिए मैं बोलता हूँ, जो कहते हैं वो करते नहीं. ना एम्प्लॉयमेंट देते, ना इन्फ्लेशन को कम करते, ना कोई प्रोजेक्ट कर्नाटक के लिए उन्होंने दिया नहीं है. और मैं आपको बात बताता हूँ कि फिर बाद में जब आएंगे, आप मौका देंगे तो बोलूँगा कि हमेशा कर्नाटक के बारे में कुछ बोलना दूसरे जगह, और डबल इंजन की सरकार है, गुजरात मॉडल है. क्या गुजरात मॉडल है? गुजरात में आप 25 साल से हुकूमत कर रहे हो, 13.5 साल चीफ मिनिस्टर, 9 साल प्राइम मिनिस्टर. तो गुजरात तो रियली मॉडल बनना था. अरे वहां तो इतने लोग पौष्टिक आहार की कमी की वजह से मरते हैं. और मेरा जिला मोस्ट बैकवर्ड है, गुलबर्गा, और यादगीर वो निजाम स्टेट था. खैर मेरे को कभी चीफ मिनिस्टर बनने का मौका नहीं मिला उनके जैसा, तो प्राइम मिनिस्टर बनने की बात तो और है. लेकिन ये सब रहते हुए वहाँ पर 2 जिले मैं बताता हूँ गुजरात में कि 87,000 पर कैपिटा इनकम है उस डिस्ट्रिक्ट की. 2 डिस्ट्रिक्ट सबसे बैकवर्ड. हमारे कर्नाटक में भी 2 डिस्ट्रिक्ट बैकवर्ड्स है. वहाँ का वो डिस्ट्रिक्ट का पर कैपिटा इनकम 1 लाख है. कौन सा ठीक है? कौन सा मॉडल ठीक है? क्या गुजरात मॉडल ठीक है? जो 25 साल प्राइम मिनिस्टर चीफ मिनिस्टर है वो ठीक है. तो ये पहले सुधारो.
So you are ready for a debate between a Karnataka model and a Gujarat model. You are telling me a Karnataka model is better than a Gujarat model. The Karnataka model of the Congress you are claiming is better than a Gujarat model of the BJP.
What you people are claiming, I never said you come and debate. I will debate in parliament. They never replied my debate. Many things I showed them, their deficiency and their various lacunas in various programs. We have told them, but they are not ready to. They divert the issues.
Okay.
They create problems. And have you seen anywhere in the world, the ruling party itself creates the problem for opposition. And they ultimately say the opposition doesn't want to participate in debate.
So since you are speaking of parliament, what has happened today, we are going to play some pictures. Rahul Gandhi has handed over the keys to his house. He has been disqualified as an MP. He's given up his house now. Is that a factor here in Karnataka, or is Karnataka being fought on local issues purely, on caste alliances, on Kannadiga pride? How do you see what the images that we are going to play on the screen at the moment? Rahul Gandhi leaving his house, giving up his MPship. How do you see it?
See, that issue we'll fight separately. We will fight in the parliament, outside the parliament, even in the street. To that extent we'll take. That is one issue. But here we'll highlight their failures, because Modi is not going to, मुझे देख के वोट दो, मुझे देख के वोट दो, तुमको क्या देखना? म्युनिसिपैलिटी में तुमको देखना, कॉर्पोरेशन में तुमको देखना, एमएलए इलेक्शन में तुमको देखना, पार्लियामेंट में भी तुमको देखना. कितने जगह आपको देखना है? I want to know how many places you are going to become mayor, you are going to become chief minister, you are going to become prime minister.
Maybe he's a crowd puller, maybe he gets the votes.
Then your people are not popular here. Your programs are not popular here. The people are suffering and you have not done anything. If, for example, I will give.
So this is not a Rahul versus Modi election in Karnataka.
Why you take, we are taking that issue in 2024. We are ready to fight that. Here, for the state issues, we are taking.
So Karnataka is state issue.
The corruption issue will take, infrastructure issue will take, unemployment issue will take, inflation will take, like Nandini milk issue. All these things will take.
So Adani issue, Rahul's Gandhi's disqualification, these are not issues in Karnataka.
See, there is a forum. We are taking, we will take wherever necessary and we will fight. Now we are concentrating this election. Don't divert and don't tell Adani why you are not taking, Rahul Gandhi house is vacated, what you are not. We will take those issues and we are firm. We are not afraid of anybody. If anybody thinks that we have got muscle power, we can twist anybody's arm, the Rahul Gandhi is not going to yield such things. He will face. उनका तो स्लोगन है, डरो मत. तो डरने वाले तो नहीं है.
नहीं, क्योंकि कुछ आइटम्स आए थे, न्यूज आइटम, दैट कांग्रेस ने कहा है कि राहुल गांधी को कर्नाटक आने की जरूरत नहीं है, ये लोकल लीडर्स लड़ेंगे, राहुल गांधी दिल्ली में रहे. ये सही है, गलत है?
देखो, हमारी पार्टी है, पार्टी का कार्यक्रम कहाँ भी होता है, एवरीबडी गोस. देन मोदी, शाह, राजनाथ, कितने मिनिस्टर्स, डजन्स ऑफ मिनिस्टर्स इलेक्शन शुरू होने से पहले अब इंजन की इनॉग्रेशन से लेके और रेलवे का एक गाड़ी, रेलवे कोई गाड़ी यहाँ से काशी को छोड़ना है, उसको भी प्राइम मिनिस्टर आके हरा झंडा बता रहे थे. हाँ, वो उनका नहीं था, मैं ही वो शुरू किया था, लेकिन कलर उन्होंने लगाया इंजन को और डब्बे भी नए डाल के वो ये मोदी जी ने किया, आपके काशी के लिए मैंने, अरे काशी के लिए मैंने किया और वैष्णो देवी के लिए मैंने किया, अजमेर के लिए मैंने किया।
वो कहते हैं बेंगलुरु मैसूरू हाईवे उन्होंने किया, धारवाड़ में लॉन्गेस्ट रेलवे प्लेटफॉर्म which was inaugurated by the Prime Minister. All of this they are saying they have done.
Very good. This is the big achievement of yours. देखो मैं सिर्फ एक साल में 37 trains I have given to Karnataka people without expecting anything. You ask whether your Joshi or anybody, I never discriminated. अरे रेल जब चलती है तो सभी लोग उसमें बैठते हैं, सिर्फ बीजेपी के बैठते हैं क्या कांग्रेस की बैठते हैं? तो हमने ये विशाल दृष्टि से, डेवलपमेंट दृष्टि से किया और 37 ट्रेन एक साल में चलाना ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। और इसको चुपी वो प्लेटफॉर्म पे जाना, हाईसो प्लेटफॉर्म को जरा एक्सटेंड करना, और ये क्या हाईवे नहीं था वहाँ, पहले तो 4 लाइन की वहाँ पर नेशनल हाईवे थी, अब 4 को 6 बनाए, कौन सी बड़ी बात है? लैंड हमारा, 2 बाजू के एक्सटेंड करना, फिर उसको इनॉग्रेट करना। अरे मैसूर बेंगलोर तो नेशनल हाईवे पहले से है, और नेशनल हाईवे यहाँ से हुबली धारवाड़ को है, हुबली धारवाड़ से बॉम्बे तक है। आप तो गोवा के है ना?
गोवा, महाराष्ट्र, गुजरात में सबका हूँ,
नहीं,
कर्नाटका का भी हूँ।
नहीं, आप गोवा के है पहले, फिर उसके बाद दूसरी जगह के, ओरिजिनल गोवा है। चलो रहने दो, लेकिन मेरा कहना ये है, डोंट क्लेम सच स्मॉल थिंग्स, डू बिग थिंग्स लाइक व्हाट पंडित जवाहरलाल Nehru ji in 5-year plans he gave Bangalore, HAL, BEL, BHEL, IT and many other institutions and telephone industry, paper industry. अरे इससे बड़े बड़े काम किए, and public sectors, it is famous for public sectors. आपने तो public sector को एक एक करके बेच के खा रहे हो, and you are asking us what you have done. 70 साल में तुमने क्या किया? हमने यही किया, डेमोक्रेसी को बचा के रखा और आपको प्राइम मिनिस्टर बनाया।
No, they say 2 things. I heard Amit Shah ji today. They say Congress has no right to talk about corruption and 40% commission. The Congress party, according to them, was the root of corruption. And they say Congress stands still for Parivarvad. That you all continue to, so your own son, of course, Priyank is also contesting in this election. So their argument is the Congress is the old order. They represent a new India.
एक सवाल आपका, I will give one. 36 people are in BJP. Their relatives are contesting, their sons are contesting, their other relatives are 36 families. ठीक है, यहाँ राहुल गांधी जी परिवारवाद क्या है? Was Sonia Gandhi Prime Minister of this country? कभी उन्होंने बना था? क्या राहुल गांधी कभी मिनिस्टर बने, डिप्टी प्राइम मिनिस्टर बने, प्राइम मिनिस्टर बने? क्यों उनका नाम बार बार लेते? क्यों उनके नाम से डरते हो? क्यों उनको ये कहते हो कि परिवारवाद हम चलने नहीं देते? अरे लोग अगर चाहते हैं उनको, उन्होंने जाने से अगर लाखों लोग जमते हैं, हजारों लोग जमते हैं, तो आप उनको क्यों टीका करते हो? आप अपने उसूलों पे वोट मांगिए. You ask on your ideology why you are often and often परिवारवाद, राहुल गांधी, सोनिया गांधी, क्या क्या नहीं बोले आप? आपने तो इतने गंदी बातें की उस फैमिली को और गांधी फैमिली को डिफेम करने के लिए. हमको तो शर्म आती कभी कभी ऐसे लफ्ज को इस्तेमाल करना, लेकिन वो छोड़ते नहीं आदत.
So why don't you all file a defamation suit? Why don't you all file defamation suits? The BJP says, if the Congress feels that we have attacked the Gandhi family wrongfully, you file a defamation suit.
Okay. You see, it means that you are also not realizing what Gandhi family, whether they got any power. After Rajiv Gandhi, you tell me who has enjoyed the political power in India. Tell me. Here, they have got so many MPs, sons are there in that party. so many chief ministers' sons are there. अरे आप तो खुद कर रहे हो और दूसरों को बोल रहे हैं.
Can you guarantee the people of Karnataka a corrupt-free government? Will you ensure that there will be a corruption-free government? Because, as I said, the BJP says the Congress is the root of corruption.
देखो, ये अब जब हम आप किसी को रंगे हाथ पकड़ते हैं, तो वो यही कहता है कि तुम भी वही हो. तो अरे भाई, हम तो आपके रंगे हाथ पकड़े, यहाँ की जनता रंगे हाथ पकड़ी है. उन्होंने आपके खिलाफ करप्शन के चार्जेस लगा के प्राइम मिनिस्टर, प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया, गवर्नर, फॉर एवरीबडी दे हैव गिवन एप्लीकेशन. यू आर नॉट रिप्लाइड. व्हाट इज द रिप्लाई फॉर दैट? एंड डेफिनेटली विल reduce completely, will control all these corruptions, bureaucracy and other things. We'll do it. We have done earlier also. And simply to defame Congress party, say that हमारे पास एक कहावत है, क्या है वो? चोर उल्टा
चोर कोतवाल को डांटे.
उल्टा चोर कोतवाल को डांटे. उनको तो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर एसोसिएशन वाले लिख के दिए, छोटे मोटे व्यापारी लिख के दिए, एडेड इंस्टीट्यूशन वाले लिख के दिए, थोड़ा कंसेशन दिए मठ वालों को, मंदिर वालों को थोड़े 40 के बजाय भाई आप 30 दे दो. ये मेरा कहना नहीं, उनका है. यू फाइंड आउट. If this is true, then you should feel talking about others.
Okay. You know, the BJP said, and again I quote Amit Shah said, there is no difference between the Congress and JDS. You mentioned that you got, your MLAs left after the last election. The fact is it was a hung assembly. You tied up with Mr. Kumaraswamy. He became chief minister. Their argument is even now you have some secret understanding. After the elections, you will tie up with Mr. Kumaraswamy. Therefore, according to the BJP, a vote for the Congress or a vote for the JDS is like voting for the Congress. There is no difference between JDS and Congress. How do you respond?
देखो वो उनकी भी दोस्ती, mostly most of the times JDS also voted them. BJP.
JDS and BJP have had one government in the past.
And BJP had also earlier
a government.
देखो आप खुद करते हो और दूसरे को नाम रखते हो कि हमने ऐसा किया. You are doing same thing and you are asking others, you should be pure, you should be the JDS and you are one. Then I have to go your roots. How you joined JDS and why you made that coalition government?
The Kumaraswamy Yediyurappa government.
Government.
The question.
And ultimately, they themselves fought and governor rule came.
So are you giving an assurance to the voters of Karnataka? No question if there is a hung assembly of going with Devagowda and Kumaraswamy. Are you giving that assurance? Next time, even if you are the single largest, but it's a hung assembly, will you take Kumaraswamy and Devagowda's support?
Sir, why you are so suspicious about our victory? We are going to win, no doubt.
No hung assembly.
Why you are presuming that? We are confident to form the government on our own. On our own legs will stand.
Because 3 of the last 5 assemblies in Karnataka, sir, have, with all respect, thrown up hung assemblies and a lot of uncertainty. The voters of Karnataka need to know, is the Congress willing to tie up with H.D. Kumaraswamy and Devagowda?
Again, you are putting same question in a different manner. Say, I am telling you, I am achieving my target. And definitely I will win and I will form my own. Why should I think alternate?
Is therefore, given this confidence, do you believe Karnataka is a platform for 2024? There are those, sir, with due regard, who believe that 2024 is a done deal. कि मोदी जी को जीतना ही है 2024 में, opposition unity नहीं हो रही है, एक साथ नहीं है, BJP is going to win. Are you confident not just about Karnataka, but about a revival of the Congress party and this opposition unity idea?
One thing you have to understand, 67% votes against him. it means that all opposition together, if we fight unitedly, definitely the BJP will be out. And
now, BJP got 38% in the last Lok Sabha. With its allies, it's about 41-42%.
Okay, then 62%.
So 58% was with the non-BJP, non-NDA parties.
See, you should tell exact figure of BJP. BJP is nearly 36 or 35%, not more than that. Anyway, I don't want to argue, but they don't have 51% votes. They, with the help of others, by dividing the people, dividing religious sectors, they always...
So you're saying the entire opposition will come together? You are hopeful that the entire opposition will come together after what happens in Karnataka if the Congress wins?
Definitely we are trying, and every people, all leaders are responding it. When we invited most of the leaders, they came to us and met us, we discussed, and nearly I myself contacted 8 parties, 9 parties, and other leaders are also contacting other people, those who are not comfortable with us but ready to join with United Front.
So are you saying that a Mamata Banerjee, a K. Chandrasekhar Rao, a Naveen Patnaik are all people that Mallikarjun Kharge will pick up a phone and ring up and be part, anybody who's part of a non-BJP party you are willing to reach out to?
We have entrusted that work. Who is comfortable with Mamata? We will ask them to contact. Who is comfortable with AAP? We will ask them. Who is comfortable with BRS? We will ask them to contact. So we are using all methods to unite the opposition. So therefore, we don't want to give any chance, any leakage in the unity.
No, you're telling me something major. You are telling me that the entire opposition from Mamata Banerjee to K. Chandrasekhar Rao to a Naveen Patnaik, all of whom have the Congress as an opponent in their state, are all for you in the lead up to 2024, not an untouchable. They are people who you are ready to reach out to.
In the interest of the country, we are speaking everybody, and we want to protect the democracy, constitution, and citizens' right, fundamental rights. For that, we are ready to sacrifice anything. We are ready to sacrifice for these values. Therefore, we are talking with everybody.
And who will lead this? Mallikarjun Kharge? You have already ruled out Chief Minister. Ab Prime Minister bhi ruled out karoge kya?
देखिए, बकरी ईद में बचेंगे तो मोहर्रम में नाचेंगे. वो क्यों अब पहले इलेक्शन पहले होने दो, इलेक्शन में बचने के बाद फिर बाद में सब चीजें आ जाती हैं.
ये जो आपने कहा, ये पुरानी कहावत हैदराबाद कर्नाटका की है, from where खरगे जी comes. बट हाँ, सुप्रियो जी आपका एक सवाल था.
सर, ये बताइए कि जो स्थिति कर्नाटक में जीत जाते हैं आप, तो यहाँ जिस तरह सिद्धरामैया और डीके शिव कुमार फाइट में हैं, जिस तरह आप राजस्थान की नौबत यहाँ तो नहीं आएगी, जिस तरह राजस्थान में गहलोत और सचिन पायलट के बीच में आप अंडरस्टैंडिंग अभी तक नहीं बिठा पाए हैं, क्या उस तरह की नौबत यहाँ नहीं आएगी? ऐसा कोई गारंटी आप दे सकते हैं?
देखिए, हम यहाँ यूनाइटेड है. आप इसको ज़्यादा पब्लिसिटी दे दे के हमको डिवाइड मत कीजिए. ये कृपा मेरी विनंती है आप लोगों से. दूसरी चीज़, दोनों पार्टी में मिल के काम कर रहे हैं, और एज ए कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट और एज ए CLP लीडर वो मिल के काम किए, मिल के प्रोग्राम किए सब तरफ. और उसके अलावा पार्टी है यहाँ पर. कोई एक व्यक्ति के ऊपर ही कोई पार्टी डिपेंडेंट नहीं रहता. व्यक्ति जब पार्टी में आता है, जब उसको पद मिलता है तो वो बढ़ जाता है. उसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि एक व्यक्ति सब कुछ चलाता है, या 2 व्यक्ति चलाते हैं, या 3 व्यक्ति चलाते हैं. यहाँ तो कलेक्टिव लीडरशिप है. सब मिलकर चलाना है, सभी को लेकर चलना है.
लेकिन राजस्थान में क्या होगा? क्या इसी तरह से कलेक्टिव लीडरशिप होगी? क्या सचिन पायलट रहेंगे कांग्रेस में?
अब जब राजस्थान में आप एक कनक्लेव बनाओ, वहां पर आके मैं जवाब दूंगा. ये तो कर्नाटका है. अब मेरा तो उत्तर कर्नाटक के लिए
नहीं, बट वो तो मामला है ना. आर यू कॉन्फिडेंट कि सचिन पायलट कांग्रेस में रहेंगे या नहीं?
अब देखिए, कर्नाटक की बात कीजिए, वहां पर आप मुझे बुला लीजिए राजस्थान में या उदयपुर में, जयपुर में, आप कहाँ अच्छा समझेंगे वहां आके मैं जवाब दूंगा.
क्योंकि एक चल रहा है, एक अटकलें लगा जा रही है. यू आर वर्किंग ऑन अ 2.5 years फॉर्मूला फॉर कर्नाटका. इफ यू फॉर्म अ गवर्नमेंट, 2.5 years सिद्धारमैया जी, 2.5 years शिव कुमार जी, ऐसी कुछ चर्चा है.
ये देखिए, सब आप लोग नए मसले हमारे सामने खड़ा करते हैं ताकि हमारे पास की यूनिटी टूट जाए. इसीलिए कृपया ये शाह मोदी के चक्कर में मत आओ. देश को यूनाइटेड रखने के लिए, एक रखने के लिए हम लोग जो कोशिश कर रहे हैं, डेमोक्रेसी को बचाने के लिए, संविधान को बचाने के लिए, देश के और आपके हकूक को मजबूत करने के लिए, उसका साहस, उसके साथ दे दो. डेफिनेटली ये सब कुछ ठीक हो जाएगा.
Okay, we just have a minute left, Kharge ji. I want to ask you something. Since as I introduced you as the grand old or grand young man of Karnataka, who according to you is the role model, the finest politician Karnataka has produced? I'm asking you this as a political enthusiast. Who is the person who you believe is a role model for Karnataka and Kannadigas?
The role model.
Who was your role model?
मेरे रोल मॉडल तो चले गए ना.
कौन थे वो?
इंदिरा गांधी जी को मैं फॉलो करता था, देवराजर्स को फॉलो करता था, वो दोनों भी नहीं है. फिर अब जो चलता है उसी के साथ मैं चल रहा हूँ. और ये मैंने 69 में पार्टी जब ज्वाइन किया, 10 पॉइंट प्रोग्राम को देखकर, वो इंदिरा गांधी जी खुद गुलबर्गा आए थे. ये ड्रॉट पीरियड था, तो उस वक्त उन्होंने मीटिंग बुला के सब यंगस्टर्स, क्योंकि कोई old people, they were not ready to join Congress because the very Gulbarga, Mr. Virendra Patil comes from that area.
He had joined Congress O at that time.
No, he was with Congress O, with Nizlingappa, and we were with Indira Gandhi ji. So naturally we got support from Devrajars, Indira Gandhi ji, and local leader was also supported me, Mr. Dharmrao Jalpurkar. So those were the days. Those days were very different. जो काम करते थे उनको बहुत से उनको इनवाइट करते थे पार्टी में.
Okay, I want to ask you. I was told that today it costs 25 crores per candidate to fight in Karnataka for the main parties. How much did it cost you in 1972? How much did you spend on the campaign?
9,000.
9,000 rupees. So from 9,000 we've gone to 25 crores. Inflation in politics.
That the people are doing that. I don't want to comment on that because
is it true?
That to 9,000 rupees, Devrajars funded 5,000 and Chandrasekhar, Young Turk, because I am in Congress Forum for Socialist Action, so he gave us 5,000, so 10,000.
Wow!
And my friends collected 15,000. So I saved nearly 16,000 rupees. But my friends, they said, you have spent only 9,000. Where is that 17,000 rupees? Whenever they used to come to Bangalore, they used to share this for.
Okay, just two more small quick questions and quick answers. Siddaramaiah ji said the secret to Karnataka politicians being fit even at the age of 75, which he is, you are of course even older, is having ragi roti for morning breakfast, lunch and dinner. Do you also like ragi?
हम तो रोटी वाले आपके तरफ के महाराष्ट्र के तरफ से.
अच्छा, you are pro. You have chapati.
No, chapati or roti. Jawar roti.
Jawar roti. You're a jawar roti man, not a ragi roti man.
Ragi इधर है. Bombay, Karnataka, Hubli, Dharwad, Belgaum, Bijapur.
Jawar roti.
Jawar roti. That's Gulbarga, Raichur. So हम.
So and one final thing. Very few people know you are a very good hockey player, very good kabaddi player.
Yes.
Do you also follow cricket, Royal Challengers Bangalore?
No, for IPL I will see when I get time. But I'm
Who's going to win the IPL?
IPL as it is now, only 4 teams are there. Let us see. But
you have a favorite team?
Not favorite. Mostly I go with the points what they secure. On that I ask my grandchildren. So one fellow says Rajasthan, one fellow says CSK, one fellow says Royal Challenge, one fellow says Lucknow, another fellow says, like that, the different.
So each of your grandchildren has different teams?
Different teams. And they tell me openly, Tata, my team is going to win. Then I said, no, that fellow whom we expected, he will do good runs. But meanwhile, he did not do it. But next he will do like that. They will.
So you are a good grandfather. Who is your favorite cricketer?
No,
all time?
Usually, the earlier we used to follow Tendulkar. We expect a lot. Then also Azharuddin is also good captain. So then Kohli is playing well, but nowadays what happened I don't know, but he is very good.
No, now he's come back. He's making a comeback. You're hoping the Congress will also make a comeback. But the reason I asked you this, because no other state has politicians as obsessed about cricket as Karnataka. So their knowledge of cricket is quite remarkable. You all are people with multiple roles. We'll wait and see who wins the IPL, sir. For now, our focus is on the KPL, which is the Karnataka Political League. So you have told us that league will be won, you believe, by the Congress. We will wait for the 13th of May.
No. It is not IPL we are interested. We always test and one-day cricket.
Okay.
So therefore...
So Congress is a test team.
These are IPLs and KPL is not a challenging... This is like a municipalities and corporation elections.
Okay, I'm going to leave it. That's a controversial comment. You're saying IPL is like municipality. The real cricket is test cricket, one-day cricket. The World Cup is coming to India in October, November.
World Cup.
Okay, so we'll wait and see. But Mallikarjun Kharge, as always, you have spoken as you see it. We'll wait and see whether your confidence is justified. Thank you very much for joining us. And we'll have you in the Rajasthan conclave and, of course, in the build-up to 2024. Mallikarjun Kharge, Congress President and a son of the soil.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for all of you to stay back. We have our last session and the final one, the blockbuster Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai, who's just arrived. He is going to be taking stage in a few minutes from now. Basuraj Bommai, the Chief Minister of Karnataka, really leading the campaign for the BJP in the state for Karnataka polls. You see him hectically campaigning. He's made his way and some time for our India Today Roundtable Karnataka. In a few minutes, Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai will be taking stage. Our moderator will be Rahul Kawal. Please do take your seats for security reasons. Do take your seats, and if you have people outside, ask them to come back to the hall and grab your seats before we begin the sessions and the doors are shut.
I request all of you to have your seat. We have Chief Minister Basaraj Bommai taking stage. We are very warm welcome to Karnataka's Basaraj Bommai, Chief Minister of the state, the man leading the BJP's campaign right ahead of polls. He's here at the India Today Roundtable, Karnataka. A very warm welcome. A big round of applause for the Chief Minister for making his time right amidst his campaign trail. Our session moderator would be Rahul Kaval. In just a few minutes, we're going to have the Chief Minister himself on stage to set the agenda as the BJP makes its way 2 weeks ahead of Karnataka elections. It is an exciting affair and a heated battle that will end on the 10th of May. 13th would be the results. It's really now, emotions are running high. Of course, all political leaders putting their best foot forward, and we're seeing Basaraj Bommai as the Chief Minister do the same for the BJP in the state. There will be a lot of talk around the BJP strategy at this point. How are they going to work out the next 2 weeks? Very crucial for any party to come to the finish point with a victory. Chief Minister Basaraj Bommai right now present at the India Today Roundtable, Karnataka. He will be taking stage. Please do take a seat, all of you. The doors will be shut in just a few seconds. We request you to please take a seat before we start.
Little down and then we can just start, please. Joining us now at the India Today conclave for our gala finale session, the Chief Minister of Karnataka, Mr. Basavaraj Bommai. He's the man on the hot seat. He's the man whose future and fortune will be decided on the 10th of May. Thank you very much, Chief Minister, for joining us. It's an absolute pleasure to have you with us. As the man who's on the hot seat, going into the last slog overs of the Karnataka Premier League, Chief Minister, how confident are you that when the verdict is announced on the 13th of May, the captain will win and the umpire will declare that you've led your team to victory?
I am as confident as ever. I've been in politics for the last 35 years. I have seen small and big elections. I have seen how people give their mandate. And in fact, there is a method in the people. And we know that very well. The pulse of the people, what we say. If you go by that, I am sure I want you to meet me on May 13th and congratulate me for the comfortable majority what we get on that day.
You think you're heading towards a comfortable majority because the Bharatiya Janata Party has never won a majority in the state of Karnataka, so much so that since 85, no party has ever come back to power again. So you're against almost 37 years of electoral history.
Yeah, that's why I said I know the pulse of the people. I know the method, how the people think in different regions for different regions for different reasons also. I am confident that this time we'll have a comfortable majority. And I have got certain basis for that.
What are your bases?
The basis for that is that we are been performing very well right from the COVID days. Our handling of COVID situation, flood situation, and huge number of development schemes, both center and state, that is double engine government. Plus, we have done a great deal of social engineering, and that is going to yield us a result. For the first time, BJP is going beyond the boundaries which it had held. So, we are going to have seats mapped all over the map of Karnataka.
Chief Minister, are you hungry?
No.
No, not for power.
No.
I'm saying, are you actually hungry?
No.
Not hungry. You had such a long day.
That's right. That's how I work.
So I'm a little hungry, if you don't mind.
You can.
Okay.
So I thought only Rajdeep will have a breakfast show.
Yeah,
You're
he
also
gets
having.
to have all the fun with the food. But I wanted to do something. Can I just request Soumya to bring that tray over here, please, Chief
You want
Minister?
to Nandini and Amol?
No, I don't know, sir. What am I
What
doing?
a poor joke. What a poor joke.
But why is it a joke, sir? Okay, so I just want to take it.
No.
Can we have that jib coming closer, sir? I just want to explain what we have over here. So we have two parts here, sir.
Yeah.
This side is Nandini. So there's Nandini, buttermilk, there is...
No, you are wrong. Nandini is on my side.
Nandini is on your side. And this side is Amul, and there is badam, Amul milk, and then there is some buttermilk, and then there is some Shrikhand, and then there's some ice cream. And then there is Mysore Pak, of course. So now what we need for you to do is to tell us Amul or Nandini. You have to first choose, like what will you pick?
No, I'll tell you. Nandini has catch up Amul, and it's going to defeat Amul very shortly. This aspect nobody speaks with confidence, which I speak. The reason is, when Siddaramaiah was a chief minister here, the milk production and milk product production was almost 64 lakh liters only. The consumption of the milk was. During my time, it has gone to 84 lakh. So the milk consumption is there, production is there, and sales is also
Sir,
there.
I'm asking you about Mysore Pak and ice cream.
I'm telling you.
Okay.
So shortly, we are going to catch up and overtake Amul. That's my statement.
So what do you want, sir? You want Mysore Pak, you want ice cream?
I have got, Nandini has got all these items.
Some Mysore Pak.
Let me tell you.
Sir, have at least would you like the Chief Minister to taste some?
Let me tell you.
So you're being very serious. You're a fun-loving guy.
No.
You're being so serious just because there's an election.
I will. Give me my space.
Yes, of course.
We have got all the products what Amul has, including, see, if Amul tries to make Mysore Pak, we will make Shrikhand of Gujarat. तो हम ऐसे चुप बैठने वाले नहीं.
कुछ खाओ तो सही. What do you want, Shrikhand or Mysore Pak? Both are here.
You first.
Here is Shrikhand, here is Mysore Pak. You pick one, sir.
I'll tell you.
Which one?
I'll tell you. First, you eat one Mysore Pak.
Mysore Pak. Okay.
You eat.
You also eat.
This is what our motto.
Delicious.
Make Nandini sell. Even to Rahul.
But you as a customer not buying, you also have to eat.
I'll eat. Why not? Only thing is, you're going to increase my.
You can eat the whole thing.
I eat as well as I go by.
So,
since we have both Amul and Mysore Pak and Nandini over here, I want to talk about this controversy because Nandini products are sold outside Karnataka as well. Now you've made this, because of pressure from the cooperatives, a matter of Kannada pride, that Nandini, now what if other states start saying, we will not accept Nandini
This
products?
question you should ask the people who raised this bogey. See, Amul is there.
So can I eat Shrikant?
Yeah, please, please.
I'm allowed to eat Amul in Karnataka?
Yeah, why not?
A little bit.
Why not?
Much, just a little bit.
Why not? You take whole of it. Your pan-India channel, so you have to go to Gujarat some other time. So, plan for it.
Sir, your super bosses are from Gujarat, so you can't push Gujarat back too much.
No, my bosses are there, but you eating Srikhand is, when you go to Gujarat, you can say that.
Achha.
Look here, I had Srikhand in Bangalore. Anyhow, see, these people have raised this bogey. Amul is there for last 40 years. When the Honorable Chief Minister Siddaramaiah was there for 5 full years, Amul was at its peak. He didn't see the danger to Nandini then. It's all political bogey what they want to do. Nandini is very strong in its place. We need not be afraid of any brand. It is not just Amul. We have got more than 25 brands from Andhra, Telangana, Maharashtra. They're coming into Karnataka. But Nandini has been growing day by day, every day. And as far as my government is concerned, I have sanctioned 2 mega dairies for Nandini. And I am making a milk bank for all Nandini suppliers. Therefore, we are at it and Nandini will grow. Nobody can stop. These people see politics in everything.
So can I give you some buttermilk?
No, one thing.
No, can you, 1 second.
One second. Sorry. I am serious now.
I am very serious.
No, you are not serious.
Okay.
These people see politics in everything. In milk, in water, in air. Because they are desperate. They can't rule their political roost with the people. So they want to politicize everything. That's the desperation of Congress.
But I was comparing the price points of Nandini and Amul. Nandini sells, because of the subsidies you give, at a much cheaper price point, 39 versus 54, for example, for a liter of milk. Now that just means that most people in any case would have stuck with Nandini.
Yeah.
Then why did you come under pressure?
I am not under pressure. Who said I am under pressure? I just reacted one day because you guys come out with the mic in front of me. And I have reacted, that's all, that's the end of it. Even people are not worried about it. It is the minds of this opposition who doesn't have anything else, so they come out with this level. And people also enjoyed it.
Did the timing backfire politically from your perspective? The fact that it happened in April, if this had happened after it's actually a sensible thing. The fact that Amul comes into Karnataka is not a bad thing. All cooperatives should be allowed to go everywhere. But because it was an election season, it became a matter of Kannada pride.
See, lot of products from Karnataka go all over the country. And lot of, even the products of foreign origin come into Karnataka, Bangalore, as well as in Delhi and other places. It's a market-oriented thing. This is known to even to opposition. But they are stooping to this level. And I can't waste my time on this nonsense politicization of our projects, where I am confident that within few years we will be challenging Amul.
Challenging Amul. So can I try this buttermilk?
Okay.
Because I have had a long day. You can try some Amul product.
You can try this badam flavored milk. This is better.
This is better than the buttermilk?
Yes.
That will have too much sugar.
No. This will have a natural flavor of badam, where sugar is just a natural ingredient. So this will not affect your diabetic or sugar levels. Please have it.
So can you have Amul buttermilk?
I'm selling now.
So will you have Amul buttermilk?
Amul, just now I had my buttermilk, sorry. But
not Amul?
No. I had my natural in my home buttermilk.
No, will you prefer the Nandini buttermilk or the Amul buttermilk?
The Nandini buttermilk, I've been tested and I've been testing it. So Nandini naturally.
So I see you're picking all the Nandini products.
No, not like that. See, not like that. When we have tested and We have been very sure about the products. We'll have it.
I want you spoke about the opposition. What do you think of the manner in which the opposition has run this campaign? You're up, unlike say in Uttar Pradesh or West Bengal, where the Congress is very enfeebled. In Karnataka, the Congress still has a structure on the ground. What do you think of the kind of opposition that you're facing in this campaign?
Opposition is totally disoriented, clueless, and they have come out with petty things like this, which is it is not at all connected with the people. And they want to throw muck on the government, which is never going to stick, because they don't have substance in it. I'll only tell you because I know what's in your mind. You are very enthusiastic to answer 40%. I know that. But
मैंने तो पूछा ही नहीं.
नहीं मैं मन आपकी मन की बात जानता हूँ ना.
अच्छा.
हाँ. अरे इंडिया टुडे को कितना दिन से जान रहा हूँ मैं.
You said you used to read our magazine growing up, right? So you've had a long association with the group.
Yeah. India Today is my even now favorite magazine, and especially when I was in colleges and just after emergency, the way India Today came up, the very format, the very content, both were fantastic, and that's how it caught the imagination of the people, and still it's a number one.
Very nice, sir. That's a superb brand endorsement. We never asked for it. That's how you feel, so it's fantastic.
No,
Thank you.
It is nothing to endorse the brand. It's already there.
It's true.
I have to just say the truth. So now you believe me that I say the truth.
No, this is true. I agree with this. The fact Raj Changappa is sitting here, he'll be delighted to hear this. Kalipuri is here as well.
Yeah, I have seen Raj Changappa writing articles first, then editorial, then I have seen. Somehow he has gone into background now.
Hardly in the background. So
in the sense, he's in management now rather than upfront.
He's a local Bangalore boy.
I know, he's a Kurgi.
Ah.
So in Karnataka, Kurgi means very special, very dynamic, very smart, very active.
If your government were to come to power, Chief Minister, what is your vision? How would your second term, if there is one, be different from what you've had an opportunity to do in the last 2.5, 3 years?
See, look here, I had inherited a lot of legacy, both economic, social, and even in development. So I have to put everything back in rail first, and then I got my own vision, which I have made a statement in 2 of my budgets, and we were going to come out with a totally new development plan for the Karnataka. We are going to have a model villages. We are going to have new townships, new cities, and we are going to have theme cities, which we are already working on. And then as far as education is concerned, we will have a very strong state government run school colleges, and digitalization will be our top priority. And I believe that there should be development around the people and not people around the development. So through this modern technology, enabling technology, all the necessary services will be dealt at their home deliveries, and ultimately people should get opportunity, people should be active, people should be also happy. So, and health is another my priority. I already laid a very strong foundation for it. So these are the few priorities I am going to make. A totally new Karnataka, a vibrant Karnataka, as well as a welfare Karnataka.
So you
with
mentioned
justice to all social sectors.
So you mentioned the issue of the 40% corruption. You know, you've had multiple people from Lingayat seers to state contractors come out and say it. Does that going into this campaign put you somewhat on the defensive, having to respond to this question?
Who are these contractors? Who are
Karnataka State Contractors Association, some fellow called Manju.
I'm not talking of the association. Who are these contractors? These are few handful contractors who have stopped working 7-8 years, defunct. There are 45,000 contractors, and this association has got some 700 defunct this thing. Okay, let's wait. They have made that statement. Before I become chief minister, they had made it. I called them. I said, come on, show me where is that. Give me one case. They didn't give me a single case. They made allegation on my minister. He went to the court. They could not come in the court and give one small piece of paper of evidence. In fact, the chairman of that contract system was arrested also. So, and the very credibility of this is so low, and it's all politicized, and 100% it is opposition backed, the way the opposition is taking up. And I am telling even today that let them come out with one case of 40%. I am going to put it to inquiry, and if found guilty, action will be taken forthwith. Secondly, I have asked them, okay, if you don't have a case, it's okay. You tell me what are the steps to which are leading to it and how to improve it. They gave me 5 steps. I implemented all of them. Rahul, for the first time in a country, all the tenders above 50 crores will be scrutinized by the High Court judge and experts. After the department approval, it goes to them, tender scrutiny committee, and then it comes back. We are bringing more transparency into it. No other state has done it. And we are automatically, even bills will be paid digital, automatically on seniorities. So the entire system has been cleansing, and that's why I said the last point of delivery also should be digitalized, so that the common man will not feel the heat of it. But opposition is trying to stick it, is not sticking. They also know that. But having stuck to this 40, they are unable to get 40%. In fact, I have given evidence. In the assembly, I gave evidence where Sanmanya Siddaramaiah government, the great Siddaramaiah government, has given contracts above 60%, 70%. I am on record, and I have put them to inquiry now. How can you pay a contractor 70% or a 60% above the cost? What it means? Where the cut has gone? So in fact, they have done it and try to put it on us, which is not sticking.
Sir, can I have your buttermilk from Nandini, please?
Everything.
Thank you, because that one is over. No, because my next question is, you're saying that there is
I think you're really hungry.
Sir, we started at 8 o'clock in the morning, sir. I'm very hungry and
I'm sorry.
Yes, no,
I thought this is part of the show.
I'm genuinely hungry, so I thought that it will be useful to have something, but you are clearly not.
My session will quest your hunger.
Absolutely. No, but sir, you're saying there's no evidence. Then the Lokayukt does a raid at the residence of an MLA of yours, Madal Virupakshipa, and then 6 crore rupees of cash are recovered from his son.
Yeah.
And you're saying, where is the evidence of wrongdoing, of corruption?
I'll tell you. What Mr. Siddaramaiah did is, he removed all the powers of Lokayukta, made ACB. There are 60 such cases, including against the Chief Minister, to ACB. And ACB will not go further unless CM himself sanctions it. So he didn't sanction. All 60s were given B report. In that, the similar corruption cases are there, and very coolly he covered it up with ACB. If Lokayukta was there then every day such cases would have happened. But I am not defending what has happened. I have knowingly very well that there will be some traps, some cases, because that's how the Lokayukta works. I brought Lokayukta back. I could have continued with ACB. I could have gone on appeal in the court, but I didn't do that.
So, but you didn't bring it back. When the matter was heard in court, your government opposed.
I'm only telling you. I could have gone to Supreme Court, and till my term I could have done it. No, the very first week I got it back. I empowered it, all the officers. You know how many officers we have debuted? Within 1 month it was totally empowered. And I told that you got a free hand. The very fact that they have done it, they have been very honest, transparent, and I have given them a free hand. Yes, in that case he has done wrong. and he will go through all the law, this thing, and if we are found guilty, there will be punishment for him.
But this, I think people must appreciate. I don't know how many people understand, because the Mumbai government gets a lot of flack for the Lokayukt catching an MLA and his son with unaccounted for money. But the fact is that the Chief Minister did have the option of challenging the High Court's order in the Supreme Court, and you chose not to.
Yes.
So to that extent, at least your intent, aapi ka banda pakda gaya is a different matter, but at least your intent was not to challenge it in the Supreme Court.
So let the cleansing start. Whoever is guilty, let it be a ruling party or opposition. Let the cleansing start. That's our intent. The intent of the Congress government was to put it under the mat and brought in ACB, which was never there. See, our state had a history of first ever fully empowered Lokayukta during Ramakrishna Day. Nobody had touched it. But Siddaramaiah, the so-called honest man, he has totally ruined Karnataka by bringing ACB. None of the cases came out for last 5-6 years. Now they are coming up. Now I am referring all the 60 cases back to Lokayukta. Let us see. See, the intent of the government is very important.
That is true. The fact that you didn't challenge it is significant, and I don't think that fact is made enough of, that you had the opportunity of just letting this. Yeah. So now he's eating some Mysore pak. Now he's saying, now this is not so bad, I can eat a little bit.
No, I told you I'll eat as I go.
As I go. No, but I must also say I tried I tried both the Nandini buttermilk and the Amul one. The Nandini one is better.
I'll tell you the inside story. I have to maintain my sugar levels. If I eat at everything at a time, I'll be in problem. I want to give some time for...
we have time, sir.
No.
You can. Should I pull out some more? It's finishing.
No.
Okay. Sir, you've had some dissidents after the announcement of tickets. At last count, there were about 3 dozen odd BJP leaders who rebelled for various reasons, small and big. Now, usually this doesn't happen in the BJP. In Gujarat, for example, when tickets were cut off a chief minister, deputy chief minister, the party was able to convince them to stay in that, hum dekh lenge baad mein. Now you've got a chief minister, former chief minister, rebelling against you. How much damage could this do to the BJP's fortunes on the 10th of May?
See, it's very unfortunate. Whenever BJP tries to bring in a change, there will be some casualties, certainly. But we never expected these 2 gentlemen, one was a chief minister and was a deputy CM, to go out of the party. But yes, we could have talked to them and said, okay, we'll offer you the MLA. Our party high command didn't do it. And whenever it was enough indication was there that they are going to out of the party, we stuck to our decision, and because we are confident that we will be able to manage the whole thing, and we will be able to stand our ground in all the constituencies which they have been elected otherwise, and that's going to happen, and we are going to win both those 2 seats.
But one of the apprehensions is whether some part of the Lingayat vote bank, now in the 2018 assembly elections, CSDS data shows that about 60% of the Lingayat vote came to the BJP. Are you concerned that some part of it could fragment? And given the fact that even the last election was such a close election, won on a just 2% margin, where the BJP actually got lesser votes than the Congress, any damage is major damage?
No. I'll tell you. This time, in fact, the Lingayats are very angry because these 2 people have done this. And now there will be such a consolidation that which has never happened before, because I am on ground all the day. And we are going to improve our total votes, including Lingayat votes.
So I think you need something to drink. So you have 2 options.
No. This will increase my cough. Don't worry.
Okay.
I'll have water.
Water. Can we have some? You have water, that's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, these 2 gentlemen going out doesn't make much difference.
But does it? Elections are also about mahal, about narratives, about perception.
You tell me in Karnataka.
Sir,
No,
my question.
No, I'm just
My
stopping
full
you.
question.
Purposely I'm stopping you.
Before I ask question, you give answer.
No, I'm not answering.
Okay.
I'm not answering. I'm just adding so that your question will be in right perspective.
Okay.
कर्नाटक में कौन सा नैरेटिव चलता है? एक ही नैरेटिव चलता है, मल्टी नैरेटिव चलता है। राजदीप जी, आपका जो स्टैंडर्ड है वो नैरेटिव हो तो देश भर में आप चलाते हो। कर्नाटक में कौन सा नैरेटिव चलता है? उत्तर कर्नाटक में दूसरा नैरेटिव चलता है, इधर दूसरा चलता है, बेंगलुरु में तीसरा चलता है, कोस्टल में तीसरा चलता है। कहाँ क्या बात करते हो नैरेटिव? बोलो अभी।
No, about optics, about mahal. The BJP is usually masterful at building a mahal in its favor. A chief minister, deputy chief minister leaving. Do you consider this impacts the mahal, the perception?
No, I'm telling you, it is not going to impact any mahal. In fact, it has consolidated our vote bank. That nobody is trying to look into it. It's good that nobody is looking at it, only we can see it.
Sir, this election the BJP says is being fought under your leadership. Are you confident that if the BJP were to come to power on the 13th of May, you will be made chief minister again?
See, this question should not be asked to me. This question should be asked on May 13th to our High Command. They are going to decide it. My job is, since it is under my leadership, to bring back the party to power is my mandate by the party, and I am concentrating on that. See, when they made me chief minister, I never asked or aspired for it. They chose me and given an opportunity to work. And now it is my duty, and in the beginning I think I told you, when you asked about the mandate, I said, I am the chief minister who is going to get the mandate. And that's what I am trying to do. And who will be the chief minister, whether I will be or somebody will be there, it will be decided very easily by our High Command.
Sir, but you said the High Command will decide, which leads to the question and the charge which is flung your way, that whether it is Mr. Yedurappa or Mr. Bommai, Bengaluru has to take instructions from Delhi.
No.
The Congress says that our decisions are taken here, the BJP's decisions are taken. You're having a nice laugh. Nice laugh.
Congress and decisions at local level. Even the tallest leader like Kargeji, you should have asked him. He is now AICC president. He can take a decision on his own. Even AICC president. Decisions are given by the family. It's not by the party. Here, when I say High Command, there is a process. They will come here and take the opinions of the MLAs and then they take a decision. It's a democratic. Ours is the most democratic party. And Congress traditionally has been always a Delhi-based High Command right from Indira Gandhi's days. So that is a legacy of Congress. That's why I laughed.
You know, I just want to tell our viewers, I'm sure many of you, since you are from the state already know, sir is a wonderful singer. I'm not asking him to sing just yet, but I'm hoping I can just kind of build it up so that towards the end he does give us. He sings some wonderful old Bollywood songs, and he sings quite beautifully, and also Kannadiga songs, right? He sings very nice Kannada songs as well. So I'm hoping that as we come towards the final part, we can, because you're in a good mood, you had a hearty laugh when I said the Congress decisions are taken here. And so I'm hoping that you will sing some for us, but not right now, just like building it up. No pressure, but this is also an opportunity for you to sing and woo the voters of Karnataka. Sing and woo.
No, don't
Little
do
bit.
it.
Okay, not now, later. Sir, let's focus for a moment on the role of the Janata Dal Secular and this perception that the Janata Dal Secular is fighting as the B team of the Bharatiya Janata Party. As the Chief Minister of Karnataka, as somebody who's seen the Janata Dal at close quarters, are you hopeful that if required, the JDS could be your night watchman, could step in to try and give you some help?
See, last time when we were 104, within few minutes of the results, Congress rushed to the doorstep of Devagowda ji, begged and made his son chief minister. That is the lust of power of Congress. So they are going to continue that. Now, They are fighting JDS in some areas, including Siddharamaya's Varna. They are very afraid. That's why they are trying to club BJP and JD. In fact, in most of the cases in North Karnataka, the way the JDS has filed the candidate, it is Congress and JDS together. They are fighting. So the ground realities are totally different, and we have been very clear, and our Amit Shah ji was very clear when he has come. We'll have our own majority, nothing to do with JDS, and that's what we are. And the amount of attack Kumaraswamy is doing on BJP, which he never tried to do on Congress, it itself shows where the soft corner of his heart lies and where the soft corner of Congress lies.
But the base vote of the BJP in Old Mysore is so low.
One second.
Sir.
Every day morning, both target BJP. Now you tell me who is with whom. Morning, every day religiously they target us. So it's okay.
No, but the base vote of the BJP in Old Mysore is so low that even if it goes up and the JDS's vote comes down, it actually helps the Congress.
See, I'll tell you, Mr. Shivkumar is talking about Lingayat vote bank, breaching and all. I'll tell you, I should not tell you, this is our strategy, but I should not tell you. But still I'm going to tell you because you are Rahul. The very social vote bank has been slided away from the Congress. SC, ST, OBC, they are in shambles. Secondly, there is a fatigue in southern Karnataka voters because they have been voting JDS and Congress for last 30 years. And especially the young voters from 18 to 35, 40, they have swung so much in our favor. And we'll make a good number in Dakshin Karnataka, that's South Karnataka. That's why I said that I got some bases where we'll come with absolute majority. This is one of the bases.
But you're also up against a lot of anti-incumbency and electoral history. Usually...
You see, please make a survey. Is there any anti-incumbency about the government? There might be some anti-incumbency at local levels. That we will take care of it.
You think there is no anti-incumbency against
You please check it up. Don't leave it to me. I'm not a judge.
Sir, the Congress levels this charge that Yediyurappa ji and you have been disempowered. Like the Lingayats aren't as empowered as they were earlier, that the BJP is only doing token service, lip service to the Lingayat community.
See, Congress is so disturbed. They are, as election comes, they find a new love towards Lingayat. Where were these Congress men? From 67, except for 9 months of Virendra Patil, for last 50 years they are unable to make anybody chief minister. What is the service? There is no lip, there is no service there. What these people are doing here? They want votes, and when it comes to ministry, they give few ministry, and it's come to portfolio, they give a very low portfolio. They have been humiliated and insulted there, and a few people which they have recognized, it is not because of their Lingayats, because they are rich education lobbyists. But for that, where Congress has helped a common Lingayat or a political leadership. For last 50 years, they are unable to make any chief minister, but for Virendra Patil. And Virendra Patil also removed in the airport unceremoniously. He was a leader who brought Congress 186 seats, record seats.
So Congress says you tell half the story, you don't tell the fact that he had serious health issues and therefore had to be changed because he couldn't function properly at that time.
Whatever. See, it's not a question of health issue. When Rajiv Gandhi came, he said, I'll recover, I'll come back. And he's the guy who got them 186 seats. And you remove him just like the food which you don't want in the plate. That too, while going to airport, you say that you'll have a new chief minister tomorrow morning. Is this the respect? This is the culture? Yeah, we have seen so many such incidents in other states also. So that's why Congress has lost base in most of the states. They don't appreciate a very strong leader. Be it Maharashtra, be it why Sharad Pawar came out, why Mamata Banerjee came out of Congress. This is the saga. So this has been a culture. And now, since their ship is sinking, they are trying to make the bridges which they have treated like a dirt for last 50 years. Lingayat knows this. Lingayats are the very politically awareness is there in Lingayats. They know, they see through this game. And in 2018, this very government under Siddaramaiah and D.K. Shivakumar tried to divide Lingayat for the political motives, for political gains. They tried to divide, openly divide it. Lingayats have not forgotten it.
But so one
second, let me complete. And after the election, D.K. Shivakumar apologized for that. Why did he apologize if they are not done wrong? So this is all there to see and speak. And now they are trying to have a soft corner or trying to woo. It is not going to work.
So one of the Lingayat seers, Dingaleshwara Swamiji of the Baleshwar Math, also leveled corruption charges at the government, saying that officials are demanding money and that an investigation should be carried out. Now, how do you? Yes.
See, we had sanctioned some money, and there is GST, other taxes that comes to around 30-35%. So what he thought is that all the taxes are bribe. When I clarified, and I challenged him also, he came out and said, "Sir, I am wrong. I could not. I have done this." Now he is supporting us.
He's supporting you now in this election. Did you put pressure or something?
No. He only came forward and said that was a misunderstanding, and I said it's okay now. What has happened? But the way the things are moving down there, most of the Swamijis feel that BJP should come back.
So I'm curious to know your views on the issues like Tipu Sultan, halal, hijab, which have been in the...
आपका favorite subject पे आ गया?
मेरा favorite नहीं है.
आपका ही है वो.
ना मेरा नहीं.
राजदीप और आपका है favorite.
No.
Without hijab and halal, the interview will not be complete. I had told Nagarjun earlier also. I am sure it's going to come. Anyhow.
No, my question is...
Okay, I'll take it.
How do you see...
क्या बात करते हैं sir?
Sir, how do you...
India today है. India आज की बात करो ना.
For you, these are not election issues?
How can it be? See, already it is settled down in the people. Forget me. You tell me whether there is a hijab issue at now.
I don't think there is.
And then...
But many people in your party only raised
No. They have replied then. Nobody is talking. Even the people who had filed the case also, now they are keeping quiet. Why India Today is raising, I don't know.
No, I actually think it's a good thing that these issues should not be raised and that they shouldn't be part of the campaign.
But still you will raise it. It's a good thing not to raise, but
I want to know your views and you are saying that it's not an issue, which is a good thing.
Boss, I have made my view in the India Today conclave itself and our interviews also that I have dealt all this hijab, halal, everything by rule of law. I have never been siding this side or that side. I understand the feeling of all communities and they should be respected. I understand that. And that's why I decided that let us go by the rules. And that was dealt as per the rules what we had in Education Act and that was upheld by the courts. So I am treating even what you call Azan. It is a Supreme Court order is there. And this order was done by the previous government, none other than Siddaramaiah government. I just followed it. So nobody goes into the details. Therefore, but however, everything is settled in the villages, in the cities. So among the people, it is not an issue at all. And Karnataka is by and large, we have got a very good relation with all the communities among the people. And I think we should not disturb it.
Which is good. I'm glad you feel that way. That is excellent. Now, I want to ask about what you would possibly do in your second term in power, if that chance were to come, in terms of key projects that you're, like work which you wanted to get done, which couldn't get done, which you hope to get done.
Yeah. See, as I said, I have planned 6 new cities. 6 new cities in Karnataka.
Where will these cities come up?
They'll come in different parts of Karnataka.
You've got land for it?
Yeah, we have got a government land. That is the main issue. So we have already identified the lands, and we have now called for the city planners to come out with the, we have given them a theme, and where it will be self-sufficient cities, all infrastructure, education, culture, health, and then entertainment, and then industrialization also. It should be a very well planned city with a new concept. The second thing what I want to do is, I have already declared in the last budget, and it's already action has been taken. We are going to upgrade 7 of our engineering college, government engineering college, into IIT level in next 5 years. And I had put up an expert committee, they gave the report, and we are started implementing now. I have released money also. So in next 5 years, I'll have 7 IITs tied up with best of the universities in the world, so that my Karnataka boys and girls should not stand on the doorsteps of other IITs which are far-flung. They should have IIT in their next doorstep. Karnataka has got that potential. Then the connectivity of the Karnataka Grand Plan Road connectivity I am planning. Then I want to build 4 ports which are also underway, which are been at different stages. Because of election it has stopped. That is going to continue. And as far as Bangalore is concerned.
So traffic, sir, potholes.
You give me time. I am only giving you subjects. Bangalore, see, as far as traffic is concerned, good, you raised that issue for me. Now the traffic is, most of the traffic is under control, because I had put one of the top officials who was done really a PhD in traffic, and he has done a lot of changes, a lot of digital cameras and other things, so synchronized cameras. So a lot of traffic. Now there was in one place, Hebal, where the people has to wait for almost 15-20 minutes. Now it has brought down to 5-6 minutes. I don't say that everything has changed overnight, but most of them has been dealt in the management. Now the infrastructure part is we are going on. We're going to have a suburban rail, and we're going to have a metro 3rd phase. And there is something called STRR, Satellite Town Ring Road. That's also under construction. If all this comes, a lot of traffic which comes into the city will be avoided. A lot of traffic management, 11 corridors we have identified. So that is one part of it. The second is, we want to have a planned Bangalore, which all these days it is not there. So we're going to have a very, very well linked satellite towns. That is also we have planned, we have identified land also. And as far as North Karnataka is concerned, industrialization is a main issue there. I have given them FMCG cluster, toy cluster, SIR, and all these things will start working. It will not only generate employment, it will give a very good industrial infrastructure boost. And our Prime Minister has sanctioned a mega textile park in Gulbarga, which is going to give employment for 1 lakh people. So there is a pharma cluster. So Karnataka potential will be totally explored, and it will be a Karnataka where full of opportunities.
So we are coming towards the end of this session. I just want to do a quick audience poll. How many people sitting here would like to hear the Chief Minister sing a little bit for us? He sings beautifully. I've heard him. You want to hear him sing, right? Just like a little.
Everybody wants that.
Everybody, so they want. Aapke voter hai, sir. You can't disappoint your voters. Cricket match scores. Who is his favorite singer, Rajdeep? I want to ask you who is his favorite cricketer. But Mike's coming. Mike is just coming.
अरे बाबा,
so you'll have to sing a little bit, sir.
आजकल बहुत नए लड़के आ रहे हैं, क्या बोलना? With this IPL, every day we are going to have a lot of superstars, including Rinku. Who's that, Rinku?
Now, who's your IPL team that you support?
Certainly RCB.
What are you expecting him to say? Gujarat? He can't say Gujarat, he can't say Lucknow.
No, otherwise also. Right from beginning. But I want to see it once, at least once they should win IPL, which they are unable to.
Sir, but you mentioned, he mentioned Rinku Singh. What you don't want is a situation in this Karnataka political league where you expect the Prime Minister to do a Rinku Singh for you. Come in the end, hit 5 sixes or 5 balls to win the match for you.
Rahul,
sir,
you are really bad than the opposition.
Worse than the opposition.
Worse than the opposition.
Why, sir?
You see politics in Rinku Singh also. Too bad.
Okay, so coming back, how many people wanted to hear the Chief Minister sing a little? So these are your voters. How can you disappoint them? In an election, no politician can ever disappoint his voters. So you can pick the song and a little bit.
No, I'll not be able to do that. My throat is not
Sir,
good.
a little bit you can.
And
Rajdeep will support you. Rajdeep will sing with the Chief Minister.
No. See, what we'll do is...
Sir.
No. We'll have some other day the singing session only.
Little bit.
No, all of us should sing. It is not a question
So,
of...
Chief Minister saying if he sings, everybody else
No, not
joins
now. When we'll have singing session.
Sir, elections are such serious business. You should have a little bit of...
See, today only some pressmen had come to me, some TV channel editor. He said, sir, आपके face में, चेहरा में कुछ फटिंग नहीं, क्या है ये? मैं बोला, मुझे अंदर बहुत ही आराम हूँ, इसलिए बाहर दिख रहा है. Face is index of
Are you sleeping आराम से or you're tense at night?
No, I can sleep sitting here.
Don't sleep. People will say, we did such a boring interview that you went off. Are you feeling sleepy just now?
No, that sitting and sleeping, that what you call right, which is that right? That right goes to Sidramaya only. Wherever he sits, he will sleep. I can show you a lot of videos on that.
But you're not feeling sleepy just now.
Let that right be with him. Chalo.
No, sir, आपने एक गाना गाना.
नहीं.
It's your choice. One lovely song, sir. So you can pick a
song
in your...
If I would have sung immediately.
Then?
See, some man wants to sing, he will do it like this.
Then do it.
No, but not now.
Why not, sir? अब आप बोल रहे हो फीलिंग आ रही जीतने वाली फीलिंग आ रही है तो एक तो आप हल्का सा कुछ गा के सो ऐसा हम जाने ही नहीं देंगे हम इंटरव्यू खत्म ही नहीं होगा जब तक आप थोड़ा सा नहीं गाओगे
नहीं
अरे आप ऐसे सर you have to exude
I think India today call me only to sing.
That's not true.
Just because I obliged Rajdeep that other day, so it's good. It's good that...
So you're multi-talented. Industry, singing, cricket.
I am interested in songs, in different language songs. I'm interested...
What's your favorite?
I'm not only interested in film songs, I'm interested in Shastriya Sangeet also. And especially Hindustani Sangeet. And I come from the place where Hindustani Sangeet legends have been born and they've been performed. And right from Bhimsen Joshi, Malkarjun Mansoor, Basuraj Rajguru, Gangubai Hangal. So all this I have seen as a kid growing up with them. They were very close to my father. So I've been influenced by that. Very cultural place, Hubli Dharwad is. And a great connect to culture, music, drama. Savai Gandharva is from our place, went and settled down in Pune. That's all.
You won't sing one number for us.
You please reserve it.
For 13th of May.
Yeah, 13th February, yes.
If you win, you will sing.
Even otherwise also.
If you lose also, you will sing. If you lose, you won't come only, sir.
The songs are written for all occasions. Why worry?
Acha, okay. Even if you don't sing, okay.
But I'll tell you. I will win and I'll win a victory song for you.
No, so okay. Let's just do this. You don't sing for us, but tell us if you win, what would be your song?
Spontaneous. See, all this art and culture, the beauty lies in the spontaneity. If you think, plan, then it'll be very boring. Yes.
Good. I'm at least, it's good that you're having some fun because you're really very stressed and tense at this time on account of the elections. Is this the toughest battle of your life? Is this the toughest 3 weeks of your life?
I must say that this is a very interesting battle of my life.
Toughest battle?
Not tough, interesting. Lot of new elements, everything is coming into it. I'm really enjoying it.
You like the pressure?
Yeah, because see, I must say this, that the leaders in Congress, like Karge ji, Siddaramaiah ji, and others, were working with my father, and they are up against me. So I'm taking on them. That's the feeling. I'm taking on them very well. So that's giving me a lot of energy, a lot of moral energy. मजा आ रहा है.
चलो देखते हैं कि वोटर को किस में मजा आता है. We wish you all the best.
Certainly, वोटर को भी उसमें भी मजा आएगा और मजे में खुशी में बीजेपी को वोट डालेंगे.
We wish you all the best. You've been a great sport, and hopefully we'll have you back on the 13th of May.
Certainly.
You said, come victory, come defeat.
We will. I'm looking forward. You should fly down to Bangalore. Don't ask questions from Delhi. I'll not answer.
That's it.
You should come.
This is a headline, but I will not answer Delhi.
No.
I will not answer Delhi.
I'll not answer Rahul sitting in Delhi. You fly down.
I thought you said Bangalore will not answer Delhi. Nagarjun is also listening. He'll say, I'll also say the same thing. Bangalore will not answer Delhi. Bangalore will do its own thing.
Why want to put words in my mouth?
मैं पूछ रहा हूँ.
ये नहीं चलेगा आपका. ये कितना भी करो, ये पुराना हो गया. जरा स्टाइल बदलो.
This was a very engaging conversation, Chief Minister. We wish you all the very best.
Thank you.
And we look forward to seeing you during the campaign and then also on result day.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And joined our India Today Roundtable Karnataka, making this a successful event today, setting the agenda. Chief Minister Basaraj Bommai really bared it all, set the ball rolling for the BJP. This is a high-octane battle. It's interesting to hear all our newsmakers on this stage, and I thank you all our guests for joining us. A big shout-out to our sponsors once more. India Today's Karnataka Roundtable, co-presented by Star Health Insurance, powered by Dollar, co-powered by Rapido, associate partner Britannia Good Day, Green Panel, Gajraj Jewelers and Verify. Thank you once again all of you for joining us today and making this a very successful event. There's dinner kept right outside. Do indulge. Thank you.